Alrighty, hello everybody. How are we doing today? Oh, it looks like I'm a little bit low. Let me turn that up. Nope. Okay. Yep. There we go. Oh, okay. It's peaking a little bit. There we go. That'll be better. What it do? What it do? Indeed. Indeed. Is it a continuation of the would you like a slice of lemon pound cake story? What? What does that mean? Did I end up doing the Supreme Court topic? I don't remember which Supreme Court topic. Oh. I think yes, we did cover it last time. I send you a video and do react. Jesus Christ. I just heard NBTNC. I just heard a kid say it's okay to be a pimp. It's not okay to be a worker. I mean, that's God. What a fucking horrifying distillation of capitalist ethos. Oh, the Afro Man civil case. Yeah, hell yeah. The Afro Man civil case has been, I kind of want to do like a full react when that's all done, but that has been hilarious. Is Alex Jones mad at the crew? I'm not mad at the crew. I'm not mad at the crew. Sometimes things just don't work out here. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be, well, look. I'm not gonna say, Afroman, will you help me repair my door? That's so fucking funny. Oh fuck, tech tone too. Yeah, we'll get to tech. Yeah. I don't want to start there. It's gonna be a much longer day today, or a much longer stream today. Because I have a lot to go through. What? Who the fuck is this? I don't know. Watch later. Oh boy. Oh. Joey Staley. I didn't realize that. Exposing the police department for all sorts of corruption, like one of the cops grooming and sexually abusing drug addicts. Hell yeah. Based more DT. Hey, El Salve. Yeah, we will, if we have time, we will get to that. There are so many things happening. And I don't want to say they're all good, because they're very much not. I'm really bummed I'm not going to be going on the Nuestra convoy. I'm going to be so for real. I need to get my passport in order so that the next time there is this kind of international action, I'd be able to take place. Apparently, Mark... I don't want to... I think I called it a little while ago that, like, Mark Wayne Mullins doesn't have the sauce. When we were talking about, it was like a week or so ago, when we were talking about Kristi Noem stepping down, I think I said something to the effect of, like, this isn't the guy. I don't remember what it was, but there was something about just watching it that I was like, nah, this ain't the guy. And everything I've seen from this hearing that Mark Wayne Mullins has been involved in only, like, reinforces that theory to me. Thank you, Johnny Valve, for posting those in chat. Cosmopolitics, excited to cover the bride with you next week. Yes, everybody go check out Cosmopolitics over on YouTube. A while back, I did a fun sit-down conversation with them for the other guys, and now we are going to do the bride next week. And also, stay tuned to the channel, because, well, it didn't work out for today, but I'm planning on talking to Taylor Lorenz tomorrow. Yeah, I heard that Kat didn't make it. The Cat Abigzala stuff is actually a bummer. I still want to reach out to her, though. I kind of want to do like a post-mortem interview. Because I think there is a lot of interest. Cat, I just fed you. This cat, I fucking tell you. Somebody asked me, what's my favorite rapper or group? That's a fucking tough one. All right, I'm gonna go give her hard food. Maybe she'll, because I know y'all can. Yeah, Drax's Storm Scale. I know you can hear that. I know you can hear her just going. Bow! Yeah, you're a menace. Here. Here you go. Now leave me alone. Leave me alone. Enjoy your goop. Goop it up, cat. Get all up in that goop. LP. I would say, like, I think, for me, Run the Jewels is up there, for sure. I think Run the Jewels was an incredibly... One of those discographies, those first 3 albums, I consumed them voraciously around 2017, and they really informed a lot of my, like, taste and interest in rap. I don't know. There's so, like, Nas, like, there's so many talented, amazing MCs. I would say that the one that I probably go back to the most, and I realize that this is kind of a cop-out, but, like, Nas is one of the ones that I go back to the most, where, you know, when I say go back to it, just, like, I want to listen to something, so I will just throw on a full record. And then, Biggie is another one. And I feel like that's a cop-out because, like, yeah, everybody, like, who doesn't fucking like Biggie? But you listen to Ready to Die, and that album is so fucking listenable, front to back. And MF Doom is one that I've actually been turned on to more recently, but MF Doom is the same way. Like, I've been, like, when it was last year, I was listening to MF Doom on repeat when I was in, DC, basically. MF Doom and, Kendrick were basically just my like, vibe music when I was in DC. Piccolo got my... Freddie Gibbs is great. Yeah. Freddie Gibbs has been around for a while. For a minute. And then... Well, and I like some stuff that, like, even if... Because the thing with rappers is that a lot of them... And the same thing happens with most musical styles, and especially, like, rock and metal, is that you get to a certain point where they've had their hits, and musicians just want to make more music, right? And sometimes it gets better with age. Sometimes they're able to kind of recapture some of that classic sound. I think LL Cool J's last album was fucking... I've talked about the track he did with Eminem and how just... What a bomber that thing is. Awesome. But then you have, like, you know, Busta Rhymes still pretty consistently puts out stuff. And it's pretty solid. He had a track, I think it was... off of Extinction Level Event 2, he had a track with Method Man that, like, opens with, like, some chiptune stuff that's, like, really fucking fun. I don't know. And then there's, you know, there's a ton of really... one of the cats who I always come back to also, even though, again, people... one of my partners doesn't like Tech 9. She says that Tech is corny, which, like, I get, but also Tech has turned me on to a lot of other really good, talented MCs. I wouldn't listen to, like, Snow the Product without Tech 9. And then, you know, and that brings up the conversation of, like, there are so many great, underrated female MCs out there. I listened to, when I was listening to Sister Soldier a little bit last year, and just, like, 1 or 2 albums just on repeat, because it was just so fucking like the lyricism is so strong in a way that you don't get there. I don't know. There's something that I think it's the thing I like about Run the Jewels is this. Run the Jewels and Wu-Tang, and they have a weird overlap. But Run the Jewels is one of the only real modern rap acts that I think of that kind of has a very similar style to classic, especially East Coast style hip hop with its production. I think Wu-Tang is probably, you got Wu-Tang, you got Nas, you got a lot of the other cats around that time, LL Cool J again. And there is this kind of like boom bap style to it. You have those like very metallic drums, and it reminds me a lot of it. It's the weird thing where I listen to because I listen to a lot of music. When I listen to Akira Yamaoka, who's the primary soundtrack musician behind the Silent Hill franchise, but when you listen to a lot of Akira Yamaoka stuff, or stuff that is like even stuff like Portishead that is more trip hoppy, which also influenced Akira. You hear a lot of beats and you hear a lot of stuff that I'm like, yo, you could mix this into a Wu-Tang track pretty easy. I miss MF Doom. Yeah. Girly Girl 314. Fuck, I am depressed. Yeah, I've kind of been there too, a lot lately. Today's a rough one. I'm not gonna lie. As you'll notice, again, I'm having kind of a no makeup day, or a very low makeup day. I just have a little bit of shadow on, and that's basically it. And I've been dealing with a weird like stomach pain all day. After my PT appointment, we'll be back in an hour. Can't wait to find out what terrible things have happened. Oh, man. Anyone mentioned Run the Jewels yet? Yeah, we've mentioned Run the Jewels. No, we haven't talked about Alex Jones. We'll be talking about that in a moment. We're still. Hey, lady. Leave Miss. Oh, my goodness. All right, give me 1 second. Sorry about that. DD being basic. Yeah, I haven't talked about the Cesar Chavez thing. I don't know if I will get to that today, honestly, because there is, see, it's perfect because now I feel like Alex Jones. Oh, we just got so many, I got so many documents right here, folks. Just need to do that shit. Just need to be, like do the, I got a whole stack of documents right here, folks. We're gonna go through it all. And except when Alex Jones says that shit, the stack of documents are like literal, like full page tweets. Rise Again 845. No, don't be spreading lies like that. Thank you for $2. Breaking DD has not fed cat for 13 years. Fancy Spartan, thank you for subbing with Prime. Alrighty. Let me get, sorry, I'm just getting all of my windows open. Oh. We've got some fun Christian nationalist stuff to talk about too. Let's have a bit of a palate wetter though, before we get into the true. I need a frog-faced Brit to me, my Paul Joseph Watson. Oh, Velvet Fire. Thank you. You've inspired me to start streaming. Do you have any beginner tips? Stick with it. Is I think the biggest find it. Well, I wouldn't even say I have a niche because I kind of do a little bit of everything. But the biggest and hardest thing that will sink every other person I know who has tried to stream, the thing that will almost entire. So my hair is so wispy. I just washed it. The thing that will stop them is momentum. You need to build, and keep building that momentum. It's the hardest part of streaming. And then I would also say, the other part of that is networking. Like, you want to be networking with streamers around streamers, content creators, podcasters, like whatever you can do, especially if you are covering stuff. You want to be, like, if you're doing news or anything like that, you want to be collaborating with people. You want to get it helps get your name out there. It helps build bonds. I've made really good friends. There's a lot of different things you can do to build on top of that, and I think the biggest struggle is trying to manage all of them, because it's very, very hard to do. Canadian Goose, thank you for $5. Hey, did you see the Florida Senate failed to pass a bill that aimed to ban marrying your first cousin? Always got to be fucking Florida, man. All right, chat. I will be right back. I need to go get my nasal spray, and then we will get started. I love you. Oh, I think my mic was still on. Sponsored by Alex from yeah, Fork Found in Kitchen. Ugh. Woof. Gino says woof.
And I say woof. Is that empty?
That one? No. If you really want, you can use the water bottle.
Are you good on this?
Yeah, for now.
Then I'm just gonna finish the tray. But I love you.
Excuse me. B. Parker, anyone ever just think that PJW is actually just someone people seriously listen to, not just a character? I think it is the fate of right-wing, like, cultural icons to be ultimately either revealed as a laughingstock over time or just accepted that that's what they're going to be. Because, like, to be right-wing in a public way, especially now, but also when Paul Jefferson Watson was doing it, is to have people dunk on you. Like, it is to have people dunk on you repeatedly for even just perceived slights, but also genuine offenses, because ultimately a lot of their ideology most people just find unseemly, unlikable, antisocial. Does cannabis help your stomach any? I guess I'll notice, because my stomach's been... bleh. But that's the first, I don't know, Koho was just lighting up, so I was like, ooh. I have found my theme, though, and I started last night. Very fun. Velvet Fire, I don't know how to network. I don't know anyone that streams or does YouTube. So, Velvet Fire, I mean, I guess going back to that question, I would just ask, like, okay, well, kind of find, are you looking to get into, like, VTubing? Are you looking to get into, are you video game streaming? And then even there is a bunch of, like, little niches that spring out from that. So, like, okay, are you video game streaming? So is it going to be, like, you know, flavor of the week Steam games? Is it going to be, like, what people call friend slop or whatever, which is a stupid term? Is it going to be indie games? Is it going to be, are you going to be, like, an old school horror gamer? Like, there are a lot of different things that, again, you're going to have to tailor kind of what you want to do to your approach to that. And I say this, by the way, with the full knowledge that, like when I give advice on streaming, I need people to understand that, well, not just streaming, but content creation in general, it is because for a lot of years, I failed. Like, I need people to get that. I spent 5+ years of my life working on video editing, trying in the capacity of being like a journalist, immersing myself in learning how to write, educate myself, trying to make what art I could in between, at the time being married, living a full life with that, trying to work full-time and also go to school. It is, when I say things about needing to find your niche or not spreading yourself too thin, is not because I am giving, like, it's the thing that pisses me off I see on Twitter, where people will be like, oh, how did, this person get rich? It took 3 steps. And it's like, nah, fucking bullshit. It was, on their part, it was luck. And let me tell you now, as somebody who has what a lot of people would say made it, which I've not. Like, I still struggle with rent. I still have a lot of the same problems I did before. And I'm just now in charge of my schedule, which is both good and bad in some ways. It's a lot of it came down to luck. A lot of my success on this platform came down to luck. A lot of the videos I do still come down to luck, if they pop off or not. I have like multiple videos even this year. The video I did just briefly, a little conversation I wrote on a whim about the fucking DC trans character, is, I think, in my top 15 now. Like, it's very frustrating. And that's the problem, is that you need to, I would say, the thing you have to cut off first emotionally is the perception that if you work really, really hard on something, that will be appreciated. That the effort alone will validate your work, because it won't. Because the algorithm that is going to serve that up doesn't give a fuck about the work you put in. That's fairly obvious by a lot of the people that we've looked at. People like, the Quartering and fucking Andy Pants Gaming. Zero effort, just problem. Useless, empty content. But it's interacted with. Hey, lady? Hey, lady. Stop it. No, you're fine. Taco Face Fart, thank you for $2. To be fair, there's some good-looking cousins. Fatal Maze, thank you for following. Hi, Electra Descending. Size the Raccoon DD, that's exactly how I feel about writing. Love doing it. It's also hard not getting the instant gratification that capitalist culture seems to demand. I mean, the thing... Oh, sorry. Goodness. The thing that... And this is the reason why I'm still very proud of the one game I made, which you can go... I'll throw that up because people... People are going to go and want to, as soon as I talk about, oh, you made a game. It always happens. This is why, and this thing, I need to be clear, is a janky pile of shit. But it's also something that I worked on very hard across, I think it was like 2 years. In free time, I was scrounging between all these other things I was trying to do in balance. And I think that's the why I'm still so proud of it, is that, and I think that is the some of the more personal importance of a work to me. And it doesn't matter if that work is streaming content, doesn't matter if that work is poetry or writing or physical art or dance or whatever. Part of it is being able to encapsulate a portion of your life in that and have it be done and be able to put it on the shelf. And being able to go back and revisit it. And it's in a weird way, it's like going back and playing this is like rediscovering a little part of myself. And again, I think that's the reason why, one of the reasons why it is best to separate yourself from investing too much in that idea that like, okay, the more work I put into this, the more everybody else is going to like it. And instead rein back in and think of it removed from the instant gratification. And that's the hard part to me. Salem Kunoich, what happened? Finally came out to my parents. Overall better than I expected, but by better I mean my dad just walked away from my phone and my mom just trying to interrogate. I'm sorry, Salem Kunoich, that fucking sucks. Science the Raccoon, also it's damn hard for me to find a creative group in my niche that actually wants to meet and talk about it reliably. It's like trying to find a D&D group. That part, unfortunately, I'm not much better at. Like I've always been very flighty when, like, I remember. Yeah, I don't know. I've gotten better at that over time. I think that's the kind of thing you can just, you know, try and remember. I think people have this conception of themselves as coming across weird or coming across awkwardly in engaging with other people, but it's kind of like an animal situation where like you need to remember other people are as awkward as you, or as afraid of coming across as awkward as you. Yeah, the DLSS5, the fucking AI bullshit, that is some bullshit. I saw stuff come out about that, and I looked at that. I looked at the fucking photos for 2 seconds. Because here's the thing that actually bugs me about the AI stuff is that the human faces, it looks like mobile game ads. It looks like ass. It looks fucking terrible. But a lot of the lighting and the environments do look a lot better because it's not crossing that uncanny valley, right? Like it's not aiming for photorealism and then crashing into the side of a cliff. It's stuff that's like, yeah, you look at a rock that's wet and you look at it and it's like, yeah, it's a wet rock. And then you put an AI filter over it that has scanned 1,000 fucking vacation photos and stuff, and it looks like a slightly more realistic wet rock. It's like, that's the stuff that I'm like, I don't know why they don't focus on that. I don't know why they don't try and replicate that. But no, it's always, and the thing that's fucking funny about AI now is that it literally cannot help but replicate porn ads. Like that's it. When AI put an AI filter over Grace from Resident Evil, it makes her face look like every other AI porn face. Like AI porn have faces. It is a very specific defined style that has been honed over the weird perverts of the internet wanting to see their niche anime waifu get railed. And it's like, that's what it is. It completely changes the male face to be like a super cool Giga Chad, and the female face it just makes look younger and more innocent. And it's so, like, it's very frustrating. Very frustrating. Yeah, you want last 5 minutes playing. Look. Can we have a real moment? Can we come together and talk about something that's important? I'm gonna say something as controversial as it is brave, and I need you to hold space, hold me in the light, okay? There used to be an art. I didn't think there was. I didn't think it could be possible. But there used to be an artistry to the advertisements you would have to watch before a porn video played. Right? There was a call to action. There was attention grabbing. There were layered moments where it would get you to be like, maybe I will click this ad. Now, every porn ad is the same, and it's all AI, and it's all read by AI. They didn't have to hire an actress to say like, hey, like it's heinous. Putting even more actors out of work, honestly. I do miss the old Brazzers ads. Yeah. You ain't the only one. Superman 007. Now that the new Spider-Man trailer is out, maybe you could smoothly transition to your OnlyFans Black Cat content. I would have gone with the Marvel Rivals. I think they had Marvel Rivals Black Cat unveiled. The hot MILFs are gone. Yeah. The hot MILFs in my area. They're gone. They moved. Go on. Are you seriously watching porn? Yeah. Are you watching porn alone? That's a great one. That's a classic. That's like the good old. I had a whole stand-up joke about porn comment sections because you always go down there and there's one guy who's just like watching a hot chick with the biggest tits you've ever seen in your life get pounded, and he's in the comment section being like, "Man, I wish this would happen to me." And it's like, yeah, dude, that's why you're here. What is this with nowhere with the science team shit? Joe Average 2254. Mature dating ads are all I get. No MILF ads anymore. Damn, recession indicator for real. Are you telling me there were never local MILFs in my area to fuck right now? This is terrible for me. This is terrible news. Steph is pretty. Thank you for 17 months. Let's watch really quick. You know it. You love it. Everybody's favorite Roach King, the Roach Boy, the Roach Lad. Turns out, I've talked about this before, he doesn't really believe in anything. Just like in general. He does not hold convictions truly in the way that most people think about them. Instead, it is much more reflexive, reactionary, you could say. And this account put together a nice little compilation of him changing in just the last 2 years.
Israel's wars are not our wars. True. Oh my God. I think that we play too big of a role in other countries' military shit.
All right, here we go.
Israel's
2024.
wars are not our wars. True. Oh my God. I think that we play too big of a role in other countries' military shit. Like, we're too interventionary. We get too involved into other people's business. It's a waste of our money. The people there probably fucking hate us. Like, where's really the upside here, right? I think that the level that we try to play nation building, especially in places like this, like, you know, like Libya, for example, back in the day, or
back
Iraq.
in the day.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, it's too much, man.
We're not going to have World War III, but
I will prevent World.
In my opinion, keeping us out of World War III means.
Oh my God. Oh, he's so fucking stupid. Mirror X Shard, thank you for $5. There's a guy who basically has a fake AI version of Chatterbait, and he has the models make up personal tragedies to get more money out of his victims. Hey, what? Hey, what? Nehemia, thank you for $5. Anyway, time for Asmongold as an instant boner kill. Well done.
Not sending over bombs and starting wars in the Middle East. Like, that's just me. I also wouldn't support any sort of collateral civilian damage, bombing things, like the U.S. bombing things that are inside of urban areas. I don't support any sort of, you know, boots on the ground. I don't support I don't even support the U.S. like going directly to war with Iran's military. I think any further military intervention stands to alienate the Iranian people, and it stands to destabilize the country. And you can see how CNN passively manufactures.
It's so wild watching him literally go through all of these different phases so quickly, just being led from one to another to the point where I honestly don't even know if he knows or can keep track of what he's supposed to believe at this point. But the idea of him being onto, like, he like speed ran Trump's cognitive decline. Right? Like you listen to Trump from 10 years ago and you go, oh, damn, he's gone downhill bad. I didn't realize. But you listen to him from like a year ago and he sounds so much more succinct. Nehemiah. Oh, sorry. I already read that one. Thank you.
To bomb Iran by assuming that Iran is attacking civilian places only. Like, for example, one of the biggest military installations inside of Israel is in the middle of the city. And do you guys see how the media is pushing the war by saying that Iran is this existential threat and we need to fight for America? This is upsetting for me. Big deal. Like, I mean, if this was the U.S. bombing Iran, I'd be saying, ah, fuck. I am so happy this has happened. I am just dramatically, tremendously happy this has happened. I was a big supporter of us bombing them before, and now we're bombing them again, and this is just amazing.
This is an operation against the world's largest sponsor of terror.
That's right. This is amazing. Every third world shithole that promotes these terrorist ideologies, death cult fucking religion, is getting demolished.
The idea of calling... It has never been more true that nearly everything the modern evangelical Islamophobic right and leftists, by the way, not leftists, liberals, by the way, accuse Muslims and Islam of being, it is not an exaggeration that at every level, evangelical Christianity supports the same thing. People will say, like, oh, well, Muhammad was a pedophile and all this shit. Okay, dog, your president's a pedophile. What the fuck? Yeah, Muhammad's dead. That dude's in the White House. A little bit of a difference there. It's very frustrating. And speaking of which, that's actually a good point. We get it. He's a fucking hypocrite. I don't need to finish that. We have, before we get into the stuff with Alex Jones, before we get to our meat, we're going to hit the dessert. People4.org has been doing a really good job of keeping updates on some new emergent Christian nationalists. So we're going to talk about this William Wolf guy, and then we're going to talk about somebody we've talked about before, Joel Webbin. Now, I need to do more of a deep dive into Joel Webbin, because if you haven't seen, I have never seen somebody who appears to be in a rough how old is Joel Webbin? Let's see. I'm going to say 52. No. As of late 30s, okay. 39. Okay, I'll say, all right, 39. Still a rough 39, but whatever, buddy. Joel Webbin is he's the Christian nationalist Matt Walsh lookalike. He is so vile, and I have never seen somebody ride coattails in their 40s like he is, because if you go to... Ooh, I will. Let's open that for later. his NXR studios for the last couple months or weeks. He has been, I don't know if he fucking like got Nick in there for multiple sessions or whatever, but he has been chopping up clips from Nick Fuentes into like for weeks, dude. He has been riding this little Nazi fuck's coattails so hard. Like, it just keeps fucking going. Yep, there, keep 1 month ago. 1 month ago, just gonna keep going. Man, just like he's just literally before that, it was like actual sermons and shit, and now he's just doing fucking TikTok clips for Groypers. Fucking embarrassing. Understanding Adolf Hitler. Yeah. The Inner Workings of World Jewry with Nick Fuentes. Great. So, William Wolf admits Christian nationalists, quote, are going to impose our morality on you. On Saturday, former Trump admin official and radical Christian nationalist William Wolf delivered a speech at Bethel Church in West Virginia. Wolf, who now runs the Center for Baptist Leadership, has become increasingly fanatical as an anti-immigrant activist, openly admitting that the goal of Christian nationalists is to gain political power and impose their morality upon everybody else.
We should not blink, we should not hesitate to tell people, not because we are so wise, not because we made the rules of the world, we didn't. We humbly submit to how God made the rules of the world, and we say,
we humbly submit. Now, based on, now, here's the real kicker. Based on whose interpretation? It's just what the Bible said. Like, we just got to do what the Bible says. I don't know why I went my like Mark Wahlberg there for a second. Soul Pelt Ducks, thank you very much for $2. Looks like Timu Matt Walsh. It trips me up every time I see him because it does. He just looks like Matt Walsh. No, we're just doing what the Bible says. It's just what God already said. Okay,
this is how we should order our lives together. And frankly, yes, we are going to impose it upon you. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but this is good and right and just if it lines up with God's standards.
And see, it's good and right and just if it lines up with God's standards. I've had it up to here with Christians in this fucking country, dog. I've had it so, because I know there are so many people who are still relatively good people. Go to church. It is getting so fucking hard, though. It's getting rough. Ancient Romans be like, I've had it with this Jesus Christ dude. Here we go. Good Christian sexism. Dale Partridge seeks to repeal the 19th Amendment in the next decade. Far-right Christian nationalist pastor Dale Partridge joined anti-Semitic pastors Calvin Robinson and J.L. Webben in the latter's program last week, where he announced that, like Robinson, he too has a book coming out on Webben's NXR imprint in the near future. The book will be titled 19 Reasons to Repeal the 19th Amendment, which is what gave the women the right to vote in 1920. Jesus. Partridge said his book will expose, quote, the damage that has been done through the 19th Amendment, why it's not just wrong against Scripture coming from a biblical patriarchal perspective, why it's never been done throughout history from any other nation. Quote, right, any other nation that embraces such a view where you're putting women in charge of making decisions for a particular nation, that nation fails. Gloria Scheinbaum would fucking beg to differ. I think there's going to be a lot of evidence, a lot of research that women suffer more from women's suffrage. Oh, fucking got him, dude. God, they are fucking weird little freaks. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna let this play and I'll be right back.
But giving an overview of the land, of the damage that has been done through the 19th Amendment, and why it's not just wrong against Scripture, coming from a biblical patriarchal perspective, but why it's never been done throughout history from any other nation. And any other nation that embraces such a view where you're putting women in charge of making decisions for a particular nation, that nation falls. And so I think there's going to be a lot of evidence, a lot of research, a lot of even looking at women suffer more from women's suffrage. Also that you have, when the 19th Amendment first came to be, that there was a massive group of women that were against it. And so you never hear some of these narratives. So the history of it, the argument against it, and many reasons justifying it. I think that by the end, people are going to go, wow, I think women at the end are going to go, we must repeal this. And that's my hope, is that
you just did such a good job. You think women are going to give over their human rights to you. Damn. That's confidence. That is white man confidence right there. He's going to look like a snooker ball. What the fuck is snooker? Oh, snooker is some British shit, isn't it? I think snooker is some British nonsense. So we have a lot of other shit. I want to see one of the best smackdowns to happen today has been, critical support to Rand Paul, and I emphasis on critical. But for whatever reason, he decided to go knives out, balls to the wall, bloodhound mode for the Mark Wayne Mullins confirmation hearing. And it led to, first off, me thinking two things. One, Mark Wayne Mullins got all of his knowledge of just United States government history from like Highlights magazine, basically, is what I'm understanding. Two, I briefly thought for a second of the logistics of me running to be in a position of some government that would be in the same room as Mark Wayne Mullins so I could challenge him to a duel. Hey, Tranquiliza.
Complications led to an infection in the space between my lung and chest wall. I spent a week in the hospital having the infection lavaged every 6 hours through a chest tube. Recently, Senator Mullin, if you have time to listen, you were confronted by constituents that were angry because you voted against my amendment to stop all funding for refugee welfare programs. Instead of explaining your vote to continue these welfare programs for refugees, you decided to transfer the blame. You told the media that I was a freaking snake and that you completely understood why I had been assaulted. I was shocked that you would justify and celebrate this violent assault that caused me so much pain and my family so much pain. I just wonder if someone who applauds violence against their political opponents is the right person to lead an agency that has struggled to accept limits to the proper use of force. Being confronted by your constituents. But Senator Mullin, your constituents are justifiably upset with you.
Oh my goodness. Oh, hey. Hey, PRB. Oh my gosh. Hi, everybody. PRB's in chat. Oh, you're not locked? Oh my gosh, wait. PRB and... Yeah, Juno, you and PRB should probably chat. Hello, hello. One of the things I love about being at this kind of level I'm at, relative to, you know, internet micro niche celebrity status, is I never know who's going to pop in here. Like, I never know if, like, Who have we had in here? We have sometimes like Lance from the Surfs will pop in here. Sometimes we've had H Bomber Guy come in here. Who else is? There's been a bunch of other people. Eminomenon. Thank you. Yeah, we had, well, because, was it H Bomber Guy? I don't remember what he said, but he just like, he popped in briefly when we were reacting to, I don't even remember what it was. And it was just commenting, and I was, you know, I was reading the chat, and I was like, oh, H Bomber Guy, thank you very much. And it was just like, wait, hold up, hold the phone. Savvy, yeah. Well, Savvy writes books, and Jesse Gender, like I've worked with them before on stuff, so that's, I don't know, that's a little. Anthony Gramuglia pops in a lot. Queen Coke Francis, the GOAT. Oh. I showed up once and didn't get a reaction. You always get a reaction. No, Pajali, you're right. You're right.
Now, most of America knows that the Somali welfare fraud in Minnesota stole over $9 billion. But instead of defending your vote, you took to continue the vote to continue these refugee welfare programs. You chose to lash out at me. You went on to brag that you'd already told me to my face that you completely understood and approved of the assault. Well, that's a lie. You got a chance today. You can either continue to lie or you can correct the record. You have never had the courage to look me in the eye and tell me that the assault was justified. So today you'll have your chance. Today I'll give you that chance to clear the record. Tell it to my face. If that's what you believe, tell it to me today. Tell the world why you believe I deserve to be assaulted from behind, have 6 ribs broken, and a damaged lung. Tell me to my face why you think I deserved it. And while you're at it, explain to the American public why they should trust a man with anger issues to set the proper example for ICE and Border Patrol agents. Explain to the American public how a man who has no regrets about brawling in a Senate committee can set a proper example for over 250,000 men and women who work at the Department of Homeland Security.
That's fucking brutal. All right, here we go. Other than... I can't... Okay, this guy...
No.
You've never traveled to a foreign country?
Outside of vacation or mission work? No.
Okay. Have you... your FBI report does show some travel. I think it was to Georgia and Azerbaijan. You marked that that was not for tourists?
Are you referring to August of 2021 when we went to go get the Americans out of Afghanistan?
I'm just
That's
saying.
what that travel was for, which
Okay.
we did
So
clarify that.
you have traveled. So you've traveled to Azerbaijan and Georgia. That was in your FBI report, although you just said you've never traveled.
Sir, I thought you was referring to...
I thought you was referring... I can't... Like... Mark Wayne Mullins is like the stereotypical negative stereotype of an American that I imagine as an American, like a European would think of an American as. Right? God damn it, DD, you're gorgeous. Grace Ashcroft / Leon Kennedy cosplay when. I could probably do a Grace. I could probably do a cute Grace if I like waved out my hair a little bit. I am in the process of getting, I've kind of let myself go a little bit. Which like, you know, like 5-10 pounds or whatever. Not even 10. So I've been getting back into shape. I've been taking walks and runs almost every day and lifting and doing a calisthenic regimen again. So I know for the OnlyFansers and soon to be Fansly subscribers in the audience, I know there has been like no content for a month now, but I am not going to leave everybody high and dry forever. Elmira, no. Now, I'm just a simple country racist. I say. Let yourself go, Hal. I just haven't been, like, keeping up on, mostly diet. Well, mostly exercise, but more diet. And it's, like, it's, you know, it always happens in the winter months. I really feel, I've been trying to keep track of it, because the last couple years, depression has been hitting abnormally hard in the winter months. And I've never really had any, sorry, I keep seltzer water to calm my stomach, but it makes me burp. I've never really had any, like, seasonal affective disorder or anything. But I really think, I don't know, maybe I've developed it over time or something, because it's been like a light switch where it's not a specific time, it's when the temperature changes and it gets warmer again. It's when it gets warmer, it gets light a little bit earlier, or stays light a little bit later, and I'm able to go for a run. Like, being able to be outside, this year especially, being able to be outside, being able to, like, go through nature and walk and exercise and breathe fresh air has been, like, I didn't realize how much it actually affected, like, my mood and everything. Fatal Mesa, I live in a really hot place. In the summer, I can't go outside, so the same thing happens to me over here. Winter's basically spring. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Alrighty. And it's been, like, the depression and everything have been, like... It's not, like... Because I actually haven't had a lot of personally driven depression in years. Like since I started transitioning socially, I have wonderful partners. I'm fine with, like, my appreciation of who I am. It's really the world around me and just the, you know, looking at the news and everything, and that combined, I think, with not being able to feel that connection to, not to sound like too much of a hippie, but that connection to nature, I think, is really rough. When the Jackalope, whoa, finally got a live stream. It's my birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you. All right, let's go. Oh, JD Vance. Go. Oh, this one. This is great for me.
Violence as historically justified. In the days after the fight, you did many interviews in which you justified the violence as historically justified by precedents, such as caning and dueling. Is it today your opinion that the caning of Charles Sumner was not only justified, but argues still for resolving our political differences with violence?
What I was simply pointing out is some of the rules that still apply to this body. For instance, dueling with 2 consenting adults is still there. I was pointing out what is still
illegal for 170 years.
That's such a, it's just, it's so perfect. Like, the timing of that. I can tell if the opening statement from Rand wasn't enough, he has a blood feud against this man. Totally understandable. Even you know, Rand Paul, again, critical fucking support, Rand Paul. The idea of somebody so assuredly being like, well, yeah, we still have dueling, which you can do between two consenting adults. And it's like, Rand Paul is just like, the cherry on top for me is that Rand Paul knew how long it had been. He had the number. He was like, it has been illegal for 170 years. Oh my God. That's grueling, dude. That's fucking rough. They are legitimately running out of competent Trump sycophants. And again, competent used very loosely, but somebody who can at least maintain the veneer of composure on camera. This guy, I literally don't think he has it.
There's no precedent for legal dueling. Even then, they fled the country. Do you realize that the man that beat Charles Sumner with a cane, he beat him till he was unconscious? You know why no senators intervened? Because his friend held a gun on the other senators, and he kept beating him until he crushed his skull. That's what you're insinuating is the precedent of the Senate, and that's what you live by. That is a very, very dangerous sentiment. After a half a dozen victory lap interviews,
nothing to even say for that. God damn, dude.
If directed by...
All right, here we go.
I'm going to start with a question I have asked every one of the president's nominees. If directed by the president to take an...
I mean, okay. Capitol Hill Dems. If you've asked every one of the nominees and the nominees haven't like really stuck to it, what's the point of the question? Come on.
Action that would break the law, would you follow the law or follow the president's direction?
Senator, thank you for the questions and thank you for the concerns. First,
Karen, I was wondering, you were wondering about modern duels and what weapons would be used. So that's the thing, is I was kind of thinking about this too. I'm like, because the fair part of the duel is the fact that you had one shot, right? Like that, I feel like when you start upgrading from there, it gets a lot less gentlemanly. It gets a lot less fucking, yeah, I'll, swing this, because if you shoot somebody in the chest and they unload a 9mm, like that's a different thing than being like, oh, I might get hit, I might not die. Which was the case with duels. People would be able to survive them sometimes. Yeah, one shot and that old pistols were smoothbore. I feel they would have to do something like that, or like the where's the word I'm looking for? The like shooting competition guns that they'll do at the Olympics. KG Bagula, legalizing duels means legalizing murder. I've got bad news. Murder is already legal. I've got such bad news for you. Scott Volcano. Well, so a lot of the combat laws are more about, like, they are not, hey, you can just go kill somebody if you both agree to it. They are usually more centered around resolving conflict if it's a mutually agreed, like, yeah, whoever wins gets to take the babe out, like that kind of shit. Le gasp. Rapiers. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Why not? Let's class up the joint a little bit. God damn it. Put some culture in America. Have people duel with rapiers back in the day. Like, see, here's the problem. Unlike back in the day, nobody wants to take, even if they win, nobody wants to take credit anymore. So the second you reintroduce something like dueling, you're going to have everybody like buying their own dueling champions to represent them. And then you're going to have, like, everybody's going to have advertisements on those dueling suits and shit. So it would just turn into like a combat sport that elites would bet on. I don't have a smoke detector beeping. I'm pretty sure I don't. If dueling is legalized, that would be a bad sign. I mean, like, I would honestly say ethically, morally, however you want to look at it, you know, that is outside of, in this fantastical world we're envisioning, I feel like dueling is way less of a moral failure in the fabric of society than something like Kalshi. Right? Then the shit like, oh, by the way, let's actually go to another one of the stories I wanted to cover today. A war reporter, journalist reported a missile strike, then came the death threats. A Times of Israel reporter says online gamblers pressured him to change his story about an Iranian missile strike so they could win a payout. Magar. Polish saber duels? Oh, okay. So that's more like a well, it's not as thick, but it has more. It's a curve, so it's like a scimitar a little bit. Very piratey. Yes. Here we go. The message appeared in English on Emmanuel Fabian's phone. Quote, "You have 90 minutes left to update the lie," said a WhatsApp message reviewed by the Washington Post. "If you do this, you solve in a minute the most serious problem you've caused in your life, and you won't remember me anymore in a week." 5 days earlier, Fabian, a 28-year-old war correspondent in the Times of Israel, had published a short blog post reporting that an Iranian missile had struck an open area outside a Jerusalem suburb, harming no one, until he began to receive messages that threatened his life and family. Fabian didn't know his brief report had triggered a dispute over bets on the prediction market Polymarket on whether an Iranian missile would strike Israel on March 10th. For those with money down, millions of dollars were potentially riding on his blog post. Fucking just unbelievably evil that this shit has been so quickly and so easily normalized. Zarin Joy, I wish capitalism would hurry up and collapse already. So I am in a... I've been kind of trying to figure out what the current video essay I'm working on, what the name is going to be, and I think something to do with the slow apocalypse, because that's something I talk about in the video. Polymarket is banned in the U.S.? God, that's fucking terrible. Anyway, I just wanted to... right now, you need to be in a mode of thinking that what is the worst possible thing that could happen with this technology, or what is the worst possible outcome that could happen here? Because I kind of guarantee it's happening. There is, at no level are there enough safeguards to stop just the most evil base impulses from manifesting themselves anymore.
That one incident jogged his memory. And from then on, he started retaining things. And Jim's attitude went from this, you know...
Right, here we go.
That one incident jogged his memory. And from then on, he started retaining things. And Jim's attitude went from this, you know, we're going to get through it, to this, I'm going to get through it. And every week, if not most days, the president would call and ask how he could help. Ask how's his buddy doing? How's Jim doing? He didn't do it for publicity. He didn't do it for any show. He was running in one of the toughest elections he had been in, and the guy was still that concerned about my son. When we got released...
I don't believe this shit at all ever, dude. Like... the amount of times, and again, this reminds me of Brianna Wu, where Brianna Wu, it's the same thing with Alex Jones as we're about to see with the Tim Pool piece. Brianna Wu, Alex Jones, they do these things where they will make up stories that just reaffirm their worldview, but they always bear the same telltale markers. They are always, for Brianna Wu, it's usually somebody she's talking to in a bathroom for some goddamn reason. Bathroom, break room, on her way to somewhere in an airport, whatever. Airport traveling, like a lot of stuff like that. And it's usually somebody who says something offhandedly, and they get into a conversation. These are all fake fucking stories, by the way. She still does this shit. You can go watch the Brianna Wu video I did. If you haven't ever noticed this, I bring up several examples, and she will still do this, by the way, on her fucking timeline. And it'll be, you know, like, oh, I ran into this person. We had a really rational and normal conversation about how everything I believe in the world is the exact correct thing, and that's what everybody else is thinking. And of course, it's completely made up bullshit. Alex Jones does a similar thing where the kind of plot points of Alex Jones's are much more along the lines of, like, he usually goes to a restaurant or a public place where everybody recognizes him, and there's just there's so much support out here for the fight for freedom and brave patriots, and we need you to buy more of our Brain Force Ultimate Plus, and like that kind of shit. But this thing with Trump is something I have heard dragged out so many fucking times. You know what I've never heard it from? I have heard how caring behind the scenes Trump is, how much he'll call and give personal family phone calls and you know, dedicate all of his time to this shit. You know what I've never heard it from? I've never heard it from literally anybody outside of direct interaction with Trump's campaign or administration. It's never from, you know, a veteran's family that he's fucking too busy off golfing as he's shipping boxes and containers full of dead troop bodies back. It's never from, you know, the family of a school shooting who was like, oh yeah, we were so, he called us and it was such a wonderful, unexpectedly warm call. And like, no, it's always from somebody who has direct ties and an opportunity to be a character witness for him. Like, come on, dude. Oh yeah, Persephone Paturia, you're right. Well, and that's another classic thing Alex has always done, is like the idea of like, oh, we realized how right you were about everything. And so it's fun because I've been, well, we'll talk about Alex in a minute, because I've actually been listening to a lot of Knowledge Fight in the background. All right, here we go.
For a little bit, we had to go back. When we got released a little bit, the president said, come to Mar-a-Lago and see me. We go down there, and it's amazing. And when we're leaving, dang it, I hate getting emotional. See, if I talk about my kids, I get emotional. Other than that, you can't make me cry. But my kids can make me emotional.
That's actually a good thing.
Yeah. So anyways, he grabbed my son, and he said, do you know why I love your dad? Do you know why I love your dad? Chrissy tells the story better than I do. And he goes, no, sir. He goes, because he loves you. Because he...
Wow, that's powerful stuff. Do you know why I like your dad? Because your dad loves his child. Rousing. That was the best you could come up with, dude. Okay. The Daily Mail is a conservative rag, but very funny that, like, yeah, Rick Blumenthal getting it. Democratic Senator Rick Blumenthal was not sympathetic after Mullins' emotional confession, saying, quote, I hope that you will be as emotional about the children who are presently detained at Dilley and other camps, he said, referring to migrant detention centers. Fucking good. Got him, bitch. Nome was fired by Trump earlier this month after testifying on Capitol Hill that the president personally approved a controversial $220 million advertisement campaign. Whoops. Although, again, that's not exactly it. She's on the shield of the Americas bullshit now. All right, so now let's talk about one of our favorite. All right, you know him, you love him, the big tomato himself, Alex Jones.
How long you lost him?
Couple weeks.
Here for South by Southwest.
We're not here for it, but we're here during it. You know, one of the reasons I came down here is I was going to be playing poker at the lodge, and then the state shut him down. I'm pissed about it.
What's weird was I texted you a week ago. Somebody texted me and said, "Hey, Tim's here. Come on the show."
Holy fuck, dude. Oh, that's no. Let me actually get the Afroman verdict. Because I think it just came out. Yeah, he is fucking slurring it like hell. All right, we'll watch the Afroman thing real quick.
Lemon pound cake, law enforcement, and a rapper at the center of a court case in Adams County. A jury is deliberating.
This is such a fucking baller look, too. It's so, like, if I've thought about, because, you know, Brianna Wu's threatened to sue me. The church is, I've been threatened with lawsuits a lot. And I've thought about, like, what would I, if it ever had to go to trial, if I ever had to show up in a courtroom, I would have to ball out, unfortunately. I would have to make it about me. I would have to make it, I would treat a courtroom appearance like the fucking Met Gala. And I appreciate that I'm not the only person out there like that.
A defamation lawsuit against famed rapper Afroman.
They've been at it for nearly 6 hours now. Local 12's Christian Hauser has been inside the courtroom and joins us live now from West Union in Adams County with the very latest. Where do things stand right now, Christian?
The jury started deliberating around 11:45 today. I've been in the courtroom nearly the...
Okay, I don't know. This guy, I'm sure he's a fine reporter. His face is crazy, though. This dude's face is fucking me up. He's like 5 years old and 70 years old at the same time. His face looks like when you make a silly putty imprint of a drawing, if that could be put onto a face.
Entire time, and actually have heard laughing now and then coming from the jury room, but they've yet to come to a decision. Now, keep in mind, unlike a criminal case where a unanimous verdict is needed, only 6 out of the 8 jurors need to agree one way or the other. Now, this all stems from a music video that Joseph Foreman, who goes by the name Afroman, made after deputies searched his home. Now, these 7 Adams County deputies are suing the rapper because that music video used footage from Afroman's security cameras as they conducted their search. Deputies were looking for marijuana, but didn't find any. Now, Afroman says he made that video to actually cover the cost of damage that he incurred during the search. Now, the deputies say that they've suffered from the creation of this video and have even faced death threats because of it. Now, during his closing argument, attorney Robert Kiplinger asked that jury for specific amounts of money for each of the 7 plaintiffs based on their pain and suffering they say they've experienced. Now, the highest amount requested is $1.5 million for Lisa Phillips, and then $1 million each for Brian Newland and Randy Walters. Now, the attorney then asked jurors to award a total of $400,000 to be divided among the remaining plaintiffs, Sean Grooms, Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley, and Mike Estep. Here's more of what Kiplinger told the jury before they began deliberation.
You can't issue an order that says stop. You can't issue an order that says, say you're sorry.
Great. Good job.
All you can do is issue a verdict for an amount that fairly stands in, represents what they've been through, what they've lost.
Next up was Afroman's attorney, David Osborne. He told the jurors this is a clear-cut First Amendment.
Is it a clear-cut First Amendment? Thank you very much, Nehemiah, for $5. He has been Kirkified. I don't see the Kirk. I'm going to be real. I don't see the Kirk.
Case. He says the controversial music video is no different than the parody and social commentary from shows like South Park, Saturday Night Live, and even the Johnny Carson show. Here's a little bit of his closing argument.
What does this message send if we find that music and social commentary
Yeah, hell yeah, that's Afroman's attorney. Fuck yeah, that's Afroman's attorney. Look at that guy. Oh my God, he looks like a law school warlock. This guy fucking whips. It's like if Hagrid took the bar. Oh, this guy, I love this dude.
Maybe not the most tasteful thing in the world is silence because a public official, while hurt by it, yes. Unhappy by it, yes. Pissed off, yes. Emotional, yes. What opinion does that sound? I mean, if you can sue people, music, art.
He looks like an 1700s. Now, 1800s, like robber baron decided to fuck off to the woods and be a druid. This guy whips.
Comedians to shut him down. That's what we're looking at.
Allie Ray, thank you very much for rating with a party of 3. Hope you had a wonderful stream.
Here.
Now, it's not clear if the judge will make them stick around much longer or if he'll allow them to go home for the night and return tomorrow morning. Now, keep in mind the trial had been scheduled for a total of 5 days, so it's slated to go Thursday and into Friday. So the court will be available if need be. In West Union, I'm Christian Hauser.
Christian, thank you. Whichever.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. Now, back to Alex. Alex is being, like, this is... it's been a minute since I haven't heard any of the new Knowledge Fight stuff, but now I have episodes to look forward to.
I mean, am I supposed to be on your show? Like, I don't know, but play poker. But
yeah, Christ, he is fucked up. Was that on YouTube? I listened to a bunch of Yale psychology courses today, and now it's fucking, or I got through 2.5 of the like psychology lectures, and now it's just gonna be my entire fucking home feed forever. What was I doing? Tim Pool, Alex Jones. Let's go. The Culture War with Alex Jones. No, that was why I want the 8 months ago, stream 4 years ago. Do we not have a D-Day Cobra? Get the fuck out of here. Can somebody get me a link to the full thing? Oh, it might be over on fucking, yeah, it's probably on Rumble. 21 hours ago. Oh, wait, here we go. Okay, this will be the full thing. I ran Maytech. No, I think we found it. All right, let's go finish one.
Yeah. Well, we want to do a poker game with you and a few other people. Not so much about poker, but about having fun, goofing off, and I think it'd be really fun to play a game.
I'm ready. I'm ready. But don't follow me at Real Life Shows on X, Infowars.com.
Fuck, man. Fuck, man. He is so... Oh... For real, I don't think he's just drunk. I feel like there's something medical happening here. I mean, okay, so here's the thing. Is Alex Jones has a long history of, like, showing up on stream, showing up to things drunk and high. Alex Jones has a very... If you don't, again, this is one of the many, many things that Knowledge Fight kind of has helped illuminate, and why I think it's useful to go and dig into these people's, like, who they are personally. Because when you see these patterns in Alex Jones's behavior, it becomes apparent how much of a clout chaser he is. Like, he is a tailcoat rider from way back, and he understands also the kind of meme value he has. So Alex Jones understands if he goes on something and is visibly drunk, if he goes and says something stupid or says a slur or, you know, makes a joke about gay frogs, that it's going to end up as a fucking a clip on Twitter, right? He knows that. However, the thing I really want to hear about is the InfoWars closing next month and him begging for scraps.
We're getting shut down. We beat so many attacks, but finally we're shutting down like the middle of next month.
Wow,
it's gonna be insane what happened. Poker, but
yeah. Well, we want to do a poker game with you and a few other people. Not so much about poker, but about having fun, goofing off, and I think it'd be really fun to play a game.
I'm ready. I'm ready. But don't follow me at Real Life Shows on X, Infowars.com. We're getting shut down. We beat so many attacks, but finally,
I couldn't tell if he said don't follow me or go follow me on Real Alex Jones, because I think whenever they lose InfoWars, I think the Real Alex Jones account will also be lost, which is so funny.
Finally, we're shutting down like the middle of next month.
Wow,
it's gonna be insane what happens. People,
Yeah. So
the fake receiverships, the fake auctions, all of it's happening right now.
So what are you gonna do? You're launching a new thing, or what are you doing?
Yeah, Alex Jones Network will be fine.
All right.
Well, Alex Jones Network will be fine. Whatever. The thing that I know this is going to be viscerally uncomfortable, and I want to see him. Yes, Tim Pool was paid by Russians. Navigate this, because I wish Tim
Today
Pool.
we saw 2 attacks, and we know one of them was
Fuck off.
And to teach, join the Discord at timcast.com. Support the work we do. Don't forget to also smash that like button.
I genuinely cannot imagine being like, yeah, I want to join. I want to hang out with this dude. This seems like a cool guy that I can learn from.
And share this show right now. If you're just tuning in, share it with everyone you know. That really does help. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is the great Alex Jones.
Oh boy.
The great. Who are you? What do you do?
I was thinking about Joe Rogan's vagina right now.
Whoa, dude. That's fucking... So, when I was a bouncer, and even when I was working service jobs, you see this kind of person come in a lot. Because, and you notice and you pay attention, because they're the kind of person who will probably yell at you if you don't serve them, but if you do serve them, you will lose your job. It is, yeah, I was a bouncer. I've talked about me being a security guard before. This is, and this is the guy that sits down at a bar, and the first words out of your mouth is that. As a bartender, you are going, okay, yeah, here's a glass of water, buddy. Have this, drink this, and he'll be like, oh, I'm gonna get a shot of tequila and Modelo, and you just got to be like, yeah, and then not give it to them, because guess what? They will not remember asking for it. They won't. And your job is to make sure that they do not get any fights, make sure that they do not steal any other alcohol. Oh, man. No, Ghosty A, we'll watch the Tectone part after this. No shit, Bloinker, there seems to be blood in his alcohol system. For sure. For sure. He's looking bad, dude. Yenzo, didn't Alex Jones basically get famous for exposing a bunch of rich white men cosplaying as some ancient gods at a place called Bohemian Grove? So the Bohemian Grove thing, he rested his laurels on that for a long time, but Alex Jones was a I don't want to say a renegade or anything, but he was a standout in conservative spaces through the late 90s and particularly the mid-aughts. Because amid the incredibly jingoistic war on terror, he was one of the only voices that, I don't want to say played to, but appeased a more anti-war conservatism. And most importantly for his, at the time, kind of libertarian audience, a lot of that came down to not wanting to expand the security state, not wanting to expand the nanny state, like all of those kind of little libertarian fixations. And over time, he's just realized that, like, he gets the most play from the far right. And that's what he started playing into more. Oh, yeah, Max Danger 17. Hey, congratulations. Max Danger, yesterday was my 1 month sober from booze. There's nothing like an Alex Jones sloppy appearance to remind me I'm on the right track. Congrats. Oh, goodness gracious. Come here, Yus. Hey, knock it off, Yus. Good girl. Good girl. Come here. Yes, Nehemiah, he did say that. He said, thinking about Rogan's vagina right now. So the other thing that Alex does, and again, Knowledge Fight fans, you know what I'm talking about. He really he's a very crass person. And so one of the things that I don't think Knowledge Fight digs into enough or acknowledges enough is there are two things I've noticed about Alex Jones that Dan and Jordan have probably mentioned it at some point, but I don't see them hammering on it enough. And that is his preoccupation with things from his adolescence, particularly his ideas of masculinity and what a man needs to be. And the fact that he is at his core, and I need people to understand this, Alex Jones is at his core a fucking nerd, a bona fide shove, like kick me sign on your back, steal your lunch money nerd. However, he was raised with these ideas of masculinity that led to him being like really overemphasizing masculine qualities, being like a lifter, and like he was a good looking guy when he was younger. I don't think anybody can fucking debate that Alex Jones back in the day, complete stud. So to speak. And he, like, a lot of his fuck-ass ideas come back from his father, very obviously. But then you listen to him talk about things, and at first it was a little bit, I was like, okay, maybe listening to a lot of Knowledge Fight, at first I was like, okay, maybe he just likes Star Wars, right? Because he knows every fucking voice, every fucking line from the OG trilogy by heart. And he'll do it in like a full Darth Vader voice and like all this stuff. And it's like, wow, maybe you just watched Star Wars as a kid, you know, whatever. But it keeps fucking happening. And the more you listen and the more you like, there was a point, and Alex or Dan and Jordan didn't know the reference that Alex was making. They were like, what the fuck is he talking about? And they were just laughing over it. But I was like, no. It's because he's a fucking nerd. He was quoting line for line, bar for bar, one of the Master Control Program speeches from the original Tron. Like, and he does this with mostly sci-fi, but a lot of fucking fantasy too. To the point where, you know, this is a dude who wore out VHSs of fucking Conan, who has seen Lord of the Rings a ton of fucking times, who watched all of the Star Trek, all of the Star Wars movies, fucking loved Dune. Like, he's a fucking nerd. And the reason I bring that up now is because one of the things that's where I think his need to perform and overcompensate, especially with other people in these spaces, comes from. And part of that is wanting to put on a good show. Even if it's kind of embarrassing for people like Tim Pool, if he goes on and he opens with, like, he knows that people will run these stories about him and capture and be like, oh, look at what Alex Jones said. And he wants that approval. He is like a 50-year-old class clown, essentially. That's what he's doing here. If you find yourself asking like, well, that's a fucking weird thing, it's because he's drunk. He's at the end of his rope, and at his core, he is a class clown. He wants to be liked by the cool kids, except that, like, dog, it's the cool kids are apparently Tim Pool, so oof, rough. Sorry, there's something going on out in the hallway.
That's a weird way to introduce yourself, Alec.
Yeah, it is. So here's the other thing that I already noticed a little bit in the clip of. Tim Pool is not a good journalist. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. Seems like everything is fine. I noticed it a little bit in the clip that we were watching on Twitter before. There's a level of Tim having to... So Tim Pool is not a good interviewer. He is not a good conversationalist. He's not interesting to listen to. We know all of this. But the test of a good interviewer comes when they can't control the situation entirely, how well they can play off of somebody, how interesting their banter and dynamic can be. Can they try and make up for that if the subject isn't very interesting? All of these things cross through most people's heads. Tim Pool cannot manage any of that. So there's this little bit of panic I sense seeping in, that he is going to have these kind of awkward reactions because a Alex Jones that is drunk on air is not something that he feels, understandably, equipped to be able to control that environment. That's my kind of going into this. That's my hypothesis. All right, I'll be right back.
Well, Joe's like, I love Joe, but like, oh my God, we better not have an event. The terrorists might get us. We just give up and go away. We can't ever have a meeting because the Iranians might stick their ding dong in us. I think Joe's afraid of the Iranian ding dong.
You're a Joe Rogan commentator, professional.
No, I like Joe. I mean, a little bit. Here, I'm surprised by Joe saying that. Like, oh, let's not have a USC event.
Well, I don't
the
think
Iranians
he said
might get us.
it.
I mean, I'm against the war. Let's be clear. But let's keep the buses and the trains and the airplanes on time. Let's not the fucking Iranians might get us. So
he's already swearing.
I'm already swearing. Gotta follow every little AI rule. No. Here's the deal. Let's all just hide Joe Rogan's vagina, and then we'll all be safe.
Jesus. Good to have you, Alex.
It's
It's
a
going to be fun. We can already
giant
tell.
Joe Rogan vagina.
Luke is sitting
and we
next
all
to
just
him.
fly up into it, and we're all safe.
Safe in Joe
Thanks
Rogan's
for coming.
Luke.
What an introduction.
You
How do
heard
I top
dancing
that?
like safe under her black wings. I'm safe in Joe Rogan's big ass pussy vagina.
Well, there you go.
Like that? Yep.
Luke's here.
There's that. Yes. I don't know how
Thought
you
you'd have that tonight.
Good to be here with some old friends.
I would be so pissed. I would be so pissed if you had me on, if I had to co-host with that. Like, Tim Pool, you bring that shit on yourself. Luke, We Are Change on YouTube. Yeah, sure, dude. Fools, Aaron, wasn't part of the reason his wife divorced him was being an abusive alcoholic. One of the reasons, I believe one of his wives divorced him. B. Parker, do you think we would have been spared a lot of trouble if this man came on the scene a little later in time as just a film podcast or something? No, I think Alex Jones was like, again, you listen to, I don't think he's like a smart person, but you listen to him talk about, especially people have noted his fixation with things like Dune, Isaac Asimov, a lot of like classic sci-fi. The dude fucking reads, or at least used to. Like, it is so clear that his head was in those fucking clouds, and then he got pilled on conspiracy theories and shit by his dumbass Bircher Society dad. Like, he could have been a completely competent, fine, creative science fiction author, but he became a late night conspiracy crank. Uh-oh. Slow-mo Panda woke to unexpected sirens here in Michigan. So scary. Are you doing okay?
War on Joe Rogan. God has ordered me. Nah, I love Joe. It's a joke.
Fuck, man. What? Like, he's so fucking drunk. It makes me uncomfortable a little bit to watch it. Really. Like just the social. Like I've been in situations with people like this before. I've had to tell people like this, like, hey, dude, leave her alone. She doesn't want your number. Hey, man, have this water. Hey, let's leave him alone or I'm gonna have to call the like. I've talked to people in this state before. Oh man. I'm not that guy. Do you believe Hassan's theory about Alex Jones being CIA? No. I think Alex Jones, no, I think he is too, he's too transparent in a way. Like, I think it has always been so easy to track where he's going to move, why he's going to, and a lot of it comes back to self-interest, self-aggrandizement, how he can make himself look better and cooler. And I think it behooves him more to keep, like, I honestly, another thing that sometimes I think the knowledge fight guys get a little bit too in the weeds on is who are his contacts that he's talking about in like the CIA or the FBI or intelligence agencies. He'll always talk about, I've heard about this from the top officials and the FBI, CIA, this is all coming out, folks. Like, he'll go into those things, but he never names names, obviously, because he's on radio. But they are always like, well, who do you think this is? This could be this person that he's had on before. And I think it's usually simpler than that. I think he's just making that shit up. I think he is literally just, and it has paid off for him so long to be like, yes, I have this contact in the CIA, but I can't tell you about it. And if people ask behind the scenes, he can just go, I can't tell you about it. Like it's kind of a perfect ruse for somebody on the inside. But I would say, like, I think Tucker Carlson is. Like, and that's the thing, is that you could look at the state of, psychological operations done by the CIA and be like, yeah, they've done dumbass shit before. Just the entire intelligence apparatus has. That's not new. But Tucker is a very particularly canny operator in how he, even though I think he is a dumbass as a person, he changes so much to suit incoming trends. That's the thing. Right? That's the thing that always trips me up, is that when Tucker will start talking about something, or even starting to break away from shit like Trump, from, criticizing, like, well, I don't think we should be spending money and going to war with Iran. And like, he'll do his fucking shtick and he'll talk about how, like, well, I sat down with President Putin and like, and all Tucker has done in the last like 5 to 10 years has really been to muddy the water, particularly as he's left Fox, has really been to muddy the waters of the conservative movement. Like, that is what Tucker Carlson does. And it is so, like, yeah, and Tucker Carlson's dad was actually in the CIA. Yeah, and Pete Buttigieg and Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, God, Tulsi fucking Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard has a nightmare history that people do not talk about enough. Grunge Soup and Maxine Twilights, thank you very much for following. All right, here we go.
Okay, I guess Luke's here.
Yeah, hi guys.
In fact, how about I just take you all on right now? You guys are fucking tough. You're pretty tough. How about we just fucking fight right now? You're fucking real men. All of you. Come on, let's go. Every one of you. Let's go. Let's
He is...
Prove how fucking badass you are. Slug, let's go. You think you can fucking take me? Let's see what happens.
I don't think I can take you.
No, you can. Why don't you fucking do it right now? Every fucking man in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go. 8. Let's go.
Robbie will fight you.
I'm ready.
Robbie.
I'm ready. That's a big motherfucker over there. I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war.
Nervous laughter. Would I get a caption of nervous laughter? There you go.
You can do it right now. Every fucking man in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go. 8. Let's go.
Robbie will fight you.
Who the fuck? What the fuck? What was that brief clip of Gary Oldman's fucking Dracula?
3,
Who the
4,
fuck is
5,
that
6,
guy?
7. Let's go. 8. Let's go.
Fucking Count Chocula over here. What the fuck is this? How? They're such fucking dorks, man. Like, that's the thing that gets me. They're such fucking dweebs. Like, look at this shit. You're not fucking Slash. You can't be rocking a top hat in the big 2-6. Man.
Go.
Robbie will fight you.
I'm ready.
Robbie.
I'm ready. That's a big motherfucker over there. I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm ready to fucking live in Joe Rogan's vagina.
Wait. What did Alex Jones just say?
5, 6, 7.
What? Did y'all hear that, chat? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Live in Joe Rogan's vagina.
It's just not tonight.
Lube it up.
Just gonna
I suck his pussy every night.
It's just that.
Whoa, that's
we try
crazy.
to be family friendly.
That big old neocon.
Not
just sit there
tonight.
and lube it up.
He's gonna get the show taken down.
I'm like the engineer. I'm like,
Get the show taken down.
Oh, Lindsay. And I watch like Rubio gets in, and then in comes Huckabee with his 12-foot. And they just boom, boom. And I'm just sitting there like,
Huckabee's
take care of
that hung, huh?
That's what I do. Oh, God, Huckabee's got an 18-foot dick. And I just lube up those cocks, those neocon cocks, and then y'all comes in with that 80-footer.
I imagine.
Just cures Trump.
I imagine Huckabee.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, no, you said that's Moon Lord. Are you joking? Please tell me that's a joke.
Is watching, being like, I'm kind of offended, but that is a compliment. Let's go to the news. Let's start the news. All right, here's the story.
Oh my God, what a fucking disaster, man. Having to oh no, it's Sunchaser. It's fueling me. Like seeing Tim Pool be made uncomfortable, you little fucking worm. Oh yeah. Is Alex doing a bit? No, Alex is drunk. Ian equals Moon Guy? Moon Lord? Hey, what do you mean by Moon Lord? What the fuck? How? Goddamn Melon Kuma. I'm gonna be entirely honest. I don't think we're bullying people enough. We need to bully people more. You cannot be going out in public calling yourself Moon Lord, wearing a top hat, looking like you have political opinions about the Ninja Turtles, and then go on podcasts that get mad about immigrants and trans people. Like, what the fuck, man?
The story from the Daily Mail. Joe Rogan fears White House will be...
One of the Mooninites. My name is the Moon Lord. Bow down and worship it. I could never do I could never do a voice. Serve 2 coin Moon Lord. $1.99 from Dexter Bunko. Why do conservatives always sound gayer than me? It's performative masculinity. Like I was just talking about with Alex Jones. Like that's a big part of it. yeah, it comes back to this hyper masculine. Somebody brought up a good point because Christian Tate had a dumbass fucking video where he was just eating a giant shank of meat off the bone and was like, 2 steaks a day keep the gays away. And it's him eating meat off the bone, like with his a shirtless dude right next to him, just like, it's so performative. It's so performative where it's to the point where it can only be described as like it's parody. You know, it's the idea of you don't understand how stupid you look, especially to the people you're trying to offend. Yeah, it's theater. Like it's you cannot eat a fucking meal without needing to make it about your own sexuality and your comfort with your appearance and all that shit. Like you cannot do one of the most basic things that humans do. That animals do, that anybody does. Without trying to, oh, look how cool and manly I am. It's like, no, it's fucking, they're showboating as fuck. Yeah.
Targeted by Iran during UFC event. We have a short clip for you. It's only 40 seconds, but we'll play it to give you the context of what Joe was talking about.
Yeah. Are you excited for the White House card? That looks really good.
Yes. I'm excited. It sounds crazy. I know it's going to be very high security and high stress and weird to have a fight at the White House.
It's so, I also didn't realize, and again, Trump just says shit, so who knows, but apparently they're doing a racetrack around the White House too. Like fucking what?
Middle of a fucking war. Like, I would hope the war will be sorted out by June, but quite honestly, I'm not confident that that's going to be the case.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so that would be weird.
Yeah.
Having this very high-profile event where everybody's in one place at one time right there.
I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
So you're not excited to be
Well,
there?
that seems like,
yeah.
seems like you're asking for...
Holy shit. I hadn't thought of that at all.
How could you not think of that?
Well, because I'm not going to be there.
Oh, these are those 2 dipshit British people from that one show that these assholes had Brianna Wu on. God, why is politics so fucking small, honestly? Yeah, that's the British man. I said, if I'm remembering my quote correctly, I called him a horse what they done put glasses on, is how I believe I referred to him.
You're the one that's thinking it.
Because Joe Rogan is the goddess, his holy vagina realizes it's a threat.
I'm not really concerned about the White House itself. You know, of all the
Completely. Yep. Good, great instincts there, Tim. There's nothing to fucking bounce off of there. There's nothing to, just right over it. Oh yeah, trigonometry. Fucking idiot.
Places we secure in this country, Iran's not going to do anything at the White House.
Yeah, no, I love Joe, but I mean, that is a major pussy statement.
He didn't say don't do it. He just said that it's going to be a target, and sure, it's just, look, if Iran was going to
the real target is the neocons in Trump's butthole.
No.
Well, they're like, that's the main target. It's like,
well, I mean,
Trump is a target.
Iran would much prefer to get rid of the neocons that are pressuring Trump to engage in war.
You know about Pastor Manning, right? The fiery butthole, right?
The what?
Burn, 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 burn.
Jesus Christ. He's incoherent. I didn't think it was this bad, but he's like non sequitur out the waz, completely not following from one thought to another. Dead to May, not sure if you've talked about it yet, but there's a really alarming meningitis outbreak in the UK. I have not seen anything on that.
Yep, pull up Pastor Manning. It's the prophecy of Trump.
What's his name?
The prophecy of Trump?
I just had to have some fun. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's all humor. I love Joe Rogan. I love President Trump. My bottom line is this. You said start the show. Ruffin went live with, I love Rogan. Oh my God, this event, maybe we shouldn't have it. What the fuck are we talking about? If we're going to blow the shit out of the fucking mullahs, let's not worry about what they're going to do. Let's not cancel our boxing match. So I
agree.
But I mean, I get he's just being honest here. I'm being with Joe. I love Joe. All I'm saying is that I was against this war 12 days ago, and I said it's going to go wrong. They're going to block straight our moves. But I said once we're in it, because the mullahs are crazy or double down. Now they've done it. Now we stuck our wiener in the electric socket. So now we are committed, baby. Yeah. I'm not concerned.
And there's now multiple reports of 2 ceasefires that Donald Trump tried to do with the Iranians, and the Iranians are saying,
yeah, because they have the upper hand. They have no reason to.
No, we're not doing any of that.
Well, because the strategy, the Iranian strategy is that Trump is politically vulnerable in a midterm year.
Yeah.
They said they're autocratic. They can do whatever they want and they can just wait. And so the reported strategy is they'll take as much collateral damage as they have to because Trump is losing political points at home among moderates.
Because they're crazy Shiites, exactly.
Yeah, right.
And so now,
yeah, that's why.
Even though they're
because
losing,
they're crazy Shiites
politically and physically, they don't care because they're willing to die. Like I'm not comparing to Colonel Travis because they were the good guys, but they're willing to die, so they were the winners. Everybody loves the people that get sacrificed. So Iran is crazy, willing to do it. So what do we do now when they close the strait, which is done? And then what do we do when they keep doubling down and say, fine, hit me again?
Yeah, they're religiously, fundamentally fighting for life and death. Yeah. They understand, hey, we have to survive.
Their whole thing is about this coming.
Exactly. And then the new Ayatollah is even talking about the prophecies of Armageddon, and we have other Israeli top politicians, even Pete Hegseth talking about the Third Temple when he was in Israel. So all of these kind of like religious prophecies and zealots coming out and saying, bring it on.
Huckabee, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., saying, yeah, Israel takes it all.
Huckabee is...
Takes all what? All the Middle East?
Yeah. Well, Bibi just said
he's a U.S. ambassador. I call him the Israeli ambassador.
Yeah. Do you know Abe Lincoln was dealing with this? He had a midterm coming up, or he had an election coming up with the anti-war Democrats were going to get into power and end the Civil War in a stalemate. So he was like, we have to do something drastic because we may lose our power. He issued Sherman to just burn everything and kill as many people as possible, end the war as fast as possible. So worst case scenario, you see hell on earth be unleashed on the Iranian people.
Worst case. Oh, yeah. That's like the same shit. Yeah, Persephone Petruria. Abe Lincoln also in a war in Iran, famously. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking moron? One of the oldest... I hate this asshole. I hate your whack-ass style. I hate your fucking living death, water buying ass looking... fake pleather jacket bullshit self. I hate this guy.
People before the midterms. I don't want to see it, but I mean,
well, Trump said that. He said, I may destroy your whole country. They're like, well, I thought we're trying, half of them don't want to be with us. It's a disaster. That's why the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, like, I'm not a rocket scientist, but
no shit.
Eric Prince, a major hawk, said don't do it. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Kane, said don't do it because it's a roll of the dice. You don't roll dice on stuff. You roll dice on your own money. You don't do it on stuff like this.
Well, you heard what Rubio said about why we got involved. Israel was going to make an attack on Iran. We knew that there would be a retaliation targeting the United States. So Rubio says we don't want to take a defensive posture, so we decided to go in with them. And
which they had testimony in Congress 2 days ago confirming that. Yeah. So Israel made us do this. I don't. You know me. I'm
Israel
not the guy with a hard on for Israel, but Israel should not be calling our shots.
No shit.
And I think Trump should have been like, good luck.
Yeah, because if they'd responded and attacked us, then we could have been like, hey, we have no choice now.
Exactly.
But this makes us look like an aggressor.
Exactly. We should have taken the attack. Then we'd be the victims.
I'm sorry. We should have taken... What? None of these people see literally any value in fucking human life. Like every aspect of war and struggle and death and poverty is completely abstracted to them. It's like, yeah, no, exactly. We should have let an indiscriminate, like we should have allowed, first off, this hypothetical and virtually almost guaranteed non-existent strike on American soil. We should have allowed it to happen like it's a fucking tug of war. God, fucking like actual monsters.
Then blow the show.
Exactly. It's not, you know, and there's the challenge, right? Because that's, and you know this better than anybody, but the Project for a New American Century, when they, who was it who said that?
April 2020, we had a Pearl Harbor event to launch the American Empire.
And then there was the quote that I think it might have been Rumsfeld saying, sometimes we need a terror attack to remind people of what we're protecting them from.
He said we need 3,000 dead.
Yeah.
Which is crazy, which is Pearl Harbor, which they had on 9/11.
Yeah. And that's the challenge. I mean, if we did nothing and Iran attacked us, then we'd go in. And what Rubio said was then we'd be in hearings talking about how we knew it was going to happen and we didn't do anything to prevent it.
Well, I'll be honest. If there was a...
No, because guess what? We knew it was going to happen. Okay, then tell us what was going to happen. Then that would have been preventative action, if anything actually was going to happen. But you can't trust anything these motherfuckers say, because even in the last, there was a really great summary of it. I saw somewhere, I don't remember where it was, but somebody summarizing just the last week where Trump has said, we are winning the war, we need support. We don't need support from people, but we do need support from our allies. But we're going to leave the strait, but also we're going to go boots on the ground so we can take the strait back. But also if we left the strait, it would be everybody else's problem, but also we're the ones protecting everybody else, but also everybody else is abandoning us. And it's this like at what point can you just not try and contort yourself around the fucking idea that he just doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, that Trump is just a goddamn idiot moving through the world reflexively at this point?
Magic red button to send the Muslims to Mars, I'd hit it. But every time we do this, they just put the head of Al-Qaeda, before Trump got in charge of Syria. Israel created Hamas. So here's the deal. If we were actually fixing it, I'd be for it. Islam's cancer. But we don't fix it. We put worse Muslims in.
And we finance and we train them and we give them arms and we give them weapons and we give them training, and then it bites us in the butt. And it's like, what did we think was going to happen here?
I love them understanding insofar as blowback happens when the United States imperial machine interacts with the affairs of other countries, indiscriminately murders or allows entire swaths of citizens to be murdered, abused, tortured, suspected of anything, all to keep out, some nebulous specter, this leftover ghost of Red Fear, Red Scare bullshit. And so they can at least cogitate that, hey, this happened as a result of our actions, but the passive voice there is like, oh, yeah, like, I can't believe that they came out, they hate us for doing this stuff again. Like, why are we even doing it? No, it's like, just no fucking intellectual honesty. It always needs to come back to rah, America is the good guy, even when we are quite literally proven to be the bad guy.
Israel even came out today, and they're saying that this regime is unlikely to fall. Obviously, everyone knew this was going to happen. The war games were there
They
too.
gave the report week before.
Yep.
And I was called a Qatari agent for reading the report that admitted this.
Yeah.
I have got no money from Qatar. I'm waiting for the money right now.
There's also rumors that the son of the Ayatollah is already dead.
Yeah. I think he's in a coma at least. The
Well,
Israelis have not lied about who they killed.
Oh yeah, the Israelis have not lied about who they've killed. Sure, I do. We got to be on Netanyahu watch. We got to have a new segment, Netanyahu watch, because like somebody brought up. Look, every video they've put out of Netanyahu, he hasn't been at security meetings. He hasn't been live on camera anytime. Every video they've put out has had something weird or off about it. Every single one. They have all looked like cheery fucking promo photo ops from before that have been retooled, recreated in some way. And somebody brought out a really good idea that you're supposed to sit Shiva for 7 days, right? If in the Jewish faith, if somebody dies, you sit in Shiva for 7 days out of mourning. Somebody noticed that Netanyahu's son stopped posting 7 days ago. And after 7 days, just restarted posting. Look, I'm just saying, there is more evidence for him being gone right now than there is for him being here. That's all I could really say. There is more, I don't think for sure or know for sure he's dead. But man, real fucking weird. Real
the
fucking
rumors
weird.
in Israel is that he's dead.
Well,
And
there's
there's no
one thing.
official
There's
reporting.
one thing Israel tells truth about is who they killed. They said they killed the Ayatollah a week and a half ago. It was true. And they said, well, this guy's in a coma. I believe it.
So it's Israel saying he's in a coma.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
All right. Well, there was rumors last week, we had talked about it, that he got wounded, he's fine. Then they said they amputated his leg. He didn't show up for his own coronation ceremony or whatever. Now they're saying he's in a coma. I would not be surprised if in 2 or 3 days they're like, yeah, he's dead. And the reason...
I think he probably is dead.
I don't know for sure, but I think they do have good reason strategically.
Well, they drop.
Nehemiah, doesn't mean much. Sitting Shiva doesn't prevent you from using technology, if I'm not mistaken. And look, I'm far from an expert. I just saw somebody I saw somebody propose that as an idea, and I wanted to present it to you. I don't know. Honestly, I don't think he's dead. I think it's just a very weird fucking game that everybody's playing, and I don't get the rules. Why? Like, just have him join any of the fucking security meetings, have him fucking Skype in to an interview or something. Like, he was everywhere. He couldn't stop talking about his best fucking friend in the world, Charlie Kirk. In like the weeks after Charlie got kirked. And in the middle of the war that they've been wanting and clamoring for decades, he can't make a fucking appearance?
30,000-pound bombs on you, probably.
Right. But the Iranian government's not going to want to admit that the United States has repeatedly just killed all of its leaders, its new leader, and wiped out their government. That and the people might actually revolt, and the chain of command breaks down. So they're going to say, no, he's alive. Here's a statement to keep the confidence going that they exist, to try and outlast Trump, because Trump's politically vulnerable right now. But I think it'll be concluded in a few weeks if Trump really does escalate bombing campaigns. And that doesn't mean we win. It doesn't mean the government is over. What I'm saying is, we may stop striking, they may stop striking, but nothing may be resolved.
No, I agree with that. I mean, here's the deal.
No, we won't, because another thing today is that there was a massive... Here we go. This is from today, by the way. There have been major Israeli attacks on major natural gas factories. Iran's South Pars gas fields have been hit. It's the world's largest natural gas reserve and the backbone of Iran's energy sector, producing billions of cubic meters of gas annually. Apparently sitting Shiva does discourage using tech. Interesting. Yeah, this is bad. There's been a lot of stuff. I think Scott Bessent today was talking about inflation. Was that today? Oh, fuck off, Bloomberg. Oh, but sorry, the Scott Bessent thing. So Scott Bessent was talking about how tariffs are making up, inflation's at like 3% right now, which is not great. And tariffs, he said, make up about half to 3/4 of that inflation. And that is before what we're about to see, an entirely different consequence of Trump's just dumbassery, which is the spiking oil prices are just going to keep fucking going. They're just going to keep go up. It's not going to get fucking better. Again, people are just starting to like really feel tariffs and shit now. People are just starting to really see, like, when they go to a grocery store, they're like, fuck, man, this used to be like $20, $30. Now it's $50. It's scary as shit. Solar Lander, thank you for 29 months in a row.
גם במהלך היום הזה צפויות הפתעות משמעותיות בכלל הזירות שעלו מדרגה את המלחמה שאנחנו מנהלים מול איראן והחיזבאללה.
Good. Fucking
Israel.
Go for it, Iran. Iran may have just attacked a vessel in the Strait of Hormuz. It was hit by an unknown projectile. It set on fire. BBC live feed on Iran's got it. BBC live feed. Let me see it. I said live, motherfucker. I can't go skipping through these. These motherfuckers didn't leave my fucking feed for days last time I did. Oh, Tulsi and Kash Patel hearing on
annual worldwide threat assessment hearing.
Rough. All right, that'll be up next. Anyway,
I want an exit
back
strategy.
to Alex.
And I would love to get rid of the Mullins. I said when it started 12 days ago, I said, it started, I think it's not going to work. I hope they fail. I hope they fall right now. But it didn't happen. But I'm not a rocket scientist.
Oh, live feed on their website.
And all
Okay,
the
give me a second.
reports told him it probably wouldn't work.
Yeah.
And my listeners are like, you're a Qatari agent. No, like the Pentagon said, don't do it. Because it's a roll of the dice. It didn't work.
What's up with all this, like, the Israel stuff?
That's retarded. I've never been to Israel, nothing to do with Israel. Anytime I'm like, people are like, it rained today, Israel did it. I'm like, well, no, it's...
Vessel on fire in Strait of Hormuz, UK MTO says. Effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz, the world's busiest oil shipping channel, leaving many vessels and sailors stranded and in dangerous situations. Rough.
It's like,
you know, the reason I ask you is because you've got more experience in the independent media space, particularly when it comes to government conspiracy, psychological operations, and all that. And you know, you've been here longer than anybody else. And then all of a sudden, over the past 6 months, there's been this dramatic shift online where now everyone's just talking about Israel doing everything all the time. Like all the conspiracy stuff that you've talked about when it comes to liberal economic order, you know, Project for New American Century, all that is just gone now. No one cares. None of it exists. It's just Israel did it.
It's because Qatar doesn't lie about it. They spend like $20 million a year on this. And so it doesn't mean that stuff about Israel isn't true. They have changed the whole subject into that instead of China and the EU trying to censor Americans. So I like, hey, the EU's trying to arrest Elon Musk with huge fines. Or Brazil.
He's absolutely not even following. Goddamn, he's so... It was a great freeze frame. He is so fucking hammered. He is not even... He doesn't understand what Tim Pool is even trying to go for. Tim Pool is asking about why do you think everybody is anti-Semitic? Why do you think... It's because... Like, largely, it's because Tim Pool and people like Alex Jones helped normalize the rhetoric of people like Nick Fuentes. And so a bunch of sub-room temperature IQ ding-dongs will just be like, oh, well, actually, it's the Jews behind everything. Instead of being like, no, actually, it's the economic structures of Israel that help imperial power maintain a force in that area. And they have their own political ambitions because they're a disgusting fucking ethno-state. Like, it's an easy answer for a complex question. Or it's a easy answer for a question that deserves a complex one.
Shut up, Israel. So it's kind of like a public woke up like a baby duck, kind of in principle, first thing it sees. So the public woke up, and so the Muslim Brotherhood, which Qatar funds, said, oh, the first thing you see is Israel, which Israel deserves in many ways, but it's also retarded because now the baby duck woke up and all it sees is Israel.
Yeah.
And so it's retarded.
Yeah, the conversation I often have about it is that, like, certainly criticize Israel for their machinations and what they're trying to do, but there's a whole bunch of other foreign policy and special interests around the world that the U.S. is involved in that has nothing to do with the Middle East.
Well, exactly. I'll cover China running like half the Democrats with proof, and half the comments are, why are you covering up for Israel? It's like they don't. I cover like, oh, literally like there were fires and floods in Texas a few months ago, and half the comments were, why cover for Israel? There's like can't cover a flood, can't cover a fire, can't cover. It's just Israel, because it's all they know, and they think that's the secret thing. That's the special little treat.
I think social media is doing it on purpose. And the reason people think this is because it's being blasted into their feeds 24/7, which triggers other people to blast it
No, I
out.
agree. The system wants this clash. That's what I explained. Like
the system wants this. Meanwhile, hey guys, what's the most used here? Oh, it pisses me off so much when people understand broadly what the problem is, but then completely misdiagnose where it's coming from. So you can at least agree, we can agree on this, that yeah, the social media algorithm pushes this shit and it radicalizes people and pushes them further down these rabbit holes of wanting to believe this delusional bullshit, and it self-reinforces from there. Hey guys, what's the #1 social media used by folks like you right now? What's the #1 social media you see people like Tim Pool and Alex Jones interacting on, spreading these conspiracies? It's Twitter, but they think Twitter is good. They think it's awesome that Elon took it over and turned it into a fucking slop factory for their bullshit. Always fun to see cognitive dissonance resolving itself for them.
Well, they want to divide and conquer people. They want people fighting each other based on superficial differences. The first thing I kind of think about here is Cass Sunstein, Obama's information czar. He literally wrote the white paper on disinformation, and he talked about how
I cannot give a fuck about Cass Sunstein. What are you, stuck in 2012 with your stupid ass, fucking yee ass, Richard Spencer looking haircut? Get the fuck, Cass Sunstein? Who are you, Glenn Beck? Eating Glenn Beck's reheated fucking leftovers, dog.
Legitimate criticism by making it seem crazy. He literally wrote the book. He was also connected to Epstein, too. He'll discredit it by putting out fake actors out there that will make theories that sound really crazy, so you destroy any kind of legitimate criticism or question.
And then Nick Fuentes, who's critical of Israel, is banned from YouTube, and Candace Owens has put up on the front page.
Yeah. Well, but here's my deal. People ask why I attack Candace Owens.
Nick and Candace agree on more than they don't. What the fuck is your point there? Nick is, like, Candace isn't exactly shilling. Also, Nick has a much longer history of using much more explicit racial slurs and violent rhetoric. And thus far, while Candace Owens has been fucking insane, she has not advocated for open violence and open hate attacks on people like Nick Fuentes has. Like, what the? Yeah, Ghost EA, Cass Sunstein, that's a blast. Yeah, fucking right. It's like I was listening to, again, I've been going back through the Knowledge Fight archives and listening to talk about Rod Blagojevich, Blago. I was like, it was like astral projecting to another time when, you know, I would hear Rush Limbaugh talk about Blago. It was like, whoa, that was crazy.
She says, ice melts at 30 degrees. And she says, I'm a time traveler. I mean, it's just like...
Charlie was a time traveler.
Yeah, he was a time traveler, exactly. I'm just like... I'm not even saying I trust TPUSA. I'm not saying we got a cover-up of Charlie Kirk, but I cannot buy Mitch Snow with a hammer, convicted of beating his wife with a hammer, and then he puts a story out, she attacked me with a hammer, and Candace goes with it and raises me $200,000. And I'm just like, I'm not going to lie. Like, it's just crazy.
Let's jump to this story. We got this video that's going viral.
Oh, it's so fucking funny. The idea that Tim is trying to, like, get any blood from this stone, and he's just like, at every turn, Alex is like, yeah, that's fucking great. Joe Rogan's giant vagina. And Tim Pool just has to be like, well, okay, so next up, we gotta talk about this. Woo.
From Mario Knopfel. He says, Netanyahu, quote, we will make it to the return of the Messiah, but this will not happen next Thursday. And so this video has been making the rounds, of course, and it's got 400,000 views. And there was an article written a few days ago, Israel is gripped by messianic fervor for a biblical war. Now, there's another video that's massively going viral where everyone's saying that he said return of the Messiah, as if to imply he believed in Jesus Christ. When you actually...
No, he's Jewish Messiah.
No, it says return. The Jews believe the Messiah has not come. So if Netanyahu says the return of the Messiah, that means he thinks the Messiah has already been here.
Did he say that?
So here's what I...
Did he say that? And dog, what? Oh, look, I'm not going to have literally any sympathy for Dim Tool of all fucking people. It is funny to look at these assholes down here have to just sit tinkering on their phone. Like, literally watch them. They are doing... This guy's playing fucking Wordle right here.
What I found in the transcript, when you ask for a translation through Grok or whatever, it says in Hebrew, in what he is speaking, it can be paraphrased either way, as in the era of the Messiah or the return of.
Well, David was the Messiah, so he returns under the Jewish law.
They do believe that David was the Messiah.
Dude.
He was the art. He was the art. Yeah, he was the precursor.
I thought they haven't had their Messiah yet.
No, but it's all. David was the Messiah. He returns.
Well,
hey, Jews in the chat, people of the tribe in the chat, is that true?
Either way, that is a component of why people have been sharing this clip quite a bit. But this plays into one of the theories. It's kind of interesting. This video is coming out now. There are a lot of people that are suggesting.
No, I haven't seen this yet.
Oh no,
I mean, we actually study the Old Testament. Everything's a precursor. So
yeah,
David is the precursor to the Messiah.
Yeah, it says that the Messiah will come from David's family line.
Yeah.
Well, so then again, my understanding is that return of is just
he means
translation.
The return of David.
So indeed, what's interesting about this is
Anyway, sorry.
The reason why this is picking up steam is that one of the theories amongst those who believe Israel runs everything is that they're trying to make everyone hate them because they have to go to war with the world in order to trigger the return of their Messiah. So if there really is this, as this article said, messianic fervor, and then you get Netanyahu literally saying we will make it to the return of the Messiah, but
this
not
vid is
Thursday,
still up.
A lot of people are coming and saying, second man's mouth. They are doing
No, I mean,
a lot
I
of
think that it's not all the Jews, but certainly there's different Jewish interests that get when they're attacked, they get more power. Netanyahu has been indicted. Netanyahu would be in jail right now, and so
why isn't he?
By him being under attack, he stays in power. So I'm not going to judge him. His weird Supreme Court battles. It's all so confusing. See, I just say I know the answers. It's so confusing. I don't know, but definitely they're invoking.
Just
this
seeing
stuff.
people react like this is so. It's disheartening, really. People watching this and being like, Alex is a wild man. Thanks for years of entertainment. I love Alex cutting Tim off because unlike other guests, there's nothing Tim can do about it. Aw, man. Poor Alex. He deserves better. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I hope you didn't let him drive. You gotta watch when Alex goes to the bathroom. He comes back just cranked up. I'm not meaning anything, but you can see it. Okay, well, we gotta watch that at least there. Doing coke in the bathroom is another long-standing tradition of Alex Jones.
And that's my point. Is that
AI judges?
I literally don't.
Are there identity concerns, semantics? Are there identity concerns with getting a new passport, or is it just expensive? It's just expensive. Like it is. Yeah, it's mostly just expensive. But I will be working on getting. Because I'm not going to the Cuban convoy. I don't have enough time. It is like a month-long process too, because you gotta send it away and then you have to fucking wait to get it back and all the shit. But I will be working on getting I have everything I need for it. I just need to go to local store, send it away, pay for it, which I'll do this month when I get paid.
Hey, Jews. Like, I don't sit with a big heart on and like about falling a banana peel by Jews. But now Israel is literally every step you can to make it all about Israel, which is not. It's China and the EU and all these powers. And it's just like constantly, oh, we're here. No, we're the. It's like, I'm smart enough to go, like, what's going on here? Like,
I'm smart enough to go, no, you're not, dipshit. You're smart enough to go, what's going on here, but not realize that the reason why people are after, again, Alex Jones will talk endless conspiracy bullshit about China, about anything else, about these people are the deep state is coming after Trump and all this bullshit. Won't talk word one about Gaza. Won't talk word one. We'll talk about how we're under an illegal immigrant invasion and the mullahs are bringing in people. Like, without talking about how billions of our dollars, our taxpayer dollars, have been massacring an entire civilian population for years now. And he's like, well, I don't know why. Why are people so mad about? I just, goddamn, I need to stop doing so many voices because I fall into doing other voices mid-voice. So I was just about to fall into doing Tucker again. I tell you what. Boy, I tell you what. Eminomenon, thank you for subscribing with Prime.
Every country has their own interests, and people that think that everything is about Israel they're totally overlooking the fact that every country has their own interests, they have their own agency, and they have their own plans. There are times where like the U.S. interests and Israel's overlap, but it doesn't mean that Israel's in control of everything.
But to that point, I understand what you're saying, Alex, that they are trying to take the spotlight in all of these affairs.
Exactly. Israel wants the attack because then there are people who get behind them. So it's not like Israel's involved in all the bad stuff, but they're like, okay, we'll be the villain.
Does he talk about Palantir? Only in like an abstracted way, like the way he regards and refers to, because he has to walk this tightrope between calling out these things conceptually he should be against, right? Where conceptually, based on his entire history, he should be against the expanding surveillance state. He should be against AI surveillance, should be against OpenAI and ChatGPT and all this other bullshit. But in effect, he is now too tied to Trump and the conservative movement that he cannot distance himself from these people who are in many ways becoming, certainly Elon tried to become a kind of a major conservative star in his own right. They are trying to bridge the gap between, finally bridge the gap and cement a bridge between politics and Silicon Valley. And so he has to, like, he does this tightrope act whenever he talks about this shit. Or whenever he talks about AI and Palantir and stuff like that.
I'm just like,
I actually think, you know, if you take a look at the latest media moves over the past several months, like the purchase of CBS and TikTok, there is a what did you used to call it, Alex? Problem reaction solution. So whether whether it's intentional or otherwise, you have this burst of anti-Israel and quite honestly a lot of anti-Semitic
the dialectic.
Then
problem solution. Yeah, that's the dialectic, dude. What do you?
This triggers prominent, wealthy millionaires and billionaires, Jewish and otherwise, to buy up these platforms to ban that content. So in essence, by having this large burst of anti-Semitic or anti-Israel content, you then create the circumstances by which you can get powerful interests to shut those things down.
100%. You just said it. And I don't know what the end game is. I'm just like, I'm against Israel trying to start a nuclear war, but I'm also not against Israel. I'm just like, man, I'm done. Like,
I'm fairly ambivalent. Foreign affairs is foreign affairs to me. It's crazy to me that there are people hyper for and against. No, I understand why people would be for it, especially if you're Jewish and you're Israeli.
Okay, the American mind on display right here. I'm against foreign affairs. I don't understand why somebody would be for and against. Actually, I understand why somebody would be pro-Israel. No conception of the reverse of that. What about somebody who's Palestinian? What about somebody who's Arab? Well, of course, they don't see them as equal people. What am I saying?
But the fact that there are so many people in the United States who are for and against it who are neither, that's strange to me. I'm like, we can talk about China all day.
How is it? No, that's what they're doing. That's the propaganda angle. Is like, why do you care about this? Why do you care about that? Like, that's what they're doing. That's the new. I've tapped into it. The narrative Tim Pool is going with is it's going to be cringe to care about the war. Why do you have such a strong opinion on this? It's like, I don't know. Billions of dollars of our fund. Like, we can't afford fucking new school books. We can't afford to pay teachers. We can't afford medical care. We're putting people in, we're spending billions of dollars as it is to put completely innocent people into fucking death camps. And then we want to start a war that has quite serious nuclear ramifications. God, gee, I can't imagine, Tim. Why would anybody be against that? Why would anybody be interested in foreign affairs all of a sudden? You fucking beanie-wearing dipshit. Catrify. Oh, hey, Catra. 1 year, let's go. Thank you for subscribing for 12 months.
Because they're willing to kill their own people. 2 days ago, I said Iran is belligerent. They're at bold. It's like, oh, you're a Qatari agent. I got to check yet. My point was they don't care. They're willing to die. So I'm saying, like,
same
what do
joke.
You do when you're
Just as good second time, dude.
Like, this is cuckoo town. Like,
well, I have a question for you, because again, I think you would know this better than most people, but we've talked about the U.S. motivations for going against Iran, and it largely has to do with the Strait of Hormuz, the 20% of oil and gas flowing through from the Gulf states, and the U.S. maintaining its economy on the petrodollar. So my position, my view of this is, the U.S. looks at Iran as a disruptor of international oil trade, for which we tell our customers, you use dollars to buy oil, we'll police the seas. Iran tells us to shove off, funds militias, Houthi rebels, they bomb cargo ships. So the U.S. says, this has to stop. I'm curious if you agree, or how do you see it?
No, that's it. That's it. And my point is, the
I've been doing well too.
Told Trump,
I've been meaning to reach out to you on Discord and disconnect again sometime.
Up, they can block the strait, and that's 25% of the oil, so it creates a crisis. Trump's like, well, we'll fix it in a year. Yeah, a year. Trump's whole plan to fix inflation is based on cheap energy. So this messes him up. So he's not thinking. That's why he's suddenly like, oh God, in the war. Oh God, yeah, which I agree with. Like, yeah, dude, this ain't like just blow some stuff up. So again, I actually wish the Muslims would all go away. I want Israel to be free. I'm not even. My sick thing is, I get nothing by being nice to Israel. I've never been to Israel. I'm not in Israel's team, but I want to blow up the Jews. I want to blow up Israel. I'm just like, stop using.
All right, let's get to something a little bit more interesting. I'm tired of hearing them.
For those that have been, by the way, he was convicted in 2016 of being an ISIS operative.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yep, more post-millennial, rad, dude. Sure.
Now the cops arrest him, and I see 50 videos where they pull over an illegal alien, does not turn the lights on their 18-wheeler. And they go, you can go, you're an illegal alien. It's like, what the hell is this?
Do you hear about the guy?
Another thing he told, yeah, dude, they're just, nobody is even trying. I wonder, I am willing to bet they were messaging each other at this point about how fucked up Alex Jones was. Catch, I've been doing great. Been in therapy for a few months. Also got started on Wellbutrin, and it's been a total game changer. Congrats. That's awesome. Reminder to everybody, take your meds.
I think he got 10 years for cheating in a fishing contest.
Yeah.
You heard the story? He was putting weights in his fish, so they convicted him. It's like fraud, 10 years, something like that. I don't know what the actual charges were, but...
Yeah, our system is great. Then if you have a crooked toenail, you go to prison. I'm like, hey, I want molesters, I want bank robbers, I want child molesters dead. Once you've done with them,
bank
then
robbers?
You worry about somebody cheating on a bass fishing.
Here you go. Texas fishing cheating scandal, why a man could face 10 years for allegedly tampering with bass. Maybe it's worse than any of us realize, but it's a terrible headline when you have an ISIS guy get released and then go commit a terror attack. And
what do you mean an ISIS guy? What about the fucking ICE agents committing terror attacks? Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Guy who was
cheating. ISIS guy goes kills people, and you're worried about a bass. Exactly. I'm like, what is this?
All right, let's go.
You got the House of Lords, and you got the House of the Commons. And, or House of Commons.
Does
The
he do a
Commons is
British
like
accent? He
reps,
probably
Lords
does a
is like
British
senators.
accent.
And I actually completely disagree with this.
Why?
I actually think
chat.
the U.S. should repeat the banknotes.
We got to go fast. We got to go fast. Oh, is that an AI? Yeah, that's probably an AI meme that he made. Hey, that's so cool. Are they going to... Is Tuple going to be like, yeah, so I made this AI thing. Could we put it up on the screen? Look at how funny that is, right, guys?
Record pace.
Well,
Matt Cat 777. Thank you. Shout out Wellbutrin.
Local population is just not reproducing, right?
Yeah.
They're bringing in new people, and then they're afraid to even hold the new people that they brought in accountable to the laws of the land. Yeah. There's roaming grooming gangs that just get away because police officers don't want to culturally offend people, as they're doing at least 30 arrests a day for speech in the United States.
This guy looks like racial caricatures of every kind of white European person at the same time. Like I can't, his look is offensive, but I can't put my finger on why or where. Just in general.
Kingdom. The UK is always the blueprint.
Yeah, we're
for
watching
the
a
kind of prison planet, the
125,
kind of
I think.
enslavement system that they want to roll out. This is what's going to be happening to America if we allow the same type of...
He looks like Richard Spencer was remade to make Richard Spencer more self-conscious about how bad his white genes are.
Steps that are happening even now, even under the Trump administration, with the digital ID, with the facial recognition scanners, all of this stuff is setting us up to a very dangerous situation.
I know it's bad, but think of the possibilities like this. Okay?
Pokemon on your
It's not a Pokemon.
I know, it's
That's
Sonic.
Sonic.
Oh no, Alex is in the...
But I'm making a joke about it. But yeah, I know who Sonic is.
Turning the...
That's... Oh, he was like, actually... It's not Pokemon, that's Sonic. God. People are just such fucking nerds, dude. A grown-ass man with a beanie. Like, look, I know we talk about video games and shit on here. I think I have a Sonic thing back here somewhere. I got a Pokemon right up there. Same shit. The idea of, as a grown-ass man, being like, look at this joke I made, and somebody being like, oh, it's Pokemon, right? And you're like, no, it's Sonic, dude. Fucking...
banknotes from the Bank of England into Pokemon cards. Actually, I gotta be honest, I don't rightly care for a 10-pound note with a picture of Churchill on it, but I would absolutely get one of these.
I mean, look, if they were like, oh, we're gonna take George Washington off the
Bro, they tore down Thomas Jefferson statues.
I'm fully aware of that, but there was pushback on that, and I understand that the left was very successful, but this is exactly why I think that it's so important to prevent the left from getting back into power. Like, if they get into power, it's going to be all of the stuff that was happening during the Biden administration, but it's going to be...
What happened during the Biden administration, dog? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh yeah, you know the heinous, the horrible, dark years of the Biden administration, where none of you people got the moral or legal judgment or punishments you deserved for blatant crimes, and now shit is worse for everybody. Like, dog, Biden admin was a best case scenario for you dumb fucks. You got a free meal ticket for 4 years to conspiracy theory fucking drone on about every time Biden took a speech or had a photo op in front of a red light, and you would be like, oh, this is obviously satanic. Blech. Like, sitting here being like, gosh, this could get really bad if we go back to the Biden. That's what they're fear-mongering about, by the way. They are saying, like, this is why Trump needs to win. This is why Trump is going to need to, take over the elections and shit. Because if they don't, the liberals will get in power. And not only will they take Winston Churchill's face off of shit, they're going to put Sonic the Hedgehog on it.
He ramped up like so much worse than it was.
I think this is a good thing. This is something that they started in 1999, the reform process of getting the hereditary peers out of office. They left 92 people in, and I think this is because of people like Tommy Robinson. They're
Tommy Robinson, noted fucking racist and dipshit.
moving away from hereditary monarchy.
Why do you think it's good?
Because I don't think you should be born into power like that. I don't think you should have a title passed down to your son. It should be democratic.
Why not?
Why
Because
not?
you want the best from your society, not the king's kid necessarily.
Well, the point is, Joe Rogan's vagina is this giant mothership.
Oh, yeah, he is. He's back. Oh, he's back and locking in, ladies and gentlemen. Whoo! What? Okay. For me, would you take the rest of the garbage out? No, it's fine. I got it. I'll do it. I'll do it when I get up to make dinner for everybody. No. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I love you. I'll get it. Mwah.
It protects the earth. The shield against all the Satanism is Joe Rogan's vagina.
Hey,
oh my God. It is night and fucking day. Holy shit. I've never seen, because I've never watched like the Knowledge Fight show, but there have definitely been a lot of moments where Alex will be on a panel or go and leave and come back and like this. Like a fucking lights flipped. He's like locked back in. And he's obviously not sober, but his attention is it's a little snowy. It's a little snowy, you know what I'm saying?
Alex, do you think that it's a good thing that UK is getting rid of hereditary parliament? House of Lords.
The fact is, they're getting rid of it to turn it over to the globalists.
Yep.
And Islam, and the mayor of London, all of it's totally disgusting.
You see this?
They're getting rid of the British House of Lords to turn it over to Islam. Okay, dude. Okay, well, which is it? Are the evil globalist leftists? Do they want to trans your kids? Do they want to, make everything feminist and ultra woke? Or are the globalists in a massive international plot to put Sharia law in place over everything? Because they're kind of like, I don't know.
Taking Churchill and other British leaders off their banknotes, replacing them with hedgehogs and badgers.
They've totally captured it. The UK has fallen.
Could you imagine, because Phil just mentioned this, if they announced they're taking George Washington and Lincoln off our
Well,
bill?
Trump was right when he said, that's why I love Trump so bad when he's wrong, because I need to win. He was like, they're going to take the American flag down. They're going to take Thomas Jefferson down. They were taking down Robert E. Lee. And soon enough, they said, oh, get rid of Thomas Jefferson. So that's the target.
Thomas Jefferson was a pedophile rapist, and I will fucking stand by that. Look, there's a lot of shit you can. I just got done reading today. I was reading. I finished Cat's Cradle by Vonnegut, which is great. But there is a line in there that uses something that I was recently informed was a slur. Granted, I don't think it was at the time. Or it certainly wasn't regarded that way at the time. And it was one of those things where I was like, okay, but you move on past it. It reminds me of, because I was also, I was trying to think of, why was I thinking about Candide? Because I'm always thinking about Voltaire, really. I'm always thinking about my sweet French baby Voltaire. No, and it got me to thinking about Candide, which was written, like 1800s, 100 years earlier, and that's another story that relies, like, there is a lot of racial profile. Well, it's very casual racism, right? And so you can look at stuff like that and put it in the context of the time it was made, the people who made it, even if you don't necessarily agree with those people. What was the book I read last year for the Sound and the Fury? I read The Sound and the Fury. That is a book written by a dude who you would read the book and be like, oh, this guy's probably against racism. But he was actually like a little bit more complicated than that. Kind of a racist dude. Pretty good book. And so you have these like conflicts between how society has evolved, but also these people who contributed to it in instrumental ways. That is far different than somebody like Thomas Jefferson. That is so much different than somebody who used their position of power to rape, to torment, to torture, to ruin the lives of innocent people. Somebody like that deserves to have their name stricken from history, in my humble opinion. Alexis Vandam, thank you for 6. Alex be stepping off screen to snort that coke dust off RFK's toilet seat. Also, that one guy looks like David Duchovny chased a parked car. Oh, don't do my boy David like that. Reading Charlotte Bronte, it's pretty chill. Bronte is very chill. Ethan Lycan bought a copy of Slaughterhouse 5. Am I in for a ride? I do not know. I have not read. It is on my list, but I have not read Slaughterhouse 5 yet. Alphabet soup. Can someone explain Joe Rogan's vagina? Unfortunately, no. It's just a stupid joke he fucking made for no fucking reason. Corporate carrots, didn't Winston Churchill believe in eugenics? I mean, okay, so eugenics as a movement is something that's slightly more complicated. Because again, this is the type of thing that you have to think about. This is why when I talked about it, somebody got all up in my business a couple weeks ago when I was talking about like the usefulness of studying Freud in this context, is that even though a lot of the shit that he talks about has been disproven, or a lot of it wasn't very good science, like scientifically speaking, it didn't have a lot of basis outside of trust me, bro, which is true. He was still instrumental in understanding and expanding our study of the human mind and helping people recontextualize away from a far more dogmatic time period where, you know, people would be like, oh yes, no, he's got ill humor because he got the vapors. She's experiencing hysteria, must be possessed. Like that kind of bullshit, you know, moving away from bloodletting towards like actual psychoanalytical frameworks. Now, where was I going with that? Oh, Churchill and eugenics. The thing with eugenics was that it taken from the science at the time. We talked a little bit about the Kallikak family and the kind of like there was a lot of bad bunk science. But at the time, there was also, it wasn't like the Nazis used it as propaganda, to be sure. But at the time, it was not seen as this like grave evil by so many people. And Idaho Coin Collector, 19 to 20 cents. I'm not saying it wasn't evil. Lightspeed Tractor, what are you talking about? I went into the whole eugenics bit like knowing what. Jen AC, thank you for $3.99. If you could suggest one book everyone should read. Find a good collection of Franz Kafka short stories. Yeah, scary amount of people were involved. Like, I don't want to make this sound like I'm sweeping for fucking eugenics by any stretch. Like, the amount of horrible experiments that were done to people that left them sterilized or worse, the amount of plainly just straight up bad science, even by the fucking standards of the day, inexcusable. But at the time, it was the scientific consensus for a brief time before it was pretty summarily debunked. And part of that debunking, I think, like at least socially, was the fact that people were like, yo, they had these fucking death camps over in Nazi Germany, and these motherfuckers believe this shit. Well, phrenology was the more racist one. There was a lot of eugenics had less emphasis, and don't get me wrong, it still had a lot of racism. There was a lot of like trying to get undesirables to not breed, and that's where people will talk about. I think it was the Planned Parenthood founder that wanted to the person who was involved in the founding of Planned Parenthood that wanted black women to not have babies or whatever the fuck it was. Oh, hang on. What? Let me get my calipers to determine if you're allowed to breed. Yeah, it was, and that's why so much of the science was bad. Is it's when you get back to stuff like phrenology, which has its basis in racism, where people would be like, yes, these qualities are obviously mean that a black person has a lesser IQ, or they like a lot of that shit. The problem with the early study of like human genetics is that so much of it was then retroactively used to justify subjugating and hating somebody else for being different. Again, it was a answer in search of a question, essentially, where people would go into these questions being like, instead of being like, hey, what are there genetic differences between different skin colors? Are there actually verifiable, testable things? Instead of asking those questions, they go in with the assumption they were going in being like, hey, why are black people worse than white people? And that was the thing that they were trying to answer. And so it's like, yeah, no, duh, all their shit is going to be reinforcing those conditions, those cycles of slavery and subjugation. Corporate carrots. Eugenics literally means good birth. It's assigning moral judgments to biological traits. Well, and that's yes, that is the thing where that's where the Kallikak family and the Kallikak studies came in, where it was talking about how a certain, which ended up being all fucking faked, but it was all about how, like, if you are raised by people who were stupid, or who were seen as lesser because of whatever mental ability they had, which was also not something that we had like really expanded upon or discovered. Like, this is a world in which if you were just a little weird, you could have had autism back in the day and you would have been sent to a fucking asylum, right? Corporate carrots. Some people who practice it were well-meaning, but that's the only upside. I think even that is giving too much credence to a lot of the people who were doing it. I think there were people who were following what they believed was the consensus, but I think so many of the people leading it were, if not genuinely evil, careless enough in their implementation of any scientific method to have caused a great deal of evil. They used to put us in zoos as an exhibit. That's how little black humanity was viewed. I mean, it's not obviously a very different like structure and social hierarchy there. But again, you're talking 17 through 18, early 1900s. That type of shit happened to, people who were mentally handicapped, who were held back in some way, who, had diseases we didn't have names for, who had conditions we hadn't studied. They would be put in fucking sideshows. Like that's where shit like the Elephant Man came from. Like, and it is why it is all part and parcel and so tied together, like this idea of racial superiority with this study of genetics, and why it makes for such bad science, because it's not based on anything but wanting to hurt and subjugate others when you get right down to it. All right, I'm going to let this play. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back.
Statue down in a bunch of places.
No.
They tried tearing down Christopher Columbus in Philly, and a bunch of South Philly guys surrounded it and beat the crap out of the Antifa and wouldn't let them do it.
Yeah, this is like the Ministry of Truth in 1984, where they have to get rid of the history in order to rewrite it, in order to propagandize the people.
And the argument that they're making, that they made for the Southern generals and stuff like that, they'll make the same arguments for all of the founders of the U.S.
They did that. They've done that. They've done that.
Yeah, and the left in the U.S. is going to fall in line with them. So we need to have the right be able to stand up to this stuff.
I think the argument against hereditary rule is propaganda and largely myth. I think that all leaders have a possibility of going sour or being bad.
Well, the point is, though, they're giving up the hereditary rule to the Islamics and the globalists. So if they give it back to the British people and we're all pro-Britain, it'd be fine. But it's not. It's about globalist capitulation.
Indeed. So getting rid of the House of Lords is not about having democracy, Ian. It's about saying we need to rip the British people from control of this government. That's what they're doing. So,
yeah, because the House of Lords is only a check on the Parliament. So now the check is being removed.
And so, Ian, you asked the question, we should have the best person, not someone who just inherits it. But what I will say is there are problems with rule by inheritance, for sure, and we as a country don't have that. However, you're only looking at the bad elements of it. Many of the...
Exactly. We're not. It's like apartheid. I'm not for apartheid. They replace it with communism 10 times worse.
Yeah.
So what are they replacing it with?
But also on top of that, there's a history of when the king would find a wife and it wasn't inbreeding and had a son. The son was educated, trained, would be a military leader, and they said you have to be someone who can lead the people and serve. It wasn't like congratulations, you're rich from now on and can do whatever you want. It was largely viewed, especially with the Queen of England, the British people looked at her as someone who dedicated her life to service to them. And many of them, when you actually ask them, they view it as, I get to live my life free from the trials and tribulations of foreign war and conflict.
They're replacing it with
like soft launching. Hey, what if monarchy is cool, dude? How the fuck can you sit? By the way, there's not a lot of like American, screaming eagle flying overhead, monster trucks and fireworks. I don't have a lot of like the American pride, so to speak. But if you're fucking telling me that these motherfuckers are pitching how good those lobster back red coat bitches have it, fuck off. Fucking sit and spin on it, King George. These colors don't run. Don't tread on me, motherfucker.
Rule.
Is that proven?
Well, if you take a look,
literally the Muslims are taking over.
If you take a look, what's going on?
I just want to see the.
Really quick, let me go over to Jen AC. Thank you for. Oh yeah, I already answered. Franz Kafka, if you want something smaller. You know what? Actually, let me look through my list of books really quick. Oh, if you want a good fantasy book, I've been telling everybody about this. Try and find the first Magic the Gathering book, Brothers War. God, I fucking loved that book. It made me really fall in love with Brothers War in a way I've not fallen in love with any other aspect of Magic, to be honest. DD coming back locked in. Know what I'm saying? Did Vesper just call the British lobsterbacks? I fucking did. I fucking did. All right. Books. No, that was books. Books last year. I keep a list of all the books I read. There we go. I read First and Only last year. I read a whole... God, I read Magic the Gathering books for like a month. If you want a good nonfiction book, I still recommend Ibram Kendi's Stamped from the Beginning. What do we got? Oh, Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man by James Joyce. Oh, beautiful. And Melanch Joy, I will answer that in a second. I would say Nausea by Sartre is also really good. And then another one I read last year was... I read the first one, first Neuromancer, and then Mona Lisa Overdrive by William Gibson were also really good. Melanch Joy, thank you for $10. Are you going on the flotilla? No, unfortunately. I was talking about that a little bit earlier, and it bums me out. I understand why it is like relatively quick, like the turnaround, because it is a very urgent matter. And because of that, I would love to have gone. I would love to. it really fucking bums me out. Like, I feel like I really feel bad about not going. But I just do not have the time, money, or resources. And it is something that I am working on, paying down debts, so that when these opportunities come across my table, I can just be like, okay, yes, I'll plan this out, I'll do this, but I just don't have that bandwidth at the moment, which sucks, because that's something I would have liked. I would have just loved to have done. I had kind of early started planning out, like, okay, yes, here's how I would do it. I would like basically make a full documentary of the delivering aid experience, and that just didn't come together in a way that I wanted. Metamorphosis seems excellent. I'm super excited to get a copy. Everybody says Metamorphosis. I get why, right? Because it's Kafka doesn't really have any other stories that are as bonkers as Metamorphosis, which I think the problem with starting with Metamorphosis is that you like, if you read any random book of Kafka short stories, it'll be like Kafka's The Metamorphosis and other short stories or whatever. The rest of the stories are just about like young white dudes nervously navigating their lives. And it can be a real fucking, well, except for in the penal colony, but it can be a real fucking bummer if you're not like locked into that style of reading and are hoping for something more like absurdist and horror oriented and that kind of stuff.
The evidence of that, because that's an interesting.
I mean,
so let me extrapolate.
King Charles has literally endorsed Islam.
And outside of, let's
just
not have a direct claim.
ignoring what the fuck he's saying.
If you are Muslim in the UK, and you is substantially more likely that a Virginian from Virginia, who's 6th, 7th generation, is going to say, we have a constitutional right to keep and bear arms, and someone who's not from the United States is going to say, I don't care.
Do you think we should ban non-U.S. citizens from running for Senate or Congress at all? Any
Pretty
statewide, federally?
Non-citizens?
You mean
Absolutely.
not natural born?
Yeah, not natural
I
born.
believe you
a
must.
political, we know not to vote for foreigners.
I believe that you should have to be born here to run for spirit. It's weird to me that to be president, you must be a natural-born citizen, but for all other federal offices, like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah, I don't like it anymore, especially with the ease of transportation. You can be here in 2 hours. It used to take you months to get here, and then you'd have to find your way, and now you just...
You understand them.
What the fuck is that? Like, yeah, I don't like it anymore. It's just so much easier to get around. Like, anybody could just come over here and make a life and a living. Like, back in the day, you used to have to... What is that motherfucking logic, dude?
Muslims vote like 95% for the left because they're allied with it, the Red Green Alliance.
Yep.
So that's the point.
Have you guys seen that viral video where the Jewish guy chat roulette's a leftist with pink cat ears?
No.
Now, regardless of your views on Judaism and Israel, the video is still absolutely hilarious because the leftist dude pulls up a happy merchant and then starts insulting the Jewish guy, and the Jewish guy just goes...
So that sounds like a Nazi. That sounds like a average fucking Nick Fuentes listener, honestly. Hugster Duck, thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1.
How do you think, he said, can we talk? I'll ask you a question. He goes, sure. And he goes, how do you think you'd be received by Hamas? And this gay, fat leftist with pink cat ears goes, they'd welcome me with open arms because I hate Israel.
Unreal.
It's like, dude, they would...
I'm sure this was absolutely not AI, whatever the fuck he's talking about. Oh, thank you, Hugster Doc, for popping off with all of our emotes in chat.
Tie you to the back of a motorcycle and drag you down the street. They've done it.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to defend one side over the other. The point is,
you are.
people really
You
do not
literally
understand what they
That's
are
my
aligning
point. I
themselves
don't
with.
love what Israel's doing, but at the same time, I'm an ally with Islam. It's just it's antithetical.
So here we have shocking evil that should not be allowed. And the question, I suppose, is like, how is it possible that we have a Second Amendment that every day they're just ripping it to shreds?
Well,
Virginia's about to ban it.
Yeah, the Supreme.
Well, that's the thing. The bill did pass.
The Supreme Court,
the governor's going to sign it.
And she's going to sign it. Yeah. This, if there is not a semi-auto rifle case that goes to the Supreme Court, because there's a couple that are actually pending. If there isn't one that goes before this becomes law,
this guy has horrible former assault charges vibes. This guy's vibes are fucking rancid. I'll be so real. Cosmopolitics, thank you for rating with a party of 27. Hope y'all had a wonderful rest of your stream. Hope y'all are doing okay.
I imagine this will. The Supreme Court needs to actually make a decision on this stuff. They've been kicking the can down the road. A couple of members of the court have signaled that that they want to look at one next session.
Nehemia, I will have my mods look into that. I do not know why that is. If you're on If you're on Twitter, shoot me a message, and I can work on it easier from there.
That would be in the fall, but they really need to. There was just I forget which court it was that found that magazines,
Phil LeBlanc, Rockstar, All That Remains. Oh, okay.
Limits on
Fuck you,
on
dude.
10 rounds or more. That was unconstitutional. And so that's going to make a bunch of noise.
But
and
the
they're
point is, Virginia is literally like their attorney general said, I'm going to murder members of my legislation, and they elected him.
I'm talking about the AG.
Oh, the AG of Virginia. No, the children. They're children.
And he's even kill the families, kill their kids. Yeah, exactly. It's worse than I said. He said you can't make this up. He said I'll kill their families, I'll kill their kids. And
wait, let's clarify. He said it would be good if she held her dying children, so that it would change your politics. I'm paraphrasing.
So he said target them.
God,
afraid, not being in fear paradigm. Because when you're in that fear consciousness, that's when they take over. That's when they rule you. That's when they control you. So we have to understand. We have to fight for what's beautiful, what's amazing, and that is humanity. That is human beings coming together.
No, you don't. You don't. What? How? Again, these ideas about universality and how beautiful shit is. Like, you don't actually believe that. I know you don't actually believe that. You don't believe in the beauty of humanity and humans coming together because you just spent 10 minutes sitting around nodding to each other about how evil all the brown people are and how they're trying to take over the world. Like, I know you don't believe that shit. Why even keep up with the fucking facade at that point?
And understanding that we're not each other's mutual enemies. The Epstein client list is. The deep state is.
Again, why? I wonder why. Why are they trying to make everything about Israel? And the Epstein client list. Why? It sure seems like they've stopped talking about Epstein and the client list since this war in Iran broke out. Yep.
Predators in our system taking advantage of it.
That's right. We're taught that we're pathetic. No, we built the AI. We're amazing.
The global elites, the powerful Silicon Valley millionaires and billionaires, view the AI as the next step of human evolution, of life evolution, and they view us as archaic. And many of these people want to be, they want to download or upload.
And here's where we're getting to, because so many of these people are very, like, these are the tech vampires who are constantly shilling for Trump, who are constantly, like, who helped fund his campaign, who were fucking at the inauguration. And now we have to watch them walk this line between trying to criticize what should be incongruent with their beliefs while also trying to balance praising Trump, because they don't want to be accused of being a lib cuck.
Upload human thoughts and consciousness into a machine. They're doing it through these AI training models, and then they make themselves immortal. The rest of humanity dies out. And they fly around in spaceships.
Exactly. Yeah, that's gonna fail.
Like, does anybody? That's the other thing that it makes so frustrating to even talk about this shit, is that do you ever stop to listen to what you're fucking saying, Tim? Do you ever stop and think about the things you're giving credence? It's like, yeah, these tech oligarchs, they want to upload their consciousness and become immortal, and like,
yeah,
their older globalist model failed. They're gonna fail.
I don't believe you can actually upload your consciousness. You might be able to upload a copy, but it's not going to be you. Like,
of course, but that's not what they're doing. Wow. They want to be. I recommend Horizon Forbidden West. Play the Horizon series.
Oh! Tim Pool. He's so fucking stupid, man. I'm like, so let me explain a philosophical concept. Have you ever played the PlayStation AAA exclusive for Horizon Forbidden West? No, it's definitely, yeah. While this guy is presenting another dumbass argument that, like, no, actually it'll be like a copy and it won't actually be you. Tim is like, well, actually, so the science I'm talking about is in the video game with robot dinosaurs. So everybody should play that 70-hour game to understand the very basic concept of impossible bullshit I'm talking about. Tim, every time I listen to your dumbass fuckhole of a face, I want to just keep exhaling until there's nothing left, until I'm just a withered husk.
because they imagine one of these scenarios.
No, Phoebe makes people remembering his Thanos talk with Sam Cedar. That's exactly it. It's him going, so have you seen the Marvel movies? And Sam Cedar going, I don't care. I don't care. Him going, no, that's because Thanos was a fucking accelerationist or whatever they were talking about. No, Thanos is actually like a socialist. Yeah, Thanos is basically like what you're saying. And you have to watch Sam Cedar, grown-ass man who's probably read a book in the last year, be like, oh, I'm talking to an actual child. Sam Cedar, you watch in real time, Sam Cedar understand that if he insults Tim's intelligence, it might be a hate crime. And he didn't realize that until that moment. Let's see if I can.
So, long story short of the game is the world's coming to an end. There's different solutions proposed to how humanity survives, and one of them is they get in a spaceship and they leave. And then the story basically is there's like 30 ultra wealthy elites that are now 1,000 years old that have perfected immortality. They are permanently in like as old as they were when they.
You know. Let me explain to you the concept of again this fucking 70-hour game. Yeah, here we go.
This Tim Pool thing.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to spend too much time on this because, every moment that you're talking about Tim Pool, is just an opportunity for the time-space portal that send those guys from that different world through, and then the Avengers have to show up and all that. You don't want to crack something like that open. But Tim Pool,
there he is. Looks a little different.
Apparently got very angry about the whole Crowder thing, and people remember this. Tim Pool was on Twitter publicly saying like, we don't have any left wingers who are willing to debate me, and I wrote, I'll do it again, Tim, and he DM'd me. He's like, can you do it on the 13th or something like that? And I'm like, sure. And then it became clear that he anticipated. He's like, and then he wrote me like, well, we'll, my producer will be in touch with you to work out travel arrangements. And I was like, what? Travel arrangements? What do you mean? Like, I can't travel to like on a whatever it was, a Wednesday or a Thursday. I got my kids.
It's also in the middle of COVID
show.
Yeah.
And also I'm not going to go into a studio with you with COVID. There's going to be, and then he said, you lucky you backed out, you disingenuous liar. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. So he got on.
And he had Ben Shapiro. He said he couldn't do it over virtually, and he had Ben Shapiro on the next day.
To be fair, I think he was on Ben Shapiro's show. So he didn't
sorry.
have his own branding behind him or whatever it was. But be that as it may, he said he couldn't do Zoom in his studio. Maybe he could, maybe he couldn't. I don't know. But then he saw the whole Crowder thing, and he figured, I've got some money to make in this. And so he jumps in. That's what he does. And then this is all just a long introduction to my favorite meme that someone made. This was Mercaida on Twitter at There's Brian, and I think he made this, or she made this, or they made this, and this I really enjoyed.
Utilitarianism is typically the villain in most movies.
I don't care.
Yeah, so for instance, like Thanos.
Thanos.
The part where Thanos is so great.
I want to see if I can find just the clip. God, does nobody have just the clip? Damn, I guess not. I don't care. No, because he literally has to fucking... Oh, was this?
when they got this technology. So there's like a 20 years permanently 20 years old. They have personal force fields. They can float around with anti-grav, and they have an AI.
I can't. He's so fuck, man. He's so fucking dumb. Like every time he is Tim Pool is in the wrong game. Okay, Tim Pool needs to be in the YouTube grift sphere. He was given way too much clout. He was given way too much power for no fucking reason. Like, have you ever met somebody where they're like, yeah, no, this Tim Pool guy really knows what he's fucking talking about? The idea that he needs to, all of his reference points for culture are just the same shit you will hear from Nerdrotic or any of those weird, gangly, fucking incel basement dwelling dorks. Like he has nothing interesting to contribute there either. I think that is just much more his element. Whereas like right here, he has nothing except to constantly embarrass himself by being like, hey, so you know this video game? Let me explain to you the whole mechanics and lore. Let me fucking lay out the Primus strategy guide for this video game so you understand what I'm saying, because I have no other points of reference because I'm actually a fucking child.
Doing all of the work for them. The story is the AI goes rogue and tries to kill them, so they flee. But the point is, that's the future a lot of these people...
But the point is, that's the future a lot of these... No, we already watched this one. I want the full thing, Draxus. I want the OG video. I need the OG. Oh, that's why I'm like, why the fuck are my recommendations fucked? It's because it's Tim Pool. It's because it's on a Tim Pool video. I'm like, why do I have fake Nazi shit on here? This is what teen murders mom after transgender argument. These are recommended. Go to related. Base Chris Redfield versus gay woke arslers. Sure, dude. I thought you were talking about the meme. No. I was waiting. Yeah, I was waiting. I needed the original clip. The original clip. Yeah, sorry. I need to check out Ranting for Vengeance. Yeah, sure. We haven't had a fucking dumbass chud for a minute. 6K views one day ago. Yeah, it sounds like a dumb time. All right, let's keep going on. Alex.
They're going to inject themselves with gene-altering things so that they are human biological immortals plugged into
discussion. And I really appreciate you guys. And I just know that Joe Rogan's giant pussy is going to save Earth. Joe Rogan's vagina is like the god. 8-foot dick.
So here's I think the big issue comes down to this.
Like 10,
by all means, you can argue it doesn't have a soul, it's not alive. But if you put a human being behind a chat, like if you were chatting with a human being, then you had a chat with Claude, the point is you can't tell the difference. Yeah, a human being can't tell the difference.
Well, no. Maybe you can't. Maybe you can't. What the fuck? Like, you can't tell. No, maybe you can't. Who the fuck is this dickhead? Is Alex gone? Did Alex leave? Who the fuck?
Do you read books at all? Like, do you have any book recommendations?
Who the fuck are these fucking? Look at these dipshits.
Wow. I mean, there's Great Gatsby's a great book.
Do you have a book you didn't read in fucking high school? Do you have a book you weren't assigned in 7th grade to recommend?
I loved Holden Caulfield as a kid. I read a lot.
Famous mark of a non-sociopath. I loved Holden Caulfield as a kid. Yeah. Fucking. I can't. Bark.
A lot of online, different poetry, different things, but in terms of books.
It could be audiobooks too.
What's your favorite, Carter?
Honestly, right now I've been reading the Gulag Archipelago again. Just listening to it.
It's a very heavy book.
It's very long.
Very thick.
But it's really the narrator is really good.
Don't read the chat. It's
Who's the
depressing.
narrator?
The narrator, I think his name is Robert Conquest. Or no, it's not him.
Dude, I wish my
Wrote
name was
a book.
Conquest.
The guy's name also is written.
Why?
It's
crazy.
It's slipping me right
So
now.
people who are watching, Ian is single. We're looking to get him a wife. I would think that. What are you looking for in a wife, Ian?
My hype man. Well, what I figured out is I got to be a better man to attract the woman that I want.
Hey, no Alex,
if I live
no listen.
a subservient, play video, like a under the radar life, I'm going to attract women that are into that kind of thing. And that's not the kind of woman I want to be with. So I don't know if that means I just got to start a company. I got to make, I don't know if it's about money, if it's about power, if it's about what I actually play video, a better man to attract the woman that I want.
Oh, you're fucking
If I live a subservient, play video, like a under the radar life, I'm going to attract women that are into that kind of.
I'm sorry. Was his answer to? Did they ask him what books does he read?
Ian is single. We're looking to get him a wife.
Okay, there we go.
I would think that. What are you looking for in a wife, Ian?
My hype man.
Oh, what are you looking for in a wife? Okay. It's still a dumbass answer. It's just not as dumb as it could be. No, yeah, I kind of doubt he's reading Solzhenitsyn. I actually have. Speaking of which, I actually have some Solzhenitsyn on my desk that I forgot about. One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, which I have not cracked yet, but I am looking forward to it at some point. I just started The Death of Ivan Ilyich. Different Ivan, different famous Russian author. That was Tolstoy. Yeah, I can't, like, I can't take this guy seriously. Why did somebody, oh, it opened the GIF of a different thing. All right, I'll just do, I guess, that's dumb. What was I doing? Ranting for Vengeance. Let's go. Ranting Banana. All right, 508 mark. Thank you very much. Goddamn. Melankuma. There we go. Here we go. Here's the classic for me.
Less suffering is better, and that I am willing to.
I will tell you something you won't like to hear, though.
I'm willing to sully myself if that's the outcome.
But I'll
like, because the thing that makes this so fucking funny to me is that you can tell Tim Pool, in his dumbass pop culture basic level of understanding just anything in the world, this completely incurious, consumes the world through nothing but military and Marvel slop. You can tell that he was like, oh, I'm gonna fucking get this guy. I'm gonna fucking get this guy. This guy, this fucking Sam Cedar idiot, he has no idea. He's just stepped into my trap where I can portray him as a fictional villain. Huh, fucking rube.
I'll tell you something you're not going to want to hear, and I admit it's I'll call it dickish. Utilitarianism is typically the villain in most movies.
I don't care.
Yeah, so for instance, like Thanos was utilitarian, and Captain America.
Like when I talk about the look on his face when he has to say Thanos, and you see Sam in these two, like just a couple seconds, you see a light fade from his eyes where you realize he's barely talking to someone sentient, let alone intelligent. Watch this.
don't care.
Utilitarianism is typically the villain in most movies.
I don't care.
Yeah, so for instance, like Thanos was utilitarian and Captain America was deontological.
I didn't.
So Thanos willing to reduce the suffering by killing, hundreds of trillions versus the, thousands of trillions, which would be living better off.
Oh, the zoom in on Sam as opposed to like zooming out, like just his constant reaction. Ooh. It's so good. It's so clean. One of my favorite interactions on the internet, right next to Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare.
Off. So,
But I'm not.
It's like comic book movies.
I'm not having to kill anybody. I'm just voting and choosing.
I mean, if you vote in favor of somebody who's going to build a concentration camp, you are.
Again, very funny coming from Tim Pool when we have this shit just happening right now. All right. Ranting for vengeance. You know what? Let's go do End of Tectone. Let's save the new blood for last. We were going to finish. Actually, you know what? We're gonna let's go say hi to I haven't watched a Max Dude video in a minute.
Are trans.
At one point in the trial, Pink retells the story of a time she went to a mutual friend and told her that Tectone was making her give him oral. Once Tectone found out, he freaked out and made her call that friend, find out what she knew, and send text messages to Tectone for plausible deniability. I told her that
we opened with the DHS one.
Oral actions, and she freaked out. And I'm like, but it's all fine. It's not a big deal. And I got scared because I didn't know if I could trust her. He then, the next day, sat me in the office and sat me in a chair. And he's like, I'm going to get on the phone. I'm going to step inside and out. And he stepped outside of the office and said, you're going to tell me everything you told her in detail, and I want to know if you're lying. And we're going to have her on the phone back and forth and find out all the information. You're going to text me that you want to perform this oral action on me, or else I'm not going to trust you. Shortly after all of this is said in the courtroom, Pink's lawyer passes the witness, and they have absolutely nothing to say. They don't try to question her on this history of events whatsoever. Tectone takes the stand after, and the story is never commented on again. Shockingly, Tectone's team were the first to bring up the original DM from Pink, who immediately starts to recount a small portion of context in this incident. When she gives the full testimony of this incident later, there is no pushback from Tectone's lawyers, and they opt to not even bring it up once Tectone takes the stand. Ask yourselves, why wouldn't they push back on this? This is a huge claim by Pink, especially when this text Tectone's team brought forward was really the only substantial evidence that they even used in court. They aren't going to push back on Pink with this? Tectone isn't even going to say that it isn't true? Why? When Pink's allegations of SA went public, a main defense Tectone employed multiple times on Stream and X was that Pink was weaponizing SA against him because he had also been SA'd.
And to imply
fucking scumbag. I think we had already gone through this.
After I myself have been raped twice. It's just a little bit crazy, isn't it?
So it was interesting that on the stand, after being sworn in by his lawyer, the very first thing Tectone's team brought up was this incident, which was his sister trying to give him crabs. However, utilizing this when he is trying to persuade outside parties on his stream and X that he is innocent isn't very effective. Realistically, trauma tends to perpetuate trauma. There are entire academic and research studies done on this topic where early life abuse was significantly associated with many disorders, but also with Tectone's being accused of.
This is all stuff that we have.
Just that it's not a great defense for Tectone in the
Okay, here we go.
And if you were a cynic, and
we have already watched
the first time.
Yes. There was, I want to clarify, there was 3 times. Once I believe Pink has forgotten about. There was one where Pink wanted me to try to have sex, and I swore to her that I would try, and I did, and it just didn't work. I was too afraid of committing vaginal sex. It's not a thing to take lightly. I'm not a guy that sleeps around. It's, what if I get her pregnant? And also, I'm not going to lie. The unfortunate reality is that I did have a fear of Virginia's. It's still hard for me to look at
This is what we ended up ending on last time. Who the fuck is Tectone? Tectone is somehow one of the bigger streamers associated with somebody like Asmongold. He's been in the realm of places like One True Kings and all that bullshit. So, yeah.
Virginia's. I'm a straight man, but something about them just scares me. And so, when I lost my virginity, I had to even close my eyes just to kind of go through the motions. Sorry. Am I rambling? What was the exact question?
So the first time that you broke up?
Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, there was the one time where she didn't get...
John?
Yes?
Hold on.
Yes.
Imagine you're the judge. You were presiding over this protection order case, which includes multiple incidents of alleged assault. And then out of nowhere, not even prompted by the lawyer, the defendant goes off on a tirade about how he is terrified of laying pipe. Shortly after, a bizarre and unprompted rant about Tectone's fear of female anatomy during a hearing for a protection order that includes SA, Tectone would again go off on a tangent in which he presents himself as a philanthropist. When did she move in?
Oh, really quick. She would frequently complain about her house, and I had already flown in my other buddy Lauro to stay with me for free because he was struggling. And, you know, I don't like being alone, so I let him move in with me for free. And then Pink said that her house kind of sucked, and she didn't really have anything to do about it because she couldn't just move out because she couldn't afford it. And I said, hey, anything you need to make your life better, I'll do it. If you need money, I got you. Because there was this funny time she was in her house and she was very afraid because there was cockroaches. And so I came to my car and I speed. I'm not going to lie. You know, I've sped pretty bad. I went like 80 and like a 65 and I got pulled over that night. And I told the officer, you know, what the guy says, why are you speeding? And I say, well, officer, it was for a girl. This girl that I like, you know, she's got cockroaches. And he says, no problem, I get it, lets me off. Gives me like a warning, and then I go over there and I pick her up and I bring her back to the house, and then I say, why don't you just move in?
Tectone, practically unprompted, goes off on a tirade that in my opinion just comes off as manipulative to the court. He sort of presents himself as a hero. He let his buddy move in because he was struggling, and oh, by the way, it was totally free. Pink couldn't afford anything and her house had cockroaches. Tectone told Pink, I'll do anything to make your life better. Money, you got it. In fact, you can move in immediately. Later under cross, Pink's lawyer also clarifies with Tectone that there was only one cockroach, which he partially concedes to. And if that's true, it just fleshes out the picture for how manipulative he can be when presenting this stuff in open court and trying to present Pink as destitute, basically. While things like this may work on his YouTube audience, in the middle of a civil court trial to go off on this long-winded rant only hurts him when his lawyer simply asked, when did she move in?
I carry our marriage, and you know that.
A large portion of Pink's cross-examination by Tectone's lawyer was to single in on her previous lawsuit with Tectone's ex-wife, Freem, basically saying, well, you're calling him an abuser now, but you weren't when you were trying to sue his ex-wife, which is already a pretty sticky situation for Tectone, as in the lawsuit itself, it alludes to his ex-wife on the precipice of making abuse and SA allegations against him.
She was going to do something much worse, so bad it would have ruined all of our lives. I'm not going to say what it was that she was doing, but it was so horrific it would have ruined all of our lives.
The allegations Freem's going to make are alluded to in the lawsuit with Pink. They have also been talked about in the background for some time. The dispute between Freem and Tectone relates to a serious and false allegation against Tectone. During that call, Tectone and Pink learned that Freem had a Google Doc and she was planning to release it to the public. Tectone signed an NDA with his ex-wife directly after she was about to come out with rape allegations against him. This was one of my main points in my first video and a thing I speculated over but was unable to get answers about. This is also fleshed out in the courtroom. Pink's lawyer asks, all right, and without going into details, that NDA relates to a lawsuit between he and his ex-wife post-divorce, right? I believe it was an agreement that they made. He told me that he had sent her a cease and desist, paid her $30,000, and had her sign an NDA to not go public. And this was right before you filed your lawsuit against her. Is that right? I believe after he had her sign the NDA.
All I can now, when I hear the problem with this is that now whenever I hear this, no, Hollywood Coat, you're absolutely right. I'm a straight man and transphobic, but vaginas really terrify me. You couldn't torture that confession out of me. Yeah, I can't hear the GoldenEye music without thinking of that one TikTok of like them. Hey, did you finish that GoldenEye soundtrack? Yeah, I made it. I forget how it goes. I made it slap just like you asked.
At our spat and I sued her. Okay, and was that at his encouragement to sue her? He encouraged a lot for me to sign an NDA and keep all of it under wraps due to the allegations the ex-wife had. He didn't want those to be public. Tectone later would be questioned about this lawsuit between his ex-wife and ex-girlfriend. Pink's lawyer states, and you also, at the time of the lawsuit, you wanted her to sign an NDA because you didn't want all of your ex-wife's allegations public. Isn't this correct?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Sure. We talked about the lawsuit, correct?
Of course.
And you tried to paint it that you were not involved in it. In fact, wanted nothing to do with it, correct?
I tried my hardest to not be a part of it, but obviously when Pink was worried about it, I tried to assist her.
And in fact, what was the attorney's name that handled the case?
I'm actually not familiar.
Aaron? You don't remember Aaron?
No, I'm not familiar with Aaron.
You may be thinking, why is Pink's lawyer asking Tectone about who represented Pink against his ex-wife? Well, it's because Tectone, by his own statements, was the one who got Pink's lawyer to sue his ex-wife. In November of 2024, here is Tectone addressing Pink after her allegations went public.
How these things that have happened in your own mind, you are now coming at me, and this isn't cute. So, I am going to leave it at this. My lawyer is going to be contacting your lawyer. The same lawyer that I helped you get. The same lawyer that I helped you get. Because you were scared. I'm not f***ing around with this shit. My intentions were to kind of just assist Pink. I mean, obviously, I think if I can toss myself a bone in those situations, I'll do it. But I mean, it's mainly just a...
Yeah, what person innocent... Chill face, great question. Paying somebody 30 grand, what person innocent of rape does that? Interesting. Paytusk, thank you for following. And Antic00, thank you also for following. God, the Asmongold shit has been fucking vile lately. Him literally coming out and talking about... Did we get a raid? We just had a stream bumped. If we did, I didn't see it. Yeah, it's... Oh, man. Like, where he is literally talking about how he wants Trump to murder people in the streets. That little weasel... I hope he is legitimate. Like, the only thing about Asmongold I can say right now is that I hope he is legitimately afraid to show his face in public. Like, I straight up hope.
About Pink, you know, being okay.
One of Tectone's claims was that he had all the receipts, and when all this came out, he would be totally vindicated.
Will you tweet out the proof? I will at a certain point. I will at a certain point. I really, truly hope that you guys believe everything that I said. If you didn't, I'll provide proof later.
So shockingly, during the trial, after a year of claiming he had all the receipts, he in actuality had absolutely nothing.
The tweets that I pulled were kind of just like, last second, I could probably dig more, but I haven't dug. I maybe dug for like 15 minutes.
Wait a minute. This has been on file since August. You've known about this since at least your video on November 21st, 2024. And you're telling this court under oath that you only spent 15 minutes to dig up these just for court today?
Yes.
And do you remember getting online and telling all of your followers you had all the evidence back in November of 2024 and you were ready to produce it all?
Of course.
We also just get a straight-up admission from Tectone that he's just a liar in the court transcript. Tectone explains very plainly that he was let go from OTK over these allegations. However, that wasn't what Tectone claimed at all at the time this event happened.
Explain to you why I left OTK, why I resigned.
Oh yeah, no. OTK. So Asmongold, OTK. Asmongold, I don't know what his relationship was to running OTK, but from what I understand, Mythic Talent and OTK, and Mythic Talent is losing a bunch of people. Curse just got dropped. I think Nuxtaku, or was it Rev says Desu, whoever the fuck. Like, good. Fuck all of you stupid dipshits. I hope you, like, good. Like, what do you... I feel not bad at all for all of these hateful little twats who spend all their days going, I just want to be a little anime girl avatar, and I just want to be totally like unpolitical, but also everything I say is in favor of actual violence against people, and all of my opinions just happen to overlap with actual white nationalists and Nazis. But if you call me out, I'm gonna say that you just hate me because I'm not woke, and like, fuck off. Don't care. Lose it all. Good. I hope it all burns down.
From OTK,
oh yeah, I haven't forgotten about
my contract with OTK that expired on November 1st, 2024. The original contract was 2 years with an additional option to extend by an additional year, thusly completing my 3 years in OTK. And the reason why I chose to not renew with OTK is because it gave me a weakness. And I realized I really don't like having weaknesses. Everyone was talking about it, which is why it forced me to respond, as well as the owners of my company decided to let me go as well because of the allegations. So people were ready to run with the ball of, look at that, another streamer from this org is a piece of shit.
And you were let go?
Instantly.
So Tectone, with his own testimony in court, is confirming he lied about why he left OTK originally. Tectone from the start of the trial tries to paint the picture of Pinkchu being a whore. Totally unprompted by his own lawyer, Tectone states,
if I can add further, when Pink came to my house, it was the most forward a woman has ever been with me in my entire life.
Oh my
God. Tectone claims during his time on the stand that his and Pink's relationship was the most sexual one he had ever had.
Okay, so first off, the idea of like, oh yeah, she was so forward. Wow, she was so... That means after you've admitted to being afraid of vaginas, that means literally nothing to me. The idea that you're like, yeah, like, anybody who will hear this shit will be like, yeah, but you just said you were afraid of vaginas, so we kind of, like, everybody who heard that kind of just assumes you're like a little bitch made because of that, so...
Which I just thought was bizarre, considering they never had normal procreative sex. Pink's lawyer asked Tectone, have you ever also said online, after you were made aware of these allegations by my client, that you were one of the only streamers who has had a documented blow machine?
I am one of the only streamers that has had a documented blow machine. Right? Like, I don't know why people are thinking I'm sweating up divorce. Guys, I'm out here having the time of my life.
What is that? Oh, no. That's that shit that I was talking about that made me think, oh, he absolutely sexually assaulted her. The idea of referring, because I was like, wait, what do you mean one of the only streamers that has a... No, so for people, he is not talking about an actual device. He's not talking about a toy. He is referring to Pinks that way. He is referring to what was, at the time, his girlfriend as a quote-unquote blowjob machine.
It's not a large pair of tits. It's not a big old ass. It ain't a big old blow machine that'll suck your daily because they're horny all the time. New blow machine acquired. Anything wrong? They like to bring up that I'm divorced all the time. Do these people not realize that I've had 2 back-to-back girlfriends since getting that divorce, and one of them was a self-proclaimed blow machine? Do they think I'm sweating anything, man? Yeah, because if I take it too serious, then everybody's gonna think that it's real. And when you're in a self-defensive mode, you kind of got to say, you know, anything you can to save face, because when people are calling you a rapist every day, I mean, you got to let it roll off the shoulder or make it a joke.
And so the best way to defend yourself is to make the other person basically a whore, correct?
I don't believe that's the best way to do that.
Well, that's what you've done. I mean, the first thing you said when you testified today was that she was the most forward woman that you have ever had in your life on day one.
I don't think calling someone forward is calling them a whore.
Really, when you talked about it, you said you like long tongues, and she exposed her tongue. You thought that was appropriate behavior?
It was probably inappropriate. That's probably what made it attractive, maybe, though. I'm just not used to it.
Do you not see that you were painting her in a particular light when you talk about these things in open court?
I can only give you an accurate representation of the truth. If it makes someone appear a certain way, that's not really against or not really my intention.
One of the most important factors when a judge is making a judgment in these types of trials is the credibility of testimony. A judge weighs demeanor, specificity, and plausibility. So imagine you're a judge residing over this case for a protection order that entails alleged essay. The first thing the defendant does is say unprompted, she wanted to immediately. And then directly after, go on another unprompted rant about how terrified of he is.
I heard that shit, I was like, damn, did the schizophrenia get me?
One of the reasons his protection order is so long is because for years now, Tectone has been telling his audience in great detail and everyone around him that he is a schizophrenic.
It's called having schizophrenia. I'm schizophrenic. Wait, am I allowed to get offended when people call people schizos because I have schizophrenia? As a guy who actually is schizophrenic, as a guy who does have mental illnesses, I'm schizophrenic. I'm really bad with horror games, so if I have to quit, you guys need to understand why that is. For example, I'm schizophrenic. Normal human beings aren't supposed to see things that aren't there. I have lived a life where I've always felt like there were people trying to kill me. I am also schizophrenic. Sometimes I can't tell if I'm a schizophrenic or if I'm a shaman.
Surprisingly, when asked what he takes for this unfortunate affliction, Tectone simply responds with,
I just take multivitamins and fish oil, so nothing. I don't want to be in a sleeve like that, but then I realize I'm schizophrenic and it might freak me out. Might make me think there's bugs in my skin.
When Pink's lawyer...
This sounds so self-diagnosed. And look, I have had to deal with, I didn't realize until I was in, I think middle school, no, high school. No, middle school. Because I remember who this person was. Where I had a person, because it had never occurred to me at the time as an ADHD kid who had been diagnosed and medicated since 7, who was like the most typical example doctors had ever seen of like, no, this kid is like, get this kid on some fucking Adderall, it'll fix him right up. And it did. Because ADHD is a real debilitating thing. And the idea, it occurred to me that people, will self-identify as a personality trait. And I saw this firsthand with a kid in middle school who first identified as bipolar, or self-identified, called themselves bipolar. I didn't know what that was at the time. They weren't. And then later said that they were ADHD. And which I said is like, no, because I don't think they knew I was ADHD. So it's one of those things where it's like, no. Come on, man. I know it's not real. And which is why it's been very frustrating the last couple years to have fucking watched people on like the whole TikTok contingent of people be like, oh no, this is like the self-diagnosing plague brought about by social media algorithms. And anyway, I only say that because this reminds me of that. This just, it's a feeling you get where somebody wants to or believe, like, instead of basing it on actual doctor shit, they'll read, as people with schizophrenia struggle with this, or people with ADHD deal with this, and they'll be like, oh, wow, I have trouble organizing my checkbook too. I'm probably ADHD. And then those people will just go through their lives being like, yeah, I'm probably ADHD, as though it's the same thing.
Asked him why he isn't being treated for this very serious illness, Tectone responds in only a way he can.
I guess it's kind of goofy. There's this movie called The Beautiful Mind, and so I was like, man, his is messed up, and mine is nothing compared to that. So, I hear people who talk to people who aren't there, but I'm just like, what's that? Oh, it's gone. That's, I've talked to spirits due to my mental illness, but is
that... I have talked to spirits because of my mental illness. Nahami, I was once checked for schizophrenia and I got very familiar with the diagnostic criteria. I'm quite confident he does not have schizophrenia. Yeah, like, especially if you are undiagnosed and unmedicated. Come on, man. Ghostia 6827, I'm neurodivergent, BPD, queer, and have social anxiety, aka give me money so I don't have to work. Yeah. It would actually be low-key funny if it swings back to where these people will start, because they already do. Like, here's the thing, as much as people want to talk about how, like, which is true, and it's gross, how much, like, right-wing cultural victory, and the Groypers won, because people are calling everything goy shit, which, by the way, stop fucking doing that. It's lame, it's stupid. It only serves to vindicate and normalize dipshits like Nick Fuentes. But as much as people want to point out, like, right-wingers going through a cultural victory right now, it's like, No, not really. The ultimate cultural victory of the left has been, even though they don't understand why people on the left prize empathy or why they want things to be more equal and understood among different kinds of people, but they still have begun to weaponize identity politics and even shit like gaslighting. Like, motherfuckers, Trump will talk about gaslighting like a 2016 Tumblr girly. It's so fucking funny.
And here's the thing, guys, and here's the question I've always asked myself: am I schizophrenic, or am I a shaman? And obviously, I'm schizophrenic. So, I mean, her face starts like mutating. Brother, the sheer damage I would have inflicted on humankind if I listened to the voices would be insane. You should peel off your skin, Techie. You should peel off your skin. Well, if that's what you think, that's what's the truth.
Though there were trials and tribulations for Tecton throughout losing his civil case, just 9 days after the trial, he would receive a miracle that cured his mind of a decades-long battle with schizophrenia.
I have an announcement. I went to a psychiatrist yesterday.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. He is not gonna be... What is it with these people that they crave attention? They do this shit. Like, that's why people do this shit. It is for attention. Like, I guarantee his dad never hugged him, never said he was proud. Some shit that just lodged deep in his psyche that is driving at least a little bit of this.
And I'll try to provide some documentation of this at a later date whenever I receive it. Guys, I'm not schizophrenic.
Diagnosed with schizophrenia. Voices, these lies to her head must leave her in Jesus' name.
Guys, I'm not schizophrenic. The psychiatrist believes the reason why I see things that aren't there, mainly, well, at night, is due to the fact that I got stabbed in my left eye, and my right eye is normal. And so they believe that my eyeballs are causing me to temporarily hallucinate things that aren't there because they're not signaling my brain properly.
Okay, that's great and all, but why do you talk about hearing voices all the time then?
I've talked to spirits due to my mental illness. I'm schizophrenic. I get really bad thoughts in my head. So I was going there, unironically, and I'm trying not to get emotional. I thought there actually might be something wrong with me. And so I was going to actually try to get medicated. They said I do not require medication. I guess I am just a human with anxiety, unresolved childhood trauma, and eyes that don't communicate too well to my brain.
Yeah, no shit.
Now, I personally have no idea where Tecton's lies or truth begins with any of this, to be honest, because the web is so massive, at a certain point, it's just a mad scramble. But here's what we know. Tecton has stated that he plans to appeal the court's decision of the protection order.
Tecton's going through some stuff right now. He let me know he's going to be appealing that decision. You know, we've seen the courts do things that are not good.
And what is the first thing Tecton can do to help with his appeal? Not be a self-admitted, dangerous schizophrenic with a gun.
Once again, guys, I'm schizophrenic and I have a gun. I'm a very dangerous man.
Everyone has known the person growing up that lies about this or that mental illness they are afflicted with. I can't say one way or the other if that's what Tecton has been doing, but I can say his sudden cure of schizophrenia only helps him with his appeal. If only Tecton would have listened to the masters, his elders.
Remember my dad told me I wasn't schizophrenic, I just played too many damn video games. Shut the f up, old man.
Well, I love the camaraderie.
Stop military.
I sent my ops to the courtroom for Tectone and Pink Shoe, and I have written down notes for a 7-hour trial. I have 7 hours of notes on Tectone and what he did to Pink Shoe. Nice job, Tectone, you disgusting.
In a true all-time generational hater moment online, Mizkif, an ex-member of OTK, sent people to the courtroom in Travis County, Texas for the entirety of Tectone's trial with Pikachu. They even took video of Tectone leaving the courtroom.
Ready for this? There he is, leaving the courtroom today. The walk of shame as he lost a court case to Pink Shoe. He lost. For 10 years, he can't own a firearm, weapon, or gun, and has to stay away from Pink Shoe. And has to pay all of her attorney fees, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Besides having agents in the courtroom, Mizkif posted never-before-seen transactions and texts of Tectone securing view bots for his various channels.
This is the bots that were bought. This is Tectone's account, 2004, July 20.
What is... Where do people buy view bots even? Like, it's not something that's easy, right? Or is it that easy? Is that a thing? Like, I know it's a thing, obviously. I've fucking heard about it from... tech and from all these idiots, but like, is it just a thing that you can go and access and see so easily? I feel like if it was this easy to see, people wouldn't do it, right? I mean, fuck if I know. It appears pretty easy. Yeah, I don't.
6, quantity 1,000, quantity 750. This is John Tectone messaging the person that was buying him the bot saying, "Sad face, can you try that again? I'm stupid and dumb. You just make an account, pay to the top right, and add it to your account. If you need help, let me know. It's good for you to do it anyway since I won't be around. Let me know if you need me to walk through it and I'll help you," which then they tried to help him with secure paying, okay? Did you get my bots? So Tectone definitely needing her to buy the bots. I can only do 750, but I sent you the link to everything. Sad face, can you try again? I'm stupid and dumb. There's Tectone's picture on August 24th, paying $1,000 claiming it's the house when it really was for bots.
I know this motherfucker is the type to be like, I can't, can you do this for me? I can't do it. I can't do it. Like weaponized incompetence. Like that is,
Why would Tectone pay $1,000 for a house that he owns?
If you're skeptical for whatever insane reason, Tectone on his first stream back admitted to the botting allegations.
Hey, bro, there was motherfuckers going live on stream saying, yeah, if you bought, hold up, I gotta spend an extra $2,000. Have I dabbled in it? You're goddamn right. I absolutely tried it. Hey, it is what it is. I don't do that more, but it is what it is.
The most common thing I heard from people I spoke with about Tectone was that he was a massive view botter. Tectone has made a lot of money streaming and a lot of money from sponsors. Once Tectone leaked a $35,000 payment he received on stream.
He's killing it, man.
I did that.
What is that? I just got the money. Holy.
So the thing is, if you're view botting and you're getting tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars from companies to show their product to viewers that aren't real, well,
35. God, I'm doing this shit all wrong, man. I got a little fucking dizzy, honestly, like thinking about 35, like seeing 35 grand. That's fucking rough. That's fucking rough.
Oh, that's fraud.
Is view botting bad? It really depends on how you think about it. It's kind of like lying to sponsors as well. Do I want to feel bad that multi-million-dollar corporations are losing money? I don't really care about companies losing money, man. I don't care. Hey, man.
I honestly am not sure if everyone can just view bot and then steal from sponsors. I'm a tiny channel, obviously, so I have no clue how prevalent this is, but it is interesting Tectone openly admits to defrauding them.
And guys, I'm going to keep this vague. I'm going to keep this vague for a reason, okay? So if you're confused, you're going to stay confused.
There were multiple incidents of SA spoken about in the trial's transcript. I personally don't want to get into details of all of them. However, I want to look at one incident in particular because I believe the records and witness testimony surrounding it absolutely sank Tectone and made me personally truly believe that Tectone is guilty of what he has been accused of. In late May, Pikachu had just recently been to a plastic surgeon to get lip filler done. That night, Pink alleges Tectone asked her to perform an oral action on him. She told Tectone that her lips were hurt because she had just gotten this procedure.
Yeah, honestly, so to me, that is that's a sick puppy. That's a sick person to do that shit. That is a fetish. It speaks to a fetish for cruelty and discomfort. And that's the thing that I remember from the first time we watched the previous video from this creator about Tectone was there is a definite element of brutality and subjugation here and wanting to make and getting off on making somebody uncomfortable as opposed to any actual, what I truly think about Tech is that this is somebody whose brain has been rotted, probably much like Destiny. This is somebody whose brain has been rotted by pornography to the point where they can only get off to further escalations beyond just actual sexual acts now.
You're done and told him she didn't want to. He then allegedly pushed her down and didn't let go until she performed this action. It was so forceful that her lips were in significant pain afterwards, and the filler she had just had done migrated around her face. It was so bad that she required medical treatment after the fact, which is clearly stated on some of the court's paperwork. Maybe you were a skeptic and want to say she made this up. Well, don't take my word for it. Take Tectone's.
You know what you can't do to women who have lip filler? You can't their mouth. Because it'll rupture the lip filler. So you can't even go hard. And you know they're not making their own money, so then you got to pay for another lip filler. How do you know? Man, I wonder. Jesus, bro. Bro, I'm telling you, these bimbos on the internet, they are not worth a damn. By the way, fellas, just letting you know, lip filler might look good. It's terrible because when a woman has lip filler in, they can't suck your dick as hard. Otherwise, it might fuck up the filler. You know, it's very delicate. Like with the lip injections, you can't throw as hard as you want to because then it'll fuck up their filler. So it's they'll look really hot, but you can only go 10% power on them. You have to be careful. Okay, so the reason why it sucks, women who look like that is because I'm a very hard fucker. You know what I mean? I go.
No, you're not. No, you're not, dog. If you're out here saying you're afraid of vaginas, you're not a hard fucker. I'm sorry. If you are afraid of vaginas, you cannot be out here being like, yo, I get down rough. Yo, I get all what he ends up sounding like is that one scene from 40-Year-Old Virgin where Steve Carell is trying to, who has never touched a boob before. Somebody asks him, he's like, you've touched a boob, right? He's like, yeah. Like, what does a boob feel like? And Steve Carell just goes like, it's like a bag of sand. Yeah, like sandbags. It's just, it sounds like somebody who has no fucking idea what he's actually talking about.
Very hard. Like very hard, very fast.
Fuck off, you do.
Like, it's fine to like start off slow, but then it becomes like a battle, right? Of who can f each other the hardest, right?
As you can see,
again, thank you. I'm sure they'll pull this up, but like, dude, come on, man.
Tectone quite clearly and disturbingly, with all of the context, is quite often reflected on this event with Pink, where after he allegedly forced her to perform an oral action, she had to go to the hospital. You know, as a partner, if a procedure has been done, it's on you to be caring and consoling, not to take advantage of them when they are in pain after an operation like this. I just think if your lips are hurting from a surgery and your doctor has told you not to perform any sexual actions, what is most likely to have happened here? I mean, you heard Tectone himself talk about how forceful he was and just how bizarre that is when your partner has just gotten a medical procedure done. Now, after going over how Tectone performed in court and how he brought really nothing new to the table, you can see why the judge found reasonable grounds to believe that an assault happened here. This incident with the lip filler would also be brought up during cross-examination. Pink's lawyer asks, okay, isn't it true that you have posted on social media that it's hot when girls have their lips done with filler for jobs?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and in fact, you've said on social media that you can't go too hard on them when they first get their lip fillers done because it causes problems with the filler, correct?
I'm not familiar with that comment, but perhaps I wouldn't say that I didn't say that.
Okay, and in fact, your exact statements on February 5th of 2025, so after these allegations were made, is
these are so hot, but in practicality, they are the worst thing to ever exist. So lip fillers, they do
like, and here's the other part of it is that it becomes clear when you hear somebody talk about how they have sex with another person, it becomes so clear that how they will treat somebody by if they refer to them as a person or closer to an object. And additionally, the fact that he cannot, like, he's just looking at what? A picture, like, I don't even know what this content is. It's just a TikTok video of a girl looks like she did a makeup video and has a cat, and he's talking about her blowjob lips. Like, it is, again, this inability, it reminds me of fucking Destiny, where it's this inability to not blurt out the first perverted sexual thought that pops in your head. It's that lack of distinction, usually from a lot of fucking exposure to the internet, where they can't just be like, oh wait, no, I shouldn't say that. This isn't the right time for it. This isn't the right time for it. God, fucking disgusting vermin. Latte Rabbit 001, thank you for following. Emperor Fisto, thank you for following.
You make your lips look f***able as shit. But the problem is, anybody who has lip fillers cannot suck worth a damn. It sucks. It sucks. Because if they suck too hard, it'll f*** up their lip fillers. So unless they're able to deep throat your and just let you throat f*** them with their mouth open, it's just not worth it. It's really not.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I became very familiar with the flaws with lip filler.
Henry Resilient, who did a great job running through the outline of the court documents, also made a great point in regards to why Tectone lost in court possibly. Presumably the Dr. Pink met with after the lip filler incident testified over Zoom.
February 23rd, Pink requested that a doctor testify via Zoom on her behalf. Not Tectone, who saw the court docs. So this guy, who was one of the leading plastic surgeons, joined the trial to say, hey, whatever they witnessed, whatever it was, it must have been compelling enough, whatever she said was compelling enough for the protection order to be granted.
This is also backed up in the transcript when the judge talks about generating a Zoom link for a witness. They refer to the witness as a custodian of records, which is someone in court that goes on record for the authenticity of the records presented in court. So Pink's doctor authenticated the records of her injury to the court, which could have also detailed the reason the injury was sustained in the first place. And so if you're the judge and you're trying to determine what likely happened here, and you have someone claiming SA, they have medical documentation and doctor testimony that they were injured during this act, and the man being accused is talking about how forceful he is in regards to doing this thing to someone recovering from a medical procedure, well, what the f are you going to think? It really is no wonder at all that Tectone lost when you look at what both parties were bringing to the courtroom. However, even with the protection order served, this still wouldn't stop Tectone from communicating with third parties to mount defense for himself against his ex-girlfriend, which legally speaking seems like a terrible mistake.
You can get laid anywhere with some cash though. Viking Gnome, dude. 100% true. The Filipino lady was in Manila. Right. And
you're an expert. You're an expert.
Go east, gentlemen.
Legal Mindset, or Andrew, is a passport bro and YouTube lawyer who lives in Asia. Legal Mindset laid a foundation for defending Tectone publicly, and Tectone, in my opinion, was also communicating with and sending him things such as the transcript itself.
How'd you get the transcripts? Legal Mindset magic, right? Things just appear in Legal Mindset's inbox.
And a confidential polygraph test Tectone took.
I've also got confidential polygraph results that I obtained that are very telling.
Before Legal Mindset even had the transcripts, he knew aspects of the case like how Tectone would use a whiteboard when he had a disagreement with Pink.
And also, here's another thing too, and I think this does come up, is the way that people communicate with each other. So sometimes the way they communicate, it doesn't seem normal. Maybe they communicate primarily by text or whatever. Maybe it's an IRL. Maybe they do other stuff. I think with Tectone, there might have been a whiteboard involved at some point where they're explaining stuff. Maybe that's just how they learn, right? Maybe that's just how they intake information. That doesn't necessarily make it derogatory or negative. Or
Andrew at first tries to find a way to talk around the fact that Tectone is incapable of laying pipe by calling it a kink.
Did his penis ever touch your vagina? Never. So there was no penis to vagina that happened at all, right? It's a kink, right? Once
I
again,
can't
kinks are
fucking
kinks, right?
imagine being such an embarrassment that you
it was the most sexual relationship.
Have to rely on an idiot like this. Man, to try and make that connection is so like terrible, also a little funny. This dipshit. Come on now.
I've had. Well, if it was only jobs, then I will just say that that's like maybe he just hasn't had a lot of relationships. Like, anyways, I don't want to read too much into it. But yeah. Okay.
Then later he claims this entire protection order with alleged SA is simply because Tectone wouldn't lay pipe, which is bizarre.
Mr. Robertson, do you ever engage in intercourse with? Her first question is about intercourse. So all of this is because she didn't get, and I'm going to use a technical term. This is an industry technical term that I've heard from industry professionals, like my friend Sterling Cooper, who used to work in the adult industry. I think the technical term is dicked down. I think that is the professional term. I think the legal term. So because she did not get dicked down, it appears that is what this is about. And the fact that the lawyer led with that shows that that's the impression she wants to give. This is the first question. I'm gonna highlight you guys. The first question she asks.
When in the transcript, Andrew is confronted with the clip of Tectone confirming the lip filler incident when Pink had to go to the hospital. Instead of explaining to his audience why this is disastrous for Tectone in his case, he just glosses over it and calls it a mistake.
So after these allegations made as lip fillers, they do make your lips look full of shit. But the problem is anybody's on lip fillers cannot suck it worth a damn. It sucks because if they suck it too hard, it'll fill up. After lip fillers, is that correct? So he said that. By the way, okay, Tectone, this is pretty stupid, but saying lips look full is not a sin. But you should just like not criticize people's fucking ability. So I don't know. Anyways.
That's so fucking stupid. Somebody's saying Cassie Graceface is also weird to me. Terrified of women and vaginas, but want to do all these things are crazy forceful. I mean, that's the MO. That's the modus operandi of abusers, right? Like, it is the exact same. It's why when people talk about the actual psychology behind like child abuse, both sexual and physical, is that it generally tends to stem from a place of wanting to subjugate, wanting to hurt. Like that is where it comes from. They want to exert a kind of control over somebody.
This was not a smart tweet, probably. But whatever, let's continue.
Again, Tectone here is confirming the injury that Pink sustained during the act. Legal Mindset basically paints Pink as mentally ill and runs all the stops as trying to paint.
Like, no, but seriously, what is... all right, I used to have a stand-up comedy bit that I would call the 10 and the 2, where you had a girl who was so hot with a guy who was just a fucking, like, schlub. That prime example right there, 10 and a 2.
This is a Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation.
Apparently, she's got, according to her own confession, some issues she's dealing with, some trauma, maybe some mental health stuff. She has bipolar and BDD. Yeah, I mean, that'll do it right there. But when Pink was worried about something, it consumes her. Sounds like she has really bad depression too. And the important thing here is we are in a post-Depp world. There's a lot of Me Too cases that end up absolutely destroying men based on the laws in the West. But Depp versus Heard is when I blew up. So I'm treating this like Depp versus Heard. But in a post-Depp world, we cannot take Me Too at its face.
Andrew talks out of both sides of his mouth, claiming that he is the only objective person who can cover this, while also making it clear he is doing this as a third party because Tectone is unable to.
I'm going to be the only person to cover this kind of objectively and that can cover it. That's the point here, is that Tectone cannot say these things, right? And cannot actually move against her publicly, right? So he can't defend himself. So a lot of people out there are saying, Tectone, defend yourself. He can't. He can't do anything. He can't say anything, right? That's a big factor here as part of my analysis, that Tectone can't fight back. So this is why I want that he will not cover this. So this is why you need an objective person covering it, and he will not be covering this. He cannot talk about this, guys. This is the point. The point is Tectone cannot defend himself. And
yeah, also this cancel culture Me Too bullshit, like it did nothing. Like Weinstein and Cosby saw accountability. Everybody else didn't. Fucking Brett Ratner's directing shit again. Johnny Depp still in those fucking commercials. Nobody was actually held fucking accountable. Get me? Hi, Neoplatonic.
To be honest with you guys, once again, if I'm going to disclose my bias, and I do have a bias here, I like Tectone. And
what happened to objectively,
I don't
dude?
like Tectone, and I don't like the content he covers, and that some of my bias is towards his defense. Listen, the language of this protective order says he cannot do anything to harass or annoy her. So even releasing documents can be seen as harassing or annoying. So Tectone cannot release this document, right? Now, Legal Mindset is not Tectone. So I can do what I want to do.
The other aspect to this is that Legal Mindset refused to redact any information such as names and addresses, which docs Pink. The after events of the protection order ruling was a total shit show. Every document that was supposed to be private detailing Pink's essay and home address were leaked originally in Tectone's Discord. The person that posted
my grandpa feels about watching
Fox
News.
That allowed you to access
I'm
the
willing to bet probably a
Travis
lot
County
less.
because I was wondering if this is what happened, and it turns out that it was.
A
and
lot
hours from emailing
more.
the county, the file's accessibility was shut down.
Not
Pink actually had to move
placated.
because
What's
of all
the word I'm
this.
looking
She
for? A
actually
lot
responded to Legal
more,
Mindset on Twitter, claiming this is the quote lawyer Legal Mindset who posted unredacted leaked documents that were meant to be
I
sealed
don't
live to
remember what I
thousands of
was
people.
trying
He
to
doxed me, putting my family in danger. Then pictured is a tweet of Andrew hitting on Pink, which is sort of the more white trash aspect to this, I would say. You know, Legal Mindset is trying to sweep it up and give an incredibly biased reading of a case where Tectone is accused of SA, and then going on Twitter and hitting on the alleged victim, and he's actually done it more than once. When I pointed out to Legal Mindset it wasn't the transcript, but the court files that had leaked due to a bug Pink was upset about, he both blocked me and hid my reply. Anyways, beyond being a dishonest degenerate, I did feel there was an oddly poetic moment during his coverage. While trying to obviously work with Tectone to fight against his ex-girlfriend who now had a 10-year protection order, Legal Mindset very suddenly breaks down into tears.
I'm gonna cry here, you know, because it's hard to do this. It's hard to do this. Hey, appreciate you guys. I gotta lock in. I love you guys.
Fucking 40-year-old man be like, I gotta lock in. I gotta lock. How old is Legal Mindset now? I gotta find out how old everybody is. No answers. Damn. Oh, wait, hang on. 41, 42. Legal Eagle. That was a different person, right? Yeah, okay, different person. Gross.
People are gonna make fun of me, be like, look, Legal Mindset crying on stream. I don't give a shit.
So pretty simply, what you have is Tectone, who just got a protection order by the courts, working with and sending things to YouTube lawyers to then release that information and fight back against her in the public square. Tectone and Legal Mindset didn't always get along. In fact, Tectone quite disliked Legal Mindset, who used to refer to Tectone as a 39 IQ buffoon.
People like Tectone have lost reality with like the real world and how things have to be in a contract. Like, I mean, Caveman Smash Jack over there. 39 IQs in the chat for Tectone. So now Tectone, I guess, is gonna say something dumb. Wow. These people are just dumb. Like, are they not thinking about the reality of how these things work? So I don't want to keep you guys wait too long. I think we've seen enough of losing brain cells. 39 IQ takes the night. But yeah, this is pretty bad.
I really don't give a about this Legal Mindset guy. I really don't. Like, I mean, I could pretend that I do, but I really just fucking don't, man. I will admit, I think Legal Mindset's a very dangerous creator because a lot of people take what he says far too seriously, and he's really missed the mark when he was talking about me. And I think that's very dangerous when people hold your word to such high degree, and then you go farm and you just get some PR dunk points. I think that's very dangerous.
And obviously, we got the VTuber Cinder, so if you don't...
But I have just such a bitter taste in my mouth ever since he attempted to me over some bullshit. Yeah, I kind of just take everything he says with a grain of salt.
Once Tectone's legal issues began closing in, he did a total 180 and began glazing Legal Mindset to such a degree it would make Thai lady boys blush.
I highly recommend everybody watching this video.
Oh, okay, that's why. Okay, I was like, hold up, man. Let's go easy on it. But no, it was because Legal Mindset has done.
Began glazing Legal Mindset to such a degree it would make Thai
sex tourism. Legal Mindset has done sex tourism.
Lady boys blush.
I highly recommend everybody watching this video right now go subscribe to Legal Mindset and support the original
Bossy,
channel as well.
hi, Dead Domain, love your videos. Thank you.
Obviously, pretty soon I'm going to be getting very involved with the law, and I want to make sure that I am ready to dissect my enemies.
Not only was he glazing, but leading up to his legal issues, he was also speaking with Mindset frequently.
Which, by the way, I've been talking to Legal Mindset quite a lot. He's a very nice guy. And I'll have to ask Legal Mindset. Legal Mindset, aka the sexiest man on Twitch. God, bro, look at him.
He's in a dude. He's in me. He gets hitting on me, right? It's a little bit uncomfortable, right?
Just a few weeks later, Pink filed her protection order against Tectone on August 21st. Here's Tectone 4 days later.
Legal Mindset is one of the greatest gifts to content creation in the past 3 years.
Oh, wow. What a fucking really great. Shamu, really great job on this, by the way. This kind of, I know this kind of like having multiple examples, finding all of these tiny little clips in what I'm sure are fucking super long streams is not fucking easy to do. And presenting it so coherently and cohesively is a gift. This is good shit.
One of the best channels on the entire platform, and I stand by that. Side note to you, Legal Mindset, you have now broken into my 5 favorite content creators to watch. I was even watching your YouTube live stream this morning. Amazing streamer, amazing content creator, a brilliant mind of the legal space. I love this shit.
Just 1 month after Pink got her protection order, Tectone got Legal Mindset signed to Mythic Talent.
So of course I joined the talent agency Mythic, and this was put out on September 27th, so that's 3 days ago, which was really awesome. Big thanks to Tectone for helping me out. He actually got me in contact and let me get in contact with the leadership, the CEO, the COO. It was really awesome to meet them and to talk about them.
And one of the things I'm not even sure was very well known was that Tectone was a creator behind Mythic Talent.
And then Mythic Talent was an organization that I created with some peers from another company called AFK, where they were actually, not being too kind to their employees. And so I took some of their employees and made our own ad company to bring money to creators. You can send this to whoever the fuck wants to hear it. So I keep on being told, and this is real, by the way. I've seen this comment so much. I keep on being told that Legal Mindset is like incredibly biased and in my favor and will defend me to the brink of death because I got him into Mythic Talent.
Me personally, it just seems like Tectone courted Legal Mindset leading up to his legal troubles, and once the protection order was served, used his connections in the industry to prop him up and scratch his back, which would inevitably lead to Mindset's absurd defense of Tectone once the trial results came in. And getting Legal Mindset on his side and hired to Mythic Talent may have in fact been a strategy.
I'm glad we have people like Sensitive Society and WestJet.
Other content creators who have collaborated and been on Tectone's podcast also covered the story, such as WestJet and Sensitive Society.
I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys and conceal my bias. I want Tectone to be innocent. I like the guy. I don't want him to be a but at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and carry water for Tectone and a girl with information I don't have, calling her a liar and stuff like that.
Because I'm friends with Tectone, I guess it's time the elephant in the room gets addressed. You guys know me. I like to keep it 100 with everyone. And of course, it's no secret.
I hate this shit. I really fucking hate, like, show your fucking face on camera. This stuff is so fucking lazy. Just putting random game footage over you talking. I hate. 560. It's another reminder. I need to care less about the quality, not the baseline quality, but the like polish and presentation of my content. Because, dog, I am sitting on like 3 stream highlight videos I need to put out, so maybe those will be next while I'm working my next stuff.
Like Tectone, I've talked to him. He's been nothing but kind to me. A few months ago, he invited me on.
I've been playing the Ghost Rider game a little bit, by the way, too. What is that game? I keep seeing them flying around on inclines. I wouldn't know. It looks like a fucking like a streamy flavor of the week type thing that everybody will play. The new fucking here's a $10 indie game that everybody on Steam and everybody on fucking Twitch is playing. Don't care. Not my bag.
Don't state their biases in the video. However, for large portions of both of their videos, simply had legal mindset, giving the most absurd takes on the case.
They're almost trying to paint him in a way, if you know what I mean.
Never actually engaged in traditional intercourse. It was only he received blowjobs. There was never any reciprocation. So they're literally making a case that because he didn't have sex with her, this is abuse, right? So I just want to make it clear here that there's an argument here that really the problem is they didn't.
Now, thankfully, YouTube lawyer made a video about this a day ago, explaining everything.
He approached this very innocently after he was betrayed in a relationship, which Freem cheated on him. In fact, all the communications I reviewed show Tectone as a reasonable, kind guy. Don't say. He says, I will never understand how much this must hurt you, but proud you're fighting through it. And this is not the language I would see of an abusive partner, or someone's hurting, or someone's out there to get somebody. But
when he and Pink were dating, wonder where he got this random post from. Yeah.
Somebody really genuinely wants to help. And it seems like this may be a case of what you call buyer's remorse in dating, where you go back.
Buyer's smush. CS2 Surf. Yeah, I would not fucking know.
And you say, okay, well, now that I'm out of this, this is a situation where it was buyer's remorse. I regret things I did, or I regret stuff I did, even though it was consensual at the time. And unfortunately, as I got to report to you guys, the U.S. legal system weaponizes this. It allows people to go back, regret things, and then go get protective orders, go make claims in the future when all of this should be dealt with privately.
My problem with both of these videos is that if you're going to talk about this case, then people should actually know some of the damning things within it. Because you aren't talking about how Pink, while recovering from an operation, was injured, but there is medical documentation to back it up, and that Tectone himself has openly stated that this event happened, and you just have legal mindset on screen talking about how the problem actually is that Pink wasn't getting then that's sweeping. I think it largely helps Tectone from people that have collaborated with them. It also seems like at least WestJet had some idea that Tectone was just working with legal mindset.
I genuinely don't know how effective polygraphs are, but it is interesting how legal mindset even got this confidential file in the first place.
Sensitive Society would actually issue an apology for his video.
His opinion, the only people that I care about is my audience, and if you feel let down by my video on Tectone, I do apologize for that. It 1000% falls on me. I think I should have done a better job covering the situation, maybe not be as biased.
And shortly after would take down both his apology and the original Tectone protection order video he made.
They call him a generational rapist. Yes. When you have people that are spreading, at least from his perspective, the court case is not finished, and so I do know more about it than the public. And also I
sweeping for your like, whatever, dude.
Remain to be Tectone's friend, and I support Tectone. You can take that for what you will. So as somebody who knows more about this than the public, I think that when he comes back, all of this is going to make a lot more sense. I'll certainly say that. So don't worry about it, guys. Tectone will be back. It's not going to be a big deal. Everything's totally fine.
Everything's totally fine. Definitely sounding normal and not nervous. Definitely sounding like there's nothing to hide there, buddy. Definitely sounding totally good and smart. Asmund, really,
Asmongold supported Tectone and frequently alluded to Tectone's innocence and knowing things the public didn't. However, once Tectone lost his case, this was his
fucking smelled crazy in there.
It's so toxic, man. Tectone's a civil case. Based on a lawsuit that I'm in right now, I don't want to make any comments on it just for this.
Based on a lawsuit you're in, huh? Good.
Sole reason because of that lawsuit. If it wasn't for that, I would have talked about it a lot.
So Asmund has this lawsuit with Mizkif. However, many people covered the trial's fallout, and it really doesn't prohibit him from talking about Tectone's case. There's no reason to include Mizkif in this.
Maybe all of my friends are just, problem boys, right? Because I have tons of friends that have like felonies, and they've been in jail and everything. And so, I guess for me,
tons of why do you have tons of friends who have felonies, dog? What felonies do we think? By the way, What felonies do we think people like Asmongold would be? Like, he's not talking about, like, slinging hard drugs. He's not talking about, like, actual heavy, violent shit. What do we think that those felony charges are for? When people like Tectone are in his orbit. When people like, who is that other motherfucker who just went to revealed that he had like CP on his hard drive? Assault material, CSAM.
It's not that big of a surprise.
Lakari, that's
I don't
the one.
really
Yeah,
care
thank you,
or
Junie.
want to have anything to do with other people's drama. I just don't give a shit about it. Like, I don't want to talk about it, explain.
Again, do you notice there's really not a lot people like this do care about. When it comes down to it and they get pushed on, like, in the moment, they'll have a take, they'll throw something out, they'll be like, yeah, no, I defend this guy. They don't care about each other even enough to stand up for somebody they would call their friend.
Yeah.
Basically, Asman just took the cop out. Tectone's lawsuit has nothing to do with Miskit whatsoever, and in reality, it's just a bad look for him as someone who has been defending Tectone leading up to this point, where he is then found civilly liable for SA.
She's a whore. Someone in the chat said don't call her a whore. You know, what do you mean she's a whore? Tectone, you dated a whore. It didn't work out.
Nuxtaku is another creator who, after the court's decision, defended Tectone, obfuscated aspects of the case, and attacked.
Great. Oh my god, they're using the thumbnail from the Nuxtaku. Killer. Great. Oh, that's so good. Ooh, using the thumbnail, zooming out from the thumbnail of the Nuxtaku video. Magnifique. Magnifique.
Pink or Tectone. Nux recently was exposed for having a minor in his Patreon Discord who was groomed with explicit adult material and walked through the best ways to do SH. There's really no way to get around that this event happened as everything was archived. Nick Andros has a video on the topic and you should check it out. However, I just wanted to illustrate how these people work and how these absurd defenses go both ways. You scratch my grooming back, I'll scratch your rapist back.
Looked like Nuxtaku completely obliterated all of the allegations that were thrown his way in a matter of 5 minutes. So that was always really fun. I mean, the amount of people were like, you need to denounce Nux. You need to denounce Nux. I'm good, bro. I love Nux.
It's also worth noting this isn't the same as someone just ignoring a controversy.
Yeah, no, that's the way it is. That's how it is. And really, this feels like a microcosm of how it works at even bigger centers of power. You know, you look back up in the government and you wonder why. Hey, why aren't people going to prison? Why aren't people on trial right now? Why isn't everybody mentioned in the Jeffrey Epstein files at minimum being publicly harangued at all times? That's because if you know people, you know people. And people, those people, they know a lot more people than you or me. Skrilla Gorilla, thank you very much for following.
And dishonestly represent aspects of these stories in an attempt to benefit themselves and the person they are subverting for. Think before you sleep. I would say I had the most insane video on the topic where every subject is missing a ton of context, and it's all in service of attempting to help Tectone. The first 2 minutes, he just talks shit about Pink and calls her a catfish.
I mean, this is an insane amount of catfishing. I'm not even looking at the same person when I can...
End it, y'all. Oh, I can't. Ooh, I can't say low tier God stuff. I want to. I can't. This December 25 Twitch live stream versus a modeling picture. Yeah, this isn't even the same person. It literally looks like the exact same person. One of them just isn't smoothed and airbrushed because it's out and about on a fucking Twitch live stream, probably from her phone, not taken in a studio.
compare a live stream to a photo of her.
He does bring up the lip filler incident, but pretends there isn't medical documentation or Tectone talking about the incident on his stream several times.
Anyway, Pinkchu said that she had just gotten lip filler, and Tectone had forced her into oral sex, which had ruined the lip filler. Geez, another plastic surgery-related incident? Do all of her allegations have some sort of plastic surgery involved? Now, is there any corroborating evidence that this happened? Not really.
You know what you...
Oh, there is. No, they actually talked about it earlier. There is.
Can't do to
$2. Thank you, Jay Kung. All the gross stars are here. All the people you hate the most. This really is a fucking rogues gallery here.
Women who have lip filler, you can't f their mouth because it'll rupture the fucking lip filler. You know, it's very delicate. Like with the lip injections, you can't throw them as hard as you want to because then it'll fuck up their filler. So it's like they'll look really hot, but you can.
That's the thing. It's using not like getting head. Not just talking about, you know, getting dome or not talking about like, oh, getting sucked off. Like any of the myriad juvenile terms that can be used to refer to oral sex. It's not that. What he goes for It's face fucking. Like it's so. First off, it's again, it's one of those things that I was like, oh, it's porn brain. Like he likes porn brain. Shit. He is naming sex acts based on how they are most commonly described in porn videos.
Only go like 10% power on them. I'm like a very like hard f***er. You know what I mean? Like, I go very hard.
TBYS throughout the video explains that he believes the protection order is actually a grand conspiracy by Hassan Piker and his lackeys.
This whole situation was a coordinated effort from multiple streamers to ruin his career. Hassan Piker has this ongoing war with Asmongold, probably because he's mad that Asmon is more famous than him. Hassan likes to sit back and have his little lackeys do all the dirty work for him. This is a famous tactic of his, and he primarily works by not directly saying that he has certain values, but he will signal boost all the people who have the values that he wants to promote by watching their content on his stream. That being said, Tectone is friends with Asmongold. Hassan wants to attack Asmongold in any way that he can, so I think his lackeys came up with a plot to destroy Tectone. They do this a lot.
So what are we trying to do here? Well, with absolutely no evidence, TBYS wants to...
Yeah, it's just like a famous tactic of his. Westro, I saw an internet theory about how everyone online is 12. Yeah. No, everyone is 12 theory is going to be the dominant, like the defining social theory, I think, of the next couple years. I'm not a Hassan fan. Oh yeah, no, you can't do shit. Like even just being on the left online, I can't do shit. Doesn't matter if I mentioned Hassan. Like I don't. I've talked about this before. It's so fucking frustrating where people will just be like, "Oh, Hassan tell you that?" I'm like, I don't fucking know Hassan. What the fuck?
Upon his viewers that if you think Tectone raped, think again, because this is actually a plot from Hassan Piker, who's pulling the strings in the background. It's so absurd to me that anyone would try to use Hassan Piker as a shield from being found liable in civil court for SA, someone who has literally nothing to do with this protection order between these two people, and really it should be an insult to the intelligence of someone's fans to even try to push something like this, but here we are. Tectone behind the scenes was sending streamers this video and told them it had been in the works for a long time.
And I know there might be some people thinking, oh my gosh, does Techless even want you to watch this? Yes, he asked me to watch this, so yes. He's told me this one has been in the works for a while. So yeah. That's one of the reasons why we're going to be watching.
So let's think about this. After receiving a 10-year protection order, where the judge found reasonable grounds that Tectone had committed stalking and SA, he is now sending hit pieces against his ex-girlfriend to other streamers, where they are pretty openly doxing her and not redacting any info. This is true in TBYS and Legal Mindset's case. It is a violation of the protective order to use a third party to harass a protected person. So if Tectone is facilitating this with other creators, he could be in some serious trouble before this is all said and done. But in both TBYS and Legal Mindset's case, I personally believe there is just more for them to gain in defending Tectone and trying to obfuscate certain aspects of the case we talked about today. Tectone co-created Mythic Talent, he has many different connections in the space, and remains friends with creators like Asmongold. Being closer to those networks is obviously beneficial for people operating in that ecosystem. This case is not your typical run-of-the-mill accusations online case. We have medical records proving there were injuries sustained during the alleged act with numerous references to the incident by the accused. This makes it all the more depraved to me that people are so willing to just obfuscate details of a rape case in order to get ahead online. It's about as slimy as it gets, really. Tectone, of course, utilizing these people to attack his ex-girlfriend, who now has a protection order, really goes to show the pattern of behavior and only reinforces some of the reasons the protection order was granted in the first place. Both Tectone's ex-wife and ex-girlfriend have accused him of SA. In my first video, I laid out a timeline and multiple examples of Tectone lying to show why viewers should be more open-minded about what may have happened with his partners. Now, we also have medical records documenting bodily harm and Tectone himself admitting on camera that the injury occurred during a sexual act. That kind of documented injury can function as an aggravating factor and strengthen a finding of liability. There are only so many occurrences that can happen before giving someone the benefit of the doubt becomes untenable. So it's not just my personal opinion that Tectone did these things, but given the repeating pattern with his ex-wife and ex-girlfriend, I fully expect this type of behavior from him to continue. Given how Tectone has handled losing his case and coordinating with other creators to attack Pink using third parties, it would not surprise me in the slightest if there is further and greater fallout from all this. We'll just have to wait and see what the future holds. Thanks for watching. Peace.
All right. Yeah, hell yeah. I'll throw this on really quick, and then I will be right back, and then we'll watch some ranting for vengeance. We got some primo slop to help wash down all the terrible stuff. I haven't watched this video from Max yet, but I've heard stuff about it.
If you were squinting, or even not really squinting, you could mistake this.
Why does it look 10 times better with it off?
Quality menus and whatnot. What does DLSS 5's take on ray tracing look like versus path tracing?
Okay, I'm just gonna say it.
All right, I'll be right back.
I just played Perfect Dark. This looks like high resolution Perfect Dark or GoldenEye characters. Before we get into it, I feel like maybe there isn't, and I talk about this a lot on stream, but there isn't a concise maybe video format or opportunity I've had to discuss how I feel about AI and things like generative AI, especially language model AI. And for the most part, I have been a defender of AI, but very specific parts of it. I think upscaling features, AI that uses already existing information in an image or something and uses that to upscale the image through an algorithm is actually pretty cool. Upscale like old art in some way, not adding to it, but using the existing assets, which is exactly what DLSS is doing. And I truly feel that FSR, DLSS, that's the way the industry should be going, man. We should not be like pumping more resolution out of everything. Like, this just seems like a losing fight. Another component defender, chat, anybody that has ever used Photoshop in your entire life, you know when you have to cut out an image, go across the edge of something and use the polygon tool or some shit? We've spent so much of our goddamn lives doing this, lassoing out things. Having a cloud-based algorithm to be like, hey, would you like us to select just the main thing on this image, like character? And you can do it, and you can actually select a cloud model and it will go boop. Oh, thank God. Like, this is one of those things in an AI setting that actually helps, because this is just time wasting, dude. Like, the amount of time that I'm putting into this shit has been substantial for so long in my life. And now in Photoshop, there's effectively an algorithm that just looks for edges and goes like, in a smart way, all right, that's an edge and we'll do this. Is it right? All
right, I thought this would be more of a like a rant. It is not that case. So we are going to go to actual ranting for vengeance. I wanted to throw a quick shout out to Max really quick. I know he goes into it, but I need to I'm making dinner for both my partners tonight. And so I think I have one more in me before we got to get going. Resident Evil. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, thank you, baby. Wait. Bonk me. Okay. Anime was never woke. Oh, boy. Ooh, this is gonna be... Oh, it's gonna be a good one. Oh yeah, no, we're ranting for vengeance. Yeah, I bet. Gina 817, he uses the R slur a lot. I can tell. What was so based about it? Like, what the fuck are you? All right. Oh, I gotta. Excuse me. Yeah, that went down the wrong pipe a little bit. I think it is. $2 million views. No, I'm good. I'm good. He's dumber than Andy Pants? Oh. Ghosty, you can't say that. I'll get excited. All right. Let's go. Based. Yo, it is a racist game. All right. Why 2 months ago? Okay, where's his most recent stuff then? Devil Gay Soy. Hell yeah. Devil Gay Soy. Let's go, chat. Woke slop. Holy shit. I don't... How the fuck can you actually have this level of racism on fucking...
So, there's an army of hoodweebs out there all across Twitter.
Hoodweebs? I'm sorry, did he just... He unironically uses hood as a descriptor for black people? How the fuck is this allowed?
And the internet making anime characters black. Some of these people are saying that these characters have always been black, and other ones are just making the characters black out of spite. And all of it is mental retardation. But before we get into it, if you like these type of videos and if you want to help out the channel, maybe consider supporting me over on Patreon. And also, I'm pretty close to getting the free exclusive pins made for all of the members over on Patreon. So this is an age-old thing that we've seen many times before. These hoodweebs who think that all anime characters and everything from Japan is black, and they somehow have a connection to Japanese people and samurai.
Okay, hold up. We got Juno dear, he's setting back the Irish 400 years. God, imagine how much that means coming from a British person. That was a funny joke. I don't care. A lot to unpack here. For such a healthy Irish accent, casting a lot of aspersions for somebody who is claiming that, who's defending the sanctity of Japanese culture. I'm half Irish. Okay, I'm allowed. He was insanely racist in response. What did he say about Absolute Batman? Absolute Batman. What the fuck did he say about Absolute Batman?
Now, I'm not going to be the weeb that comes in and goes, no, they're actually interested in white people and not black people. I don't think Japanese people care about anybody who isn't really Japanese. It's more of a thing of Japanese people like Japanese people, and black people really love black people. And
man, this guy, I'm seeing people say he's like 16, 17 in the chat. He's one of the Batman Crash. Well, I kind of want to see that. I kind of want to see it. He called... Okay. He called a Batman fan a monk. Oh, Christ. White supremacist AFAB guy is a trip. His dad's an MMA chud, like an actual MMA, like, fighter. Scott Snyder and Woke Mob failed to cancel me. Go complain to your... This is gonna... Dude. Oh, boy. Feminist versus masculine. Let's go. He called... Wait. He called Absolute Batman Bruce a Teesler? He's giving emo Raggedy Ann dolls grade. Yeah, I honestly, like, I was hoping for some... Well, I don't know. I'll find something. Here we go. Dog, if you cannot be out here being like, oh, this fucking stupid absolute Batman's woke and gay. Look at, nobody likes this Bane. You could, if you think that, you haven't read the Arkham arc. You haven't fucking read that Bane arc, because that shit goes tough. Man. Oh. Ooh. I'm so excited for Volume 3.
So, the unhinged fake comic book...
I've been reading, I've been collecting just the Absolute Batman. I kind of want to get into Martian Manhunter, because I've heard good stuff about it, but, Absolute Batman, I got Volumes 1 and then 2 as they came out, and I cannot wait for all the shit I've seen with Scarecrow and Joker. I'm so excited for Volume 3. You got to watch the Wolverine one, the gay one? Yeah, okay. Well, I'll watch this and then I'll watch the Wolverine one.
Fans are back, and this
Fireworks
time they're
MTG, thank you for following.
disrespecting comic book legends. And I gotta be honest, I was deciding whether or not I should actually make this video, but it's retards like this that deserve to be called out. But before we get into it, if you like the channel and if you agree with anything I say, maybe consider subscribing or becoming a patron. So this is just another story of tourist fake comic book fans, and wouldn't you know it, it ties back to Absolute Batman. So I've already stopped keeping track of DC and the Absolute line of comics. I have no clue what's going on in Absolute Superman, Wonder Woman, or Batman. And like most people, I don't really want to, because these aren't the true characters. It's not even a good alternate universe. People forget Year One and The Dark Knight Returns are both in an alternate universe. None of this shit is an alternate universe. It's just race swaps and terrible character designs. And why is that, you ask? Because it comes from people like Scott Snyder. Scott Snyder is an absolute handicap who never understood Batman. Real Batman fans can agree on that. And if you thought the writing was bad enough on Absolute Batman, then the art just gets 10 million times worse.
Well, Scott Snyder doesn't have anything to do with the art, I don't believe. But also, no? Scott Snyder, I haven't read all of his stuff because he's done a fair amount of it, but like, Scott Snyder's been behind some of the best Batman shit of the last, off the top of my head, if I'm remembering correctly, wasn't Scott Snyder a part of the one where Joker tears his face off? Wasn't he part of that arc? He has a one-sided beef with Scott. One-sided beef with Scott Snyder. Yeah, the Court of Owls too. Like that, that's fucking crazy. Coyote BW, thank you for $5. Scarecrow is my favorite villain. He's been done dirty so many times. The only depiction I like is the Arkham games. I mean, like every time, I'm a fair weather. Like I'm not crazy about Batman or anything, but I grew up. I like the characters of villains, like everybody else. But I have been so overjoyed every time they introduce a new character in Absolute Batman. So if you haven't checked it out and you're a Scarecrow fan, yeah, Scott Snyder carried Batman for the New 52. I mean, gosh, if he was 15, 16, he was. Gosh, when did was New 52 2011? No, it had to have been 2012, 2013. Oh my God. He probably wasn't born when the New 52 started. That's fucking crazy. In Sevens 3, Batman is not a billionaire. In the Absolute series, he is not a billionaire. He is a kind of college age kid. Oof, my bones. Yep. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. TTBN Gaming. Oh, hey, TTBN Gaming. It's 2013 would have been when it actually launched, because that's what I remembered. I was like, God, it went around the time I graduated. Time and Dynamo. Not much of a DC reader in general. I am diehard for both Steph and Cass, both separately and together. I wish, what I really want, so I was talking about this months ago, and I've started reading. I'm trying to get better at cutting down on screen time before bed, and also to do that, I've been kind of reading before bed, and I've been reading a lot of comic books because, and I talked about this like 5-6 months ago, I got hooked on the new EC comics like Catacomb of Torment and Cruel Universe, and like all those like really pulpy modern twists they're so great, which led me to apparently a lot of those volumes of comics are like Tales from the Crypt and Tomb of Horror, and they have really beautifully replicated paperback, like trade paperbacks that you can get on Amazon, because they don't, I guess they don't sell well, for like $12-13. So I've been picking up one of those probably every month, and I'll just keep it by my bed for when I want to read before bed, and they've been great. But it's been leading me to, I was so mad because I was looking at the comics wall at the game store I go to, and they had this one Star Wars comic that was like Tales from something, and I was like, oh my gosh, a Star Wars. It sounded spooky, so I was like, fuck, if it's like a Star Wars horror anthology, yeah, I'll buy that for $1, but it wasn't, and I was disappointed. But it got me thinking that everybody should have horror anthologies, specifically and only just for me. Did I ever read Hack and Slash? No. I heard good things, though. Yeah, I know, but I have not kept up with like Star Wars anything.
This guy, Nick Dragata, I was going to say no offense to the guy, but I really do mean offense to the guy, because you can't draw comics. And don't dodge the argument and say, how about you go make something? Because this guy has been hired to draw Batman, and he can't even do that. Because when he does, it ends up in Bruce acting like a gay Down syndrome. But it's in the recent issues of Absolute Batman where this spastication has begun. So they're butchering yet another classic DC character, Bane, with the brand new story arc titled Abomination. I haven't read it, I haven't seen anything from it, I'm just seeing retards online losing their crap over it. And right here is the...
Like... So you haven't seen... Like... Imagine... admitting that first thing in this argument you're kind of having with yourself, that you are like, I didn't see it. I haven't looked at it. I don't know what it's about. I don't know why people like it, but I know people won't shut up about how great it is. So fuck it. Man, it's... You know what I hope? I genuinely hope this from the bottom of my heart, that this child... Because he is a kid. There's no way this kid is like any older than 19. I hope he is able to grow past this and open his heart up and realize that he doesn't need to be fucking miserable. And I hope he grows into the kind of person who will look back on these videos and delete them out of shame. I hope he grows into the kind of person who will read these comics and force himself to admit, damn, I was wrong, I did like this stuff, and hopefully from there, that will lead him to listening to other voices for other things, trying out different things, and not just being so fucking pessimistic and cynical all the fucking time. His dad is a YouTuber who's worse than him. Oh boy. Does he have other... Oh my god, cat. Do you hear this cat? All right. The other one we wanted to watch was... What was it? Oh, yeah. RP underscore.
So we finally have a trailer for Insomniac's long-awaited Wolverine game, and people are saying it looks great and lives up to the hype. And as a big fan of the character of Wolverine, it does look good to an extent, because throughout all of these trailers and posts, people are leaving out one crucial detail. And I'm not going to clickbait you or try to make you watch the entire video. I'm just going to tell it to you straight. This game is confirmed as feminist garbage. But before we get into it, if you like these videos and you want to help out videos, I'm a Wolverine that is just not the character. I'm not a fan of the modern comic Wolverine that is nothing like the character. I'm a fan of the real Wolverine from Chris Claremont's full Uncanny X-Men, ranging from the 70s all the way up to the early 90s. Claremont created a character that was this anti-hero that could only really be found if you were reading underground comics or manga. Wolverine didn't wear a cape. He wasn't some pacifist Boy Scout. He was like a mix of Batman and Daredevil, where at his minimum he was a badass character in the team of the X-Men all the way through the 70s, 80s and 90s, and at the maximum potential of the character.
I don't believe Wolverine was on the X-Men in the 70s. No, I take that back. Maybe? Somebody find when. I know he was introduced in the Hulk, and that was, I believe, in the 60s. Whatever. I'm my stupid nerd knowledge.
They're like we saw in the Claremont Miller miniseries that you should read. It's basically the gateway to the character. Probably up there with the excellent Conan-style origin story Weapon X for being one of the best Wolverine stories ever made. In that miniseries, in Weapon X, in his entire solo series, which is also awesome, the writers and artists take inspiration from pulp fantasy like Conan, and also hard-boiled pulp fiction and film noir, creating the Wolverine that's always smoking a cigarette, drinking, dealing with a femme fatale in some dark city. That is the character of Wolverine. He's like a hard-boiled detective that's darker than even Daredevil. Probably up there with Daredevil for my favorite character at Marvel. By no means is he some forgettable back.
Here, another thing that I notice in a lot of these kind of rant videos is an inability to see anything from another angle, even when it's something like a superhero or a character that should be open to interpretation. Like, it's a version of Wolverine. Dog, dude, are you gonna fucking be out here also getting pissed off when Wolverine is on a fucking, show for toddlers, when Wolverine is in a Lego Marvel thing? Like, it's such a... If you don't like this version of the character, you've already talked about, thus far, in the video, you've already talked about the version of the character you do like. Like, then just enjoy that. Dog, what? He says he's a fan of that era of X-Men, and that version had a diverse lineup. More diverse lineup from the original lineup.
Background character, like in every brand new comic, or Hugh Jackman in a wife
they like look, if you want to have the age old fucking, that people in 1998 or whatever were debating about, like, oh, Hugh Jackman, he's too tall to play Wolverine, it should be Bob Hoskins or whoever the fuck. Like, if you want to reiterate that argument, go ahead. I don't think anybody's gonna fucking argue that, like, Hugh Jackman has become synonymous with the character in a way that, like, I think is only, rivaled by a character like Mark Hamill and Luke Skywalker. Huge Ackman processors.
Running around screaming. And I could talk about the classic comics all day, but I don't know if you want to see that, so if you do, let me know. But that takes me to the Wolverine game, which I'm not really going to be all negative about and say that it looks like total garbage, because it doesn't. As a Wolverine fan, you can't resist that the game is set in Tokyo and Madripoor, two locations that are taken straight from the great comics of Wolverine. And that seems to be the case with this game. There's a lot of stuff taken straight from the comics, like the
Travbot.exe, no. It was one thing I remember from, I don't even remember where, but it was coming across an old forum post where people were debating like, oh no, Hugh Jackman is too tall, like he should be like a squat fat guy, like that kind of shit. Hugh Jackman has like influenced the design of the character and how it's perceived in a very core way. Like before, especially when you go back and watch, like, because a lot of people remember the X-Men animated series in very fond light, and for good reasons, it's fine, it's solid. But when you go back and watch it, like, he was kind of just a weird little gremlin man. Like, he was just a little fucking grumpy weirdo, you know, until he was made the main character of the X-Men movies, basically.
Fact that you have the brown and tan suit and the patch suit. And just a quick side note about the patch era of Wolverine. Many people do not know what that is. And you shouldn't really call yourself a Wolverine fan if you haven't done the research or even read these comics. Basically, when Wolverine finally got his solo run in the 80s, which is absolutely awesome, by the way, in this underrated run that is great work from Chris Claremont to John Buscema, and later improved upon by G.I. Joe writer Larry Hama and the excellent artist Mark Silvestri, creating a new persona for Wolverine where he didn't wear the brown and tan suit or the yellow and blue one. Instead, he was taking directly from Humphrey Bogart from Casablanca, constantly seen in a white suit smoking with an eye patch. Now, modern comic book fans who have no respect laugh at this and not see that it's one of the coolest things ever made. But anyways, the patch suit is in the game, and the Asian country Madripoor where Wolverine stayed with all these seedy bars and gangs. So I will have to give massive respect to the game for doing that. And as you can see from the trailers, it does look great. Wolverine riding a motorcycle with Arkham style stealth and combat.
The thing that pisses me off about this is that the goats, when it comes to the game development side of things, the goats aren't getting their flowers. And this is the same way it was with Insomniac's Spider-Man. Games that I both very much like. Games that I both very much like, but they set the templates that they are using were set by other developers, and I feel that they don't get their due enough. Like the people at Raven who did go watch the X-Men Origins Wolverine documentary I have on my channel. The people at Raven who like they worked hard on that shit, you know, and now like they game that. I don't want to say it's stealing bar for bar. Like, they're making another Wolverine game after... God, when was that? 2009? 2008? Like, a long fucking time? It's just... It's a bummer nobody keeps them in the conversation. And it's the same with Beanox. Like, when you go back, go play the 2012 Amazing Spider-Man game for Xbox 360 and PS3. Go play that and tell me... like that they didn't look directly at what Beanox was doing and go like, yeah, no, we can tighten this up a little bit, but we'll just basically keep it the same.
And by God, as a Daredevil and Wolverine fan, we do need a proper game like this. And that is one of the problems with this game. It just looks like God of War mixed with Arkham and Spider-Man. And speaking of Spider-Man, that leads me into the main issue of this game. Now, I was positive for a bit. The game does look badass. But at the same time, why is the suit some tactical Christopher Nolan variation instead of the actual character's costume? Why does Logan look and sound nothing like his character? But more importantly, this is Insomniac, Insomniac we're dealing with. The people who gave us Spider-Man Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2. I got Spider-Man 2 because I was a really big fan of Spider-Man at the time and wanted a good Spider-Man game that stayed faithful.
The way he says Spider-Man. Really good Spider-Man game. Spider-Man. Oxpecker, you got it in one. You got it in one. Spider-Man. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Spider-Man. It's like, baby. Koa. Spider-Man. Do you hear this fuck-ass cat? What? Have you just been smoking this whole time? Okay. I was like, damn. Spider-Man. No, it's this Irish chud kid we're watching. And he says Spider-Man rapid fire. Here's the thing that really got me is that he just says Spider-Man so many more times than is necessary, because he was just like, and I bought Spider-Man 2 because I was a big Spider-Man fan, and at the time I really wanted to play a game with Spider-Man, and I played Spider-Man 2, and it's just like, you don't need to use that one word that much.
To the character. And I thought I was going to get that, but what did I get instead? A big load of gay black people. Hey, do you want to play as Miles Morales, the fake Spider-Man, going around at festivals with other people of color? And do you also want to play as his deaf girlfriend for some reason?
Yes. God, people were so mad. I was honestly disappointed. The amount of people who spent so much time making a fucking piss fit big deal out of the section where you play as Haley. I thought it was gonna be like a half hour. It is no shit less than like 5 minutes of like a 20-hour game. It is crazy.
And all of the female characters are feminist bitches like Mary Jane Watson in Spider-Man 2. So how is that gonna mix? Wolverine, a character who is always dealing with...
Whoa, hold the phone. Is he... Okay, but those characters, that's from a different game, buddy. That's from a different... This is like, as a different story, as different characters. This cat, all right, I'm gonna go get the cat. Y'all are in for a treat.
Femme fatales, like a noir detective, is instead gonna get punched in the nuts by some bitch. And you can already see some of this from the leaks. Now I probably have to watch my words here, or maybe I don't, because nobody really gives a crap. But how do I say this without getting myself in trouble? Using the internet, let's just say I borrowed a little sneak peek of Wolverine a few months ago. I'm not lying, I managed to get it up and running, and I'll tell you the truth. This game is hiding something that it's not showing anybody in any of the trailers. You don't just play as Wolverine in this game, you also have to play as Jean Grey in these 4 sections that go on for way too long. Yeah,
Bullshit.
Nobody's telling you that. And Jean Grey is not a feminist character, but knowing Insomniac, they're gonna make her insufferable. And also, the game is called Wolverine. Why am I playing as 2 different characters? Literally, right now, I'll tell you from first-hand experience, the Logan in this game is weak and gay and not at all masculine. You know, like the exact opposite of...
That is so fucking funny. There's no fucking way, right? Is that something that's actually leaked? It's true? Like, that doesn't surprise me, given that, like, Insomniac took the Mary Jane approach and stuff. But... that's funny. Oh, hey, puppy. I need to trim your claws. I need to trim your claws, baby.
Logan, and you have to play as Jean Grey for full sections of the game. But as a fan of Wolverine, I'm gonna do whatever the hell I want to do, and that means I might even just play this game. But I am warning you that this game is gonna be feminist and it is gonna be woke. I'm just too big a fan of the character to give up an opportunity to play an actual Wolverine game. But this game is 100% without a doubt political, and not even political, it's just shit. Who wants to play as Jean Grey? There's tons of different characters.
Why didn't you... God, you could have made such a... Yeah, just keep knocking my microphone out of the way. Keep...
You could have played as maybe Kitty.
Oh yeah, he did call... I forgot when he called Geralt. I mean, maybe it is Kitty? Oh my goodness, cat. This friggin' cat. What? Ooh, I tell ya. Ooh, I tell ya. Let me get my show off cat. Show off cat. Hello. She has things to tell you, apparently. What? Hey. What? Yeah. I think I'm gonna sign off and start making dinner. Little baby. Silas the Raccoon, this is Missy. Hello. Ow. That was forceful as hell, cat. What? Oh no, Nekosaurus just raided with a party of 65. Oh no. I was about to... I gotta make dinner. I gotta go. I am so sorry. Hi, Raiders. Feel free, though. Please send over a follow, not subscribe, but follow along. Check us out, and we will be streaming. We stream Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, usually from 3 to around this time. I know, I'm so sorry. We're gonna go to another one, cooking stream. All right. Let's go. Let's go raid mutual friend of Cirrus and I's, actual Jake. And thank you all very much for watching. Of course, thanks again for participating in Big Old Collab. Yeah, go check out, by the way, there is a fun video with Cirrus and I, and a bunch of other fun creators out there. And yeah, everybody go say hi to Jake for both of us. Make sure you mention that technically Cirrus is also raiding. Have a great rest of your night, everybody, and I will see you all on Friday.